comfortable she looks on camera, the internet is starting to think something way more serious is going on.
Y'all not really paying attention to the details and how old Vicky used to be. Like, it's giving like she being stylist or something, because like you can tell the way she be talking and the way she be doing certain things up in her videos.
So let's rewind back to Nigeria, because that's where all of this started. Back in December 2024, Woe Vicky's Twitter suddenly posts that she's being held hostage in Nigeria and that her so-called captors want $1 million to release her. Followers panic, friends start calling. People are genuinely scared. Some even contacted the U.S. Embassy, and Nigerian police reportedly said they would be reaching out to the embassy too over the claims. Then, just as fast as it showed up, the tweet disappears. Vicky hops on a live and says it was all a joke. She's laughing, saying that they got carried away, saying that she was bored, saying that this is just how she entertains herself since she doesn't drink or go to clubs.
What's up, y'all? I'm so sorry. I apologize for telling y'all like that. I was just trying to show everybody that in America that's not that serious, that Africa is a very safe country, and you will be safe no matter what race you are. You know, I was just trolling because everybody was like, oh, she go to Nigeria.
I was surprised you were in it tonight. I was like, oh, this is great. As soon as it went live, and I saw Kate beside me,
Stuff like that.
And people were like, wait. In another country with ransom demands? Because here's the thing, nobody else in her life was laughing. The reactions from people close to her sounded terrified, not amused. And that's the exact moment that the internet stopped laughing too. People started replaying her lives, slowing down clips, zooming in, listening closely. Watching that clip right now, I cannot lie. I just feel like something wasn't right all along. It felt like she was being told what to say, how to say it, and when to stop talking.
It could be worse.
What is this locale times?
One moment that really messed people up was during a live
Don't know.
when someone commented. It took her a bit to even notice the comment, but when she did, she yawned. And that wasn't even the only time. Another person told her to wear red in the next live if she needed help, and sure enough, she shows up wearing red in the next live. And people were like,
well, that's wild.
Are we really just ignoring that? And honestly, I get it too, because I was puzzled too. Then there was the live stream with Tashay. He straight up asked her if she had been kidnapped, and yeah, she said no, but the way that she answered, that is what people couldn't get past. She looked nervous. She kept scratching her head, standing up, sitting down, talking fast, and then pausing, and it just didn't feel confident.
Bot Rix has successfully joined the channel.
They told me to. I just hope that doesn't take 3 years again.
Exactly what a lot of people were thinking. This video convinced me more. Somebody doing her something. Another pointed out the head scratching and the standing up is a sign of being uncomfortable. And once you notice it, you really notice it. Then in another live, things got even weirder. She starts talking about being done hiding, and then while trying to sound sarcastic, she outright says she needs help.
I am in trouble. Yes, I need a baby lion to be out of trouble.
I need the what?
You are right. I'm done hiding it. I give up. You are right. Yes, I need help. Yes, you are right.
She also starts saying some really strange stuff about baby lions, and the internet picked up on it instantly. One comment said handlers, animal keepers, is code for the kidnappers, and baby lions is code for money. And then someone else added, wait, but I wonder if that means she needs money, you know? Like, they are telling her to get those big gifts and they will let her go? IDK. And listen, I know that sounds like a reach at first, I know. But when you stack it on top of everything else, people start connecting dots. Because that's when you really start noticing the people around her. Since coming back from Africa, Vicky is never alone. Ever. There's always grown men nearby, in the background, just off camera, watching, listening, sometimes answering for her. People online started calling them her handlers. Honestly, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
You don't even need to. Don't even need to.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as a body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing Jeffrey Epstein's final hours in prison as well as evidence of a cover-up. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is a psychological evaluation.
Well, if she's
These are
saying
just my opinion.
she's trying to
Nah.
protect her family,
Nah. I'd probably not.
Just like this. All right, let's go. The first thing we're analyzing today is how Jeffrey Epstein's body was found, and I'm going to explain why everything you've heard about that is wrong. Then I'm going to show you some video footage that, based on everything we've been told so far, should not exist. All right, let's just
I'm in a pretty big fucking mess.
We're going to go look inside of Jeffrey Epstein's cell. This is almost called L here. That's his cell block. And then once we go in the room, I'm going to show you why everything you've been told about how his body was found cannot actually be correct. We're going to go through interviews with the correctional officer who found his body, and then we're going to go through the medical examiner's report and look at a lot of different problems. But this is going to help you better understand what you've been told about Jeffrey Epstein and how he was found cannot be correct.
the FBI.
So, as we look over here, this is where his body was found. There's a notch right up there, which is where the fabric was hanging from. I'm going to show you pictures of this, and then I'm going to explain exactly what the problem is. But I just wanted to give you some idea of the lay of what this place looked like. Now look at the bottom there, that little gray strip at the bottom. That's about 2 inches. That's going to factor into some measurements that we're going to take in just a second. But I just want you to get a good look at this and what it looks like in live action, so you can really see the inside of his cell before we go to some pictures. Now we're going to go through some pictures, and I'm going to show you the exact problem with what's been reported about how Jeffrey Epstein's body was found. Now this is actually part of L here. This is the cell block that Jeffrey Epstein was housed in.
Much appreciated.
There's a camera. This camera was supposed to not be working. That's going to come into play later. That's actually the second half of this video, but I just wanted to show you what this looks like because we're going to talk about it. Now, as we turn into this cell, you can see it's an absolute mess. Sheets everywhere, blankets everywhere, clothes all over the place. The mattress has been pulled off of the top bunk. It's been put on the floor. This is actually how his cell was found the day he died. And then there's some fabric right here. We're going to come back to that. I want you to note this. I'm not going to talk about it now, but this is potentially significant. And then this is where his body was actually found.
Okay.
Now you can see this piece of fabric right here, this long piece of fabric.
I can see that piece of fabric.
We're going to walk through exactly what happened that morning. I'm going to explain to you the problems with what happened.
Okay.
And if you look closely, you can see exactly where the tear was, where he ripped the noose off of it. Now I want to make very clear, the noose was not this piece of fabric. It wasn't that this was wrapped in a circle and he tore this. The noose was a separate piece of fabric that is very clear for everything that's described. That is important because we're going to be doing some measurements in a few minutes. But first I want to explain to you exactly what the correctional officer says that he found the morning of Jeffrey Epstein's death. On the morning of August 10th, 2019,
Excuse me.
Correctional officer Michael Thomas goes in to Jeffrey Epstein's cell to bring him breakfast. What he sees is Jeffrey Epstein in a seated position. He said that he was suspended 1 inch off the ground. Now, in that seated position, his body was upright. So his buttocks to his head were upright. His legs were in front of him. He said he ran over and he ripped the noose off, and then he started doing chest compressions. He said that his face looked normal. He said that it looks like maybe it had just happened. He said that he wasn't even sure that he was dead at the time, but he was doing chest compressions. Now, what he doesn't remember is who else was in the room. He doesn't remember what nurses came in. He doesn't remember what happened to the noose. He can remember pretty much no other details. And that, I think, is significant in the sense that he remembers him being suspended 1 inch off the ground when at no point he actually looked. Now, I do want to be clear before we go on. I'm not suggesting that Michael Thomas was part of a cover-up. I actually don't think he was. I think he believes he was answering this honestly. I just think...
Oh, not even the same cover.
Because what I think is more likely is that Jeffrey Epstein's body was sitting up against the wall. He was seated in that position, that the string was pulled fairly tight, but he wasn't suspended off of the ground. I think that when you see somebody in that position, particularly when they have a ligature, you assume they are
thanks, I
suspended.
appreciate
I
that.
don't think that he was. I think that that's just what he logically believed because of what he was observing. I'm going to show you mathematically why there's no way he could have been suspended, given what we're seeing.
Oh, shit.
But I think that there was a genuine mistake there. And once he had reported that Jeffrey Epstein's body was suspended, that then affected the medical examiner report, and that affected how everybody saw this. Now, I'm going to show you why. You know that he shouldn't have been suspended. And just to be clear,
how's work going?
used these pictures to show to the medical examiner to say this is what the way things were set up. So this is not, it should not be changed at all. It's exactly the way it looked when this happened. Now, I started wondering how he measured this. Just doesn't look like that much space. How could he have possibly suspended in this small amount of space. And he wasn't in some sort of weird bobsled position or some sort of angle. He is described as being vertically, straight up and down. All of that aside, I wanted to figure out how we can figure out a distance to this piece of fabric right here, because it just doesn't seem that long. And I realized we've got cinder blocks right here, and cinder blocks are a standard size, including throughout their 8 inches. So we know exactly how high this is. If you recall, I pointed out that little gray band at the bottom is approximately 2 inches. Well, now we're going to go through and calculate exactly how high up this piece of fabric is right here. And I mentioned earlier, this potential noose, they still don't know whether or not this was it, but this would add another inch or two to all of that we just saw. So I just want you to keep in mind, they think this was probably it, but no one knows for sure. They still aren't sure what was or wasn't used as the ligature. This is their best guess, even though this right here is what is always shown.
Okay, okay.
In fact, it was
Not,
this was unequivocally not what was used, but it was what was given to the medical examiner. We're going to get to that later.
Lori.
That little 2-inch band I showed you earlier on, that little gray band at the bottom, like, it counted for that. And now we're going to look at where this would fall on an average height of man. So, 2 inches at the bottom, and this does not count the mattress. That would probably actually add 3 inches that would negate some of this, but I'm not including that. I'm trying to be as conservative as I can be. So after one brick, we're at 10.
The fuck is this shit?
34 and 44. So we know for sure, these are very standard sizes. This is most definitely correct as far as how high up this piece of fabric is. Now the average man, the part of his neck where the ligature would have been, because we've seen pictures of it way up there, it would have been approximately around 30 inches. If you pulled this down, it would probably be pulled down all the way to 24 inches. And then you add that noose that we saw earlier. Another couple of inches on top of any looseness from the noose as well. This was a knot, it was fairly loose. We would be going all the way down to about 18 inches, if not more.
No, I'm done, dude.
This noose we saw earlier, that could count with the setup. If he was not suspended, then that means the medical examiner's findings are incorrect, because the medical examiner told things the neck were crushed, the trachea was pushed, all of these things that are related to pressure that wouldn't happen if it was a simple asphyxiation. So the fact that he was suspended is extremely relevant to everything else. He would have had to have been suspended for the medical examiner's report to make any sense. And if he wasn't suspended, then everything that we know about how he died is wrong. Now the alternative explanation would be that somebody set him up in a seated position, put a ligature around his neck and pulled it tight. That's pretty much all you'd be able to do if you in fact murdered somebody and tried to stage it. Anything else logistically would just be too difficult. And so to me it makes sense given how hectic everything was, how confused Michael Thomas was, and like I said, we're getting ready to go through some interviews so you can see exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, sorry.
The idea that he even could estimate that he was 1 inch off the ground is implausible to me at this point. A couple of last little details I do want to point out. Piece of fabric right here, you'll note it.
Then don't talk to me then. I give a fuck shit.
Yeah, I mean he's pitiful. He's pathetic.
I thought the same thing. He don't radiate confidence.
He radiates
that's what I mean.
That's what he radiates to me.
You know, the first day when he said, I didn't think people were going to hang on my every word, I just about fell out of my
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like, you can't just say anything. Okay, we got Tiffany in the back. Alright, we're going to bring Tiffany in with us.
I think if I were Savannah, I would be hiring, first of all, I'd be calling out a search. Second of all, I'd be hiring my own team of private investigators at this point.
She had a private investigator at the house, but they're saying that she didn't hire a private investigator, but he definitely was there because I was standing right there, heard him with my own ears say, I'm a private investigator and I'm dropping these signs off for the family.
I mean, this is insane.
Yeah. Tiffany, can you hear us, Tiffany?
Oh, I can hear you good. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay. Give us your rundown on this, Tiffany, since you're just coming in.
Okay. Well, it's good that you're home, Dolly. And, you know, I love you to death and I love PJ. So I just wanted to say before I get into this, this is a legend. This is my opinion. This has nothing to do with Dolly because I'm fixing to get deep. Okay.
Okay, we'll go down the rabbit hole.
I'm fixing to get real deep. Okay. So, well, first I wanted to say something really quick. The garage door comes open and it comes shut, correct? Yes. And it's like a minute. So my question is, and I haven't heard any. I just got home. We went out of town this weekend, so I haven't been able to listen to everything. So I hope I'm not repeating something y'all said. But anyway, the garage door goes open and then it goes shut really quickly. So this is my question. Mobility issues. Did he not walk her in to make sure she was okay? Because that sure is fast to open that garage and shut without someone helping. Because if he would have helped, he would have came back out of that garage.
I
But what
said
if
the
she
same
walked
thing
up
from
to,
the beginning.
what if she walked up to the door and then hit the clicker on the garage and it opened up and she just walked in?
Right, but he wouldn't have went in with his mother-in-law with her being unstable on her feet to make sure she got into the bed and got settled before he left. Normal men is going to make sure if an 84-year-old woman got in the house okay,
Yeah.
made sure that she got settled before he just took off. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've heard people come in here and say, "Well, what if he went in the house with her and then he unlocked the back door, then left, and then the intruder came in and knew to go through the back door?"
That's possible too. That's very possible too. So I want to go down the rabbit hole. This case is crazy. So if you think I'm crazy and whoever's listening,
I
that's
think we're
fine.
all a little crazy. You
Okay,
know,
we are. That's why I got away this weekend because I was like, this is crazy. This
I mean,
is
as long as you're
insane.
the good crazy and not the bad crazy.
Well, I don't know. You can tell me the definition when I get done with what I'm saying, but we all
Okay.
got to
All
be a
right.
little crazy sometimes.
All right. Go ahead.
So, if Bill Gates is listening to this, I'm sure he can find my IP address. And I'm sure, if I go missing, Dolly, you don't have to sit in front of my house in a lawn chair. I'm going to make
Okay.
sure I leave a note to make sure you're welcome to come in and you can do
Uh-huh.
your investigation from inside the house, nice and warm. And I'll make sure you're getting fed by somebody. Okay. You
Okay.
don't have to sit in a Walmart chair with a duct taped umbrella. We don't have to go there.
It worked.
It worked. I mean, you rocked it. So
I'm
anyway.
redneck fabulous.
So one of your callers called in and said something about Bill Gates
Uh-huh.
and about him being interviewed. So
Mhm.
I went down the rabbit hole. So
Oh.
there was a tweet that was put out by Bill Gates that he
Mhm.
was in Yellowstone at the Yellowstone Club around the time that Nancy Guthrie went missing.
Okay.
So what I done is I went on and I found the flights coming in from Tucson the night that Nancy went missing.
Okay.
And there was a flight that came in the night before at 5 something at night. The
Okay.
same flight left at 4 something in like 3 something or close to 4 something that morning, the night that she disappeared.
Okay.
It left back out of Tucson. Okay. So I did the flight history on this flight. Okay. Went all the
All
way
right.
back. It had started coming back and forth 5 times into Tucson the end of January, beginning of February. Okay.
Okay.
Before that, it never came into Tucson but one time.
Is it
And
a
that was
private jet or is
it
it a
is a
commercial?
private jet. It is a private
Okay.
jet. Guess where the jet came from Tucson from?
Yellowstone.
Yellowstone.
Okay. So you think Bill Gates flew into Tucson?
Okay, so Dolly, I got to looking into it and I was like, you know what? I'm crazy. This is crazy.
Uh-huh.
This is insane. And I know your stuff is not politics, but we may have to go on the politics side for a second. The Epstein files, all of this stuff going on. I'm like, am I being crazy? Well, then I sit here and I watch within 72 hours, there's 2 FBI raids. You don't get raids without having a warrant signed by a judge, first and foremost.
Absolutely.
You don't get doors kicked down. You don't get cars impounded. You don't go with a SWAT team at somebody's house.
Can we use some code names for people though as we move further?
Yeah, we
You
can.
know,
Let's do I
for the
don't know.
list, give a name for the list, guy.
BG.
No,
No,
let's do gatekeeper. Okay, you want to do
gatekeeper.
gatekeeper?
Okay.
It don't matter. It's your show. You pick whatever.
Okay, we go with the dude that has the list. We'll go call him the gatekeeper, and the dude that owns the jet, we'll call him.
I was fucking
Let's
with you,
see.
dork.
What do they do when they give you the shot? Like, what is that? Like a, we'll call him Mr. Injection.
Mr. Injection. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, so I'm sitting over here and I'm thinking, am I crazy? Like I know I'm a
Mhm.
little crazy. I mean, you got to be crazy a little bit to be in like to think, like try to think like some of these people. You can't be 100% sane. So I'm like, am I crazy? Well, then I see all these raids go down. Okay,
Uh-huh.
all right. So I mean, I guess the judge just has unlimited ink. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I'm like, well, is the sheriff involved because he has backloads of stuff that he's wanting to throw his weight around and not having the funds to do it, and then he's just going up there saying, well, I think this has something to do with the national, the Nancy Guthrie case, and he's getting rid of backlog right
I
before
fucking love you,
elections.
hate.
Could it be that? I mean, is he piggybacking off of this? And I just keep adding all this stuff up, Dolly, and it's just not adding up because if I had a raid outside my house
Mm-hmm.
or anybody normal had a raid and they came in and busted down doors and took me to jail, I'm not getting out of jail. They got something on me. You know what I'm saying? Or they planted something on me to take
Mm-hmm.
me in. It's just not adding up. We pay we pay the federal government. The FBI is involved in all of this stuff.
Are you
Okay.
ignoring me
So
now?
our tax paying money is going to that. The locals are going towards this raid too with their local police department. Like, why is this happening? We're just knocking down anybody's door that they feel like they have some kind of connection with, or is this a massive cover up?
That I don't know. I think it's odd too. Like, 'cause they're setting themselves up for lawsuits. You kick in my door and handcuff me, throw me on the ground, and I didn't do nothing. I'm suing you.
Well,
I said the exact same thing earlier today to my son and my daughter. I said, if
That's right.
somebody raids my house, I said, and don't take somebody to jail, I said, I am suing somebody.
Well,
Absolutely.
I'm saying that jet came in that 5 o'clock, well after 5, and then left in the wee hours of the morning.
Hmm.
Now it didn't go back to Yellowstone. It went to Mexico.
The
Okay.
private jet did.
Yeah, it didn't go back to Yellowstone. It came from Yellowstone, but it did not go back to Yellowstone because I
Okay.
can't read the chat if anybody's asking any questions because I can't see any of that. But not on this.
What airport was that, Tracy? When you say Yellowstone, are you talking about Bozeman Airport? You talking about what?
I'm hoping I
All
don't
by
lose you if I
myself.
close you
Don't
out.
want to
Or
be
can you
all
still
by
hear me?
myself
Yeah, I can
anymore.
hear you.
Okay, so I've got all my notes here. You can hear me with me looking at my notes.
You
Yeah,
got
I
notes?
got you.
Oh yeah, I got notes. I got
Oh,
receipts.
okay. Okay.
So 4 a.m. it left to Porto Vallardo. At 5:33 the night before it came in, and it came from Bowman Yella International Airport, and the
Bozeman?
Yellowstone, yeah, Bozeman, and then
Okay, I got you.
Yellowstone um, Club is where he tweeted that he was at that
Right.
particular weekend. So
I got
according,
you. I was
okay,
just
and
confused because I used to live in Bozeman and Yellowstone's down the road and they don't have an airport. So I was like, where did they fly from? So I got you.
And so I don't know if you want to write this down because PJ's really good at looking into this. But do you want the tail number on that? Do you want me to do that or you want me to email it to you?
Email that to PJ.
Okay, I'm gonna email that to PJ. But I did some deep diving in it, man. And I just,
Did you go on
but
Flight Tracker?
She's not
yes,
the only one that has said this,
Had it goes
Dolly.
here
I've
what you
seen
got
somebody
going
else
on over here?
talking about this
Lol.
too, not just her.
Yeah.
One thing y'all got to remember too is it's ski season, and the Yellowstone Club is located at Big Sky, which is a huge ski resort. So
right. And it could be nothing. Yeah, I'm
you
just
got a lot of
saying.
people flying in and out to go skiing.
But the
Too.
thing is why all of a sudden back and forth like that, and
Yeah.
then but nothing.
Right. That's weird.
Then
You
to
know what I'm
Mexico.
saying?
Yeah.
So
There's a
okay,
lot of big money that lives there.
what is the tie-in for Mister Injection with the city? Is he in with the
Hey, cake
police,
slow.
or what is the goal of why would they, if this is say this has something to do with Nancy, what would be the reasoning in that is what I don't understand.
Okay. So did you go back? I went back from the beginning because you know how we have to do that on these cases, Dolly. We have
Hmm.
to not get tunnel vision, clear our head for a minute, and go back to the beginning.
Yeah.
If you look at, for one, okay, why is she reading from a script? Why is Savannah? Okay, so the thing is your mother's 84 years old. She has been, okay, there's a lot of things here. One, the biggest red flag for me, you you work for one of the biggest news communication companies in the entire country, okay? And you're going to do your pleas on,
Instagram.
I don't know if I didn't know if I could say that, but you're going to
Mhm.
you're going to put that, you're going to do that there. Why ain't you calling your camera guy and say, "Hey, look, I need you right here because I need to say," because what if these people don't have social media and the only way that you're going to get in touch with them is through something like that?
Yeah,
Okay,
say it.
first and foremost.
Yeah, I understand what you're
That's
saying. What if they don't have Instagram? They don't even see it.
right. Second of all, if you look at her in these videos, she's reading from a script. That's been your mama for 84 years. I don't need someone to sit there and tell me what to say about my mama. I know
Yeah,
my
but the
mama.
FBI are going to control that situation.
Yeah, they
You
are.
know, because they believe it's an abduction. They have a playbook that they go by for things like this. So yeah, I would say 100% the FBI wrote what they were reading
Mm-hmm.
for
Okay.
sure. Every word
Okay.
is important.
So do you think that maybe the sheriff is getting the slack that he's getting? But do you think that he knows it's something bigger and he doesn't want to send all his evidence to Quantico because it has something to do with the government and he's trying to hold it there to get the answers because he knows something isn't right?
He's
Have you
not
ever?
smart enough.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't think he's that smart either.
No, he ain't got enough sense to get out of a
I
shallow
think his
brain.
problem is this: he don't like the FBI at all because they were
Right.
investigating him,
Yeah.
and he don't. I don't think he wants to give them credit. He wants to solve it before they can solve it.
Mm-hmm.
Like he didn't need the FBI, but I think he clearly needs the FBI. Now, I've heard everything from, you know, all kinds of conspiracy things from, any conspiracy you can think of. I love conspiracy stuff. I just don't really talk conspiracy here because I don't think it really ties into true crime very well. Um, because sometimes conspiracy is actually fact, and they try to
Mm-hmm.
make you be crazy, and they call it conspiracy to discredit you. Um, but I mean, I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. But and then if that's the case, say they have something to do with this. Who is the Latino gentleman in the ski mask?
I don't know. And the thing is, Dolly, I agree with you 100%. I said that from the beginning when that lady called. I don't remember, forgive me, I don't remember who called in. But also on this platform, I've been following you for a long time, Dolly. I've been
Hmm.
following you all the way back. I become a member. I'm almost at my year, but I have listened to you from the beginning. And but we have never had a high profile case like this or someone that is rich that is well known. The
That's
people
true.
that we have been trying, that we've lost sleep over are like, Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, Kylie Rodney, I mean, all, it's never been anything that has been tied, and it's never been anyone that
Famous and
that
wealthy.
was famous that was doing interviews to uncover truth either. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, and I
Do
totally
you think there's
100%
somebody out there
agree.
that wanted to silence her, to shut her up?
I don't think
Savannah?
I think it was a bargaining chip
Yeah. What's the motive here for your
Yeah.
theory,
There you
Tracy?
go. Good question.
What do
to
you
quit
think their motive
to
was?
quit to quit digging because out of all the I understand that she's high profile,
Uh-huh.
but why is the president involved?
Man,
You
I
get
Well,
what
mean,
I'm saying?
I
Is it
think
because
because
he
she's
wants to
well
be a
known.
hero?
no, because I
That
think Trump he's big on watching the media.
I
You
love
know,
Trump. Don't get me wrong. I mean,
I
I,
think
I voted for him. I'm not going to sit
I
here and
mean
say I didn't.
he's himself. He had his own. I think he's an entertainer more than anything. I think. And I think he pays attention to what's going on in social media where a lot of
Mhm.
people didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like he's into the trends. If that makes sense for an old man, he kind of pays attention to X and Twitter and these social media platforms and he knows the trending things. Like you see him hanging out with Snoop Dogg and shit. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
it's
but why is he not picking up? Why ain't he picking up these missing kids? If that's what
Well,
I'm
he
saying.
is. He is going after the missing kids.
He is, and get me. Like I said,
Yeah, I
I know
know.
who I voted. I'm not, but I'm just saying it's just the time. Dolly, you have to admit the timing is crazy.
Savannah's high profile. Trump has a heart. I think it's that simple. I think he
yeah,
feels
I
for her.
think he's into the trends and he's seen it. He's been hearing about it, and so he addressed it. He's like,
And
I think that's why. I mean, that's my
didn't
best guess.
Savannah even wasn't she the moderator during one of his debates
Yeah, and I think she was mean to him.
in the way back?
She
Yeah.
was. She
She
was.
was
She
she
was.
was definitely playing the other side, but they probably have some kind of formal relationship anyway, you know.
I
Well,
just
me
feel like the
myself,
timing's off.
I
That's just
think
my thing.
I think all these politicians, no matter what side of the fence they're on, they're friends. All rich people.
Yeah,
It's
they
because
are.
I look at the
Yeah.
world like there's rich people and there's poor people.
Right.
Rich
Right.
people rub elbows with rich people, and poor people rub elbows with poor people.
Well, it's
I
like
So
agree.
lawyers.
Amen.
It's like lawyers in the back room at the courthouse.
yeah, and the judge, they're
They're all
golfing together.
buddies.
Yeah,
They
they're
all
all
go to the
golfing.
same country club and eat at the same restaurants, and they're all drinking together on the weekends. But
I
in a
do
Uh,
have a
courtroom, they act like enemies. It's kind of like that, I think.
I
Nacho
do kind
Latino
of agree with a
disconnected.
little bit of what the other girl said, though. I'm sorry I didn't get her first name. T
Uh huh.
what's
Tiffany.
on my screen?
It's
Tiffany.
Tiffany. Yeah.
Sorry, Tiffany. I mean, your whole conspiracy theory about going down the rabbit hole and why the plane and all that, and how much of it's really tied into politics because of Savannah interviewing all them people and all that. Is it really tied into that? And is her husband involved in it because he did work for them and all that? But I don't know. I mean,
I put your names on the screen too, so people can see who you are.
um, her. But then you also got people saying that Annie and Tomas are involved, or A and T are involved as well. So, you know, which way does it go? Does it go the daughter and the husband that were involved and have money, or is it the ones that don't have money, or are they not? The family not involved at all? And it really was a burglary gone bad.
Or it's three options. We got three options tonight. The government did it to shut her up. We
Hmm.
got a burglar did it, just random, and we got the family could have did it for financial gain. So I think we've covered three totally different options
Hmm.
for what is going on in this case. Now,
Occam's razor.
yeah,
Occam's razor.
the most common one is probably going to be
The
ra-
simplest one is usually the
random,
answer.
or I mean, that's close because both of them are simple. One of them could be for financial gain, and one of them can be just random.
But why did they randomly pick her house on a dark street?
I mean,
I
because
mean, what are the odds of that?
if you're a criminal and you're a good criminal, you're going to case the joint. You're going to
Right.
watch it. You know what I'm saying? You're going to see that,
Hmm.
okay, there's an old lady up here. She's no threat to me. I can snatch her up. I can get what I want to get. It's dark enough. Nobody's going to see me. I've
Hmm.
walked around enough to know where people are nearby because I believe he's
Well,
hiked these trails.
I've
And it,
said my opinion, Dolly. I'm gonna let somebody else come in.
okay,
Have a good night.
Good
all
night.
right. So, I mean, anything's possible though. I mean, I ain't ruling nothing out.
But see,
Would
I
it
don't
be
think it's financial gain, Dolly. If Tomas, well, I don't know. I think if it has something to do with Tomato and the
Uh-huh.
poet, I always say the poet. Um,
Tomato and the poet.
Tomato and the poet. If it had something to do with them, the only thing that I can gather from that is okay. Well, everything was being done, like landscapers, house cleaners, all of that. So the money was dwindling down.
Hmm.
Also, they were, and this goes back in time. I mean, there's always one child that is handling everything. You get what I'm saying? That, and then the sister's out there living her life, the brother's on the other side of the world living his life, and they're stuck there day in and day out, and they have the responsibility, and they just got tired of it, and the money was dwindling down, and there was jealousy and all of that, and they just wanted to be done with it. Um, that's possible. To me, that's possible. And with us doing true crime, it's usually who's the last person that saw the person,
Yeah.
you know. But then you've got the random, and if it was random, normally they don't snatch somebody up. They just you're
No.
gonna find a you're gonna
I
find a
know
body.
that's the biggest mystery is why
Yeah,
they
you
took her
got the
from the
whole carrying
town.
her out of the house problem there
And
too.
Yeah.
it wouldn't been random. That's the thing. It wouldn't have been random if
No.
they took her, because they took her knowing that there was money involved, that they
Yeah.
could get the ransom. But if it was random and say they came in and did something freaked out, and then they just wanted to dispose of her, maybe they
Mhm.
didn't know who she was and who she was connected to, and they're like, oh my god, we picked the wrong house and the wrong lady. You know what I'm saying? Because this blew up, like
Yeah.
we're screwed. You know what I'm saying? But it's just,
If they're that dumb, they
I
would
don't
have been
know. I
caught.
don't. I just. This is probably the craziest case I think on this channel. That we've had some rough stuff, but
Mhm.
this one is just turned. It's just been crazy. I mean, and like in all the other cases, we didn't see feds knocking down doors and then arresting people, and the next morning they're released.
No. I think the biggest other one we covered far as nationally was
Yeah, that's
Culberger,
strange.
Idaho 4. That was a pretty big one.
That's too weird.
But
Yeah, but by
we
God,
didn't
when they
see
got
that.
him, they kept him, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean,
We
if they're
didn't.
gonna bother to kick your door in,
It's crazy, Dolly. I just ain't never. I mean,
It
it's
makes me feel
just,
like, when they keep arresting the wrong people or detaining, whatever word they want to use, it just makes me feel like they don't know anything. Or why arrest them before? Are you just looking for those enough clues? Like if you grab them now, maybe you'll find the clues before they get rid of it. Or they just don't have
we
anything. Or
lost
somebody
Dolly.
called in the tip line and said, "Hey, this person did it," so they sent SWAT to their house.
yeah, but where's the probable cause though? I mean, the judge has to sign on a warrant. I mean, SWAT equals manpower. Manpower equals
Money.
money. And
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and 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 that is coming out of the pockets of everyone that's on this stream. We pay the federal government and then the locals. I
Hmm.
mean, it makes it, and this is national news. This is internet. I mean, it's going everywhere, and it makes us look like we don't know what we're doing over here. It makes us look stupid. Bottom line, it makes us look stupid.
Well,
I
they're
agree.
I think they're so far off on things that it's gotten super crazy. Like now, when they arrest somebody, I'm gonna be like, well, are they gonna hold them? You know what I'm saying? I don't have any
I'm
confidence
gonna
that
go
they're.
out and come back in because I can't hear Dolly anymore,
Oh,
or
you
I'm just
can't
gonna
hear me?
go out.
Okay.
Thanks, y'all. Have a good night.
All right. You too. Oh, well, she couldn't hear me, but can everybody else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine on this side,
Okay. All right.
but and
Is
then you've
Carol
got,
still in the room? Carol, are you still here?
I'm here. I'm here,
Oh,
Dolly.
okay. You're quiet. I didn't know you were still here.
Well, I'm trying to mute myself because my dog is making
Oh,
noise.
oh, okay. Okay. You've been
So the
so
minute
quiet. I
I
didn't know.
say a greeting, like he thinks somebody's in the house. so
Oh,
so I'm not
okay. Well,
I'm trying not to say the HELLO or
oh, I got
HI.
you.
Yeah.
Jessica's back. Hey, Jessica.
Hey, I just wanted to know, do you know this Brittany Whitney girl?
Brittany Whitney? I don't know. Who is Brittany Whitney?
She's some girl that sa- says that she thinks that she's still alive after hearing that it's a burglary gone bad.
Uh-huh.
And she was just saying that after the evidence and all that that they got out of the Range Rover, that she thinks that she's still alive.
Is she a
It's
YouTuber?
No, I think she's a reporter. She was on
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
857 Tucson's um maybe it's not Brittany Whitney, but I think her name's Brittany. But anyway, she's on 857
Uh-huh.
Tucson's page.
Okay.
But he put it up there, and he said he's been following her from the beginning, and he believes her scenario is the most.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
I
She's
just
like
was
she's a like a Facebook reporter or TikTok reporter or something.
yeah. I've never seen her before, but
Yeah, I
I just
have.
happen to I've seen her on his page. That's why I was just wondering if you've ever listened to anything she said.
Yeah, on this case, I've heard her say other things. Like PJ follows her, but me myself, I don't personally follow her, but I know who she is.
Yeah, so you've seen her stuff and heard what she's had to say and
Not
stuff.
not in this case. I've heard her say stuff about other cases that we follow,
Oh,
and
I like I said, this is the first time I've done anything with any cases. I just was one. This is like the only thing I've ever heard on. So you've heard her do
yeah,
other cases.
yeah, but I had to disagree with her. I don't believe this woman's alive.
You don't.
No, not even close. Like my years in true crime tell me this woman's been gone. Right? That I mean, if she is alive, I'm be proud to be wrong, but my gut tells me this woman's
What are your
beyond.
followers? I mean, do all of your followers think she's gone?
I would say probably we can ask guys if you think Nancy is alive. Press one in the chat. If you think she's dead, like this video and press two in the chat. But either way, like the damn video. But
No
one,
shit,
she's
like it.
alive. Two, she's dead. Let's hear what you people got to say.
Dolly, I think she's alive. It's
There's a
Carol.
lot of twos. I don't see
I
nothing
think
but
she's
twos in the
alive.
chat. I'm gonna cut
I
them off
don't know
too.
either way. I mean, my gut's telling me after as much as we've done that she's not, but I just don't want to give hope away. You know what I
No, I
mean?
know.
Like, I don't want to. So I don't know. But I want to ask you something, Dolly. I really just want to
Hmm.
ask you. You were down there, you were in front of that house for hours and hours. You saw
Hmm.
that area. What is your gut telling you that what your gut, as much as you've done this, what are you thinking has happened to that woman?
They snatch her out the house, buried her in the desert somewhere.
But who?
Oh.
Sorry, Lori.
I don't know.
I didn't realize I
You
was
think
muted.
it was random?
I think it's
Fuck.
somebody connected to somebody that works inside that home or has familiarity with that home. Maybe it be a roofer or landscaper, a nurse, a pool guy. But I think if it's not them directly, it's one of their family or friends. Like, you know, because you could work for somebody and go, well, I worked at this rich old lady's house today. She had a bunch of diamonds laying around. The next thing you know, somebody runs over there and breaks up in the house because they heard what you said. So I would lean more towards that, honestly. And if it's not that, then of course
Leave it
I
to
still
me
kind of
to
keep an eye on the
upset
family
somebody else with my
because we
depression.
really
Right
look
on
at the
me.
family dynamic. You know, like you
Retard.
were talking about the pictures and taking pictures of their financial records. It would make sense because maybe if they're in financial debt, they may have some motive. I'm trying to look for motive. You know, because most crimes ain't just random. There's
Chicken Cakes is
something,
awesome, by the way.
like most
Oh.
criminals operate in places they're familiar with. Or they're
Okay.
I'm
past.
obviously way too
So
late.
let me pick
Sorry
your
there.
brain. So
Whatever
let's
the
go
fuck.
on that theory that you've got. Okay.
I don't even know where the
Your
fuck
gut's
people
telling
hang
you.
out, so
So let's start
whatever.
looking
Have
at
a good
each one
time,
of those
man.
for a second. Okay, the roofer. Okay. Do you know why I think the roofer needs to be eliminated?
Right.
Okay, because if it was a roofer or a painter, why was that camera left on that other rooftop and not taken down?
Yeah, definitely not a roofer.
Okay, so let's knock the roofer off.
Okay.
Okay,
No.
landscaper. Okay.
No Lori there.
The landscapers, when they're doing, okay, so I clean houses. That's what I do for a living. I've said it 100 times on here. That's what I do. The landscapers are there 90% of the time that I'm cleaning most of these homes.
Yeah.
And you know the first thing they say to me? They say, I'm sorry, I hope she cut off the cameras. because I'm the trigger of going in front, reading, doing this, doing that. Landscapers know that camera's there.
Yeah.
Okay?
I can vouch for that because my son does the same thing for a living.
House cleaners know where every camera is just about in the house. You ain't gonna hide them. Well, we clean
So,
with dust. If
I
you're a
deleted
good house
Melissa's
cleaner,
Discord
you're gonna clean
rather
everything.
than,
You're gonna clean the door, you're gonna clean glass, you're gonna clean. You're
I don't
gonna
know, leave
know
it there.
You're gonna know. When this guy
Deleted my Discord.
he had no, he was like, oh, there's a camera there. He was a complete ding dong, and then he wants to shove shrubs in there. You know what I'm saying?
So
Like,
you didn't know the camera was there at all.
yeah, yeah. And if it was somebody connected to that house, they would have told him the ins and outs of that house. That's the only reason why. Because you know what? I was 100% on board with that. I'm like, it's somebody.
What is
You
this?
know, that was connected.
I wonder what this is on the line with the 2 red lights in front of the house. Why does it look like there's a car pulled right up to the house doors like that? Can y'all see that on the screen?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Earlier, and somebody drove into the driveway.
Are you saying that's not a car?
House live right now.
Are you saying it's not a car?
This car looks like it's pulled right up to the door with the lights shining on it. Is that a car?
Yes, it's a car.
I see the license plates. That is odd. Why would it be parked blocking the road like that?
Ask JLR.
But I thought the same thing you thought, Dolly and Todd.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, we got Dr. Latina with us. We're bringing up Dr. Latina.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hey, I'm sorry. I was in the show, but
Hey,
my
Kelly.
mic and my
Yeah, it wasn't connecting.
wasn't connecting. I had to call my daughter, of course, and she had to be like, "Mama, do this, then this, then this, then that."
Oh, okay. You
But
met
Hey, Bubble Boots.
Where I left off while I couldn't hear you was where the gal from Texas called. I believe it was Texas.
Yeah.
With the what I call the Einstein list theory. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. This is what I don't tell me if I'm repeating what other people say. This is how I think this is related. First of all, if any of our 85-year-old mothers went missing, do you really think that the FBI and President Trump would get involved? No.
No, clearly not.
Then we have to look at why. And this is where this gal, and I believe she was from Texas, tell me if I'm wrong, you know the gal that was talking about
I
10 minutes ago.
probably shouldn't have said hi. Everybody I say hi to fucking vanishes.
The conspiracy, she was like calling a gatekeeper, that was too
Yes.
I'm here.
Okay. And inject the boy and whatever. Where are you? What's your name?
Tiffany.
Miss Tiffany, that's right, Miss Tiffany. I'm with her, but I think the piece that I don't agree with Miss Tiffany is the following. Let's just step back. We're going to call it the Einstein files. Does everybody get that?
Yes.
Savannah's husband, 2 days
Einstein probably was a pedophile.
Miss Nancy going missing.
I think he was married to a 14-year-old or
Four
something at some
Einstein
point.
files were
Maybe I'm
put
wrong.
out, and he is listed in there, not as a co-conspirator, nor as an SA'er, but as
Yeah,
somebody
what the hell?
who was deeply involved in 3 different financial companies,
Literally, my like.
with strong ties with Einstein.
Okay.
So there's a lot of question about what he knew and didn't know, and whether or not he needs to be investigated.
Okay.
Now, that's why a lot of people are thinking that this abduction, kidnapping of Nancy has to do with almost like, I hate to say like a psyop or whatever.
Like what? They're kidnapping 84-year-old women, so they're not pedophiles anymore? Fuck out of here.
But also, it has something to do with Savannah's husband being implicated in that file.
And Nancy knew about it.
And Nancy knew about it. But what I don't get, this is all conjecture. You know, this is all conjecture, right, guys? I mean, this is my theory. But what I don't get, Miss Tiffany and or anybody that's on this little panel here, because I can't read the chat, is what would be the best?
You can come clean mine.
Some shenanigans have been going on for years in terms of financial, right? And the Einstein and the husband of Savannah. How would this help to kidnap her? That's the piece I'm kind of having trouble missing. Does anybody have any idea?
I get what you're saying. Why put more of a spotlight on it? I get what you're saying.
Exacto.
I mean, blackmail would be my first thing. Maybe somebody, they're scared somebody will come out and say something. And
oh yeah, that's good. That's
leverage. This is the leverage to hold over. That's if they're keeping her alive. You know,
I was gonna make spaghetti later.
That's why I think she's alive.
Oh.
If she isn't alive, then they don't have that leverage.
But I think that's what you just said. The leverage.
That's why she was flown to Mexico. She's out of the country, and that's why somebody said it was going to go international.
That's what I think. So, because think about it, the other piece of it is, I think Miss Tiffany said this, but then there was another gal that was on a little bit earlier that I've lost my train of thought. Just take it's so complex. But oh, I got it. Then why didn't I don't even know what channel Savannah works for. Is it NBC? Is it
I think it's NBC.
Yeah. Folks are asking, like, why wouldn't NBC take her cameraman and let her do her thing? I think the mainstream media would wash their hands of this in terms of being at all like her station has been very quiet. And if this has anything to do with the Einstein files and all that kind of stuff, I think they want.
Who the hell is this lady?
Yeah.
I completely 100% agree with you. But also, her husband, Savannah's husband, was also the PR person that spoke for, you know who?
For Einstein?
No.
For Mr.
I can't read what the fuck that name says.
For HNC. HNC.
Ow.
One of them was past
a wife of a past important person.
Yep. He was the one that would clean up all the messes.
Agency, help me. Give me a
Okay. You don't say her name 3 times. And she has a list of people that are missing.
Who? Beetlejuice?
He was their PR
Her
person.
husband smoked cigars in an important house that was painted white.
Yeah, we're exactly asking about Epstein at the
I
conference.
don't follow, but I'm saying you guys are gonna have to look this all up later.
Oh,
you mean hillbilly?
Yeah.
I call him hillbilly.
No, not you. Go.
Need some juice?
You can go look and Google.
You want some honeycombs?
Who he was the
Okay.
PR with that was a past important person, and it will pull it up. And it's somebody that was
Billy.
Yes.
I got you. Okay.
Yes.
So this is how I think all of this is tying together.
Do you really not like
guys?
honeycombs?
You've got the entire, you even have like the international media all camped out there. Like, Dolly, no other case that you have covered has the entire world had its microscope or lens right on a missing 85-year-old person.
No, it's unique, I think.
So that's why, Miss Tiffany, I know we said that I agree we generally don't talk politics on this channel, but in this case, I think they're inextricably linked. I think they're linked. That's just my thought. That's all I really had to say.
I mean, that is one of the options. I mean, that option could be on the table because it could be as simple as, Savannah leans to the left and somebody on the right didn't like what she said.
Exactly. And apparently
it would be a punishment for what you said. And next time you go to talk bad or say something about the right, you'll think twice.
So that could be it, or that they want her to hush.
Maybe.
I think it could be so about politics. I think it could be so about politics. She's got a lot of money. Money is not an issue for this family.
And
yeah.
She hasn't even offered up dime. Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
They give me a whole ball of these things.
I've had money and I've had no money.
Yes.
And
somewhere.
And people treat you differently when you have money. They
Good.
definitely
I hope
do.
so.
So you think that's why they're in the spotlight is because she's elite?
I don't know.
If I end up with money someday and people still treat me like this, I'm gonna fucking kill everyone.
Dr. Latina.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. My last name is Oliveris.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So.
And I have 5 Hispanics.
Did you get those little containers I brought up for you?
What's your theory on the top? The one
Did you
with
find
the
them?
octopus, all right?
They're
Yeah, Carol.
by the light
It was
switch.
Carol.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's
right
your
by your
theory?
door.
Yes. So are you
I
saying
don't know.
There's like 7 or 8 of them.
Well,
I know you like collecting them, so I
I've
chucked them over there.
To Savannah, who's making a ton of money.
right?
I think that's like I've been super wealthy
Yikes.
and I've lost everything. Like I've been through all of that. So I know how people treat you when you have everything. And it's
Yeah, I don't
they
know.
just
I have no idea what that's like. What the fuck?
I'm sorry.
No.
I know how people treat you when you have everything. Holy fuck, bitch.
Like I'm like struggling now.
No, that's okay. I'm sorry your husband died. No.
Ha!
I'm
Ho
interested
ho!
in hearing your theory.
What the fuck?
I've never been worth more than $100 in a pack of Skittles.
That was pretty cold.
So I think
No, I get it. I'm sorry your husband
you
died.
have to chase the money. I think you really have to chase the money.
I think a lot of people believe that too. Follow the money trail, and
Yeah.
it'll lead you to all the answers.
Do you think that Tommaso and is that what you mean? Like that they're not?
I have no idea.
Just
Honestly,
it could be.
I have no idea, she says. I don't know what the fuck I mean.
I wish I had an idea. I mean, I think there's so little information being given.
I'm just talking shit. I don't know.
That it's really hard for us, you know, as a collective group to sort of figure it out. Like,
There's so many theories out there too.
yeah.
That sometimes when there's so many theories, it muddies the water.
Does make it work.
Well, I'm sorry that you know, the only
don't be
reason
sorry.
because I don't think normally like that.
No,
But-
right.
but
I
when-
honestly think the gatekeeper guy.
Because I don't, personally, me at the beginning of all of this, and I still, like, there's 65-70% of me that still doesn't think it's that serious, and it has to do with the family. But the problem is when you say the family, there's a family member that's involved in all of this too. You get what I'm saying? So it, you know, you put everything on the table, and I would have never went down that rabbit hole, Dolly. And I'm sure I'll probably done an exploded chat, and they probably think that I need medication. And
You probably do need medication.
I think a lot of people that are into true crime, they're right on the border of conspiracy anyway.
well, the thing is, the bottom line is, guys. The thing is, at the bottom line, I would have never, like, that lady called in and I laughed when
The thing is, you guys, the bottom line
nothing to do with politics. And
of
then
it is the
I sat
thing.
there and watched you there, and then I saw 2 SWATs in a 72-hour period. Oh, well, everybody got sent home. And I'm over here like, okay, what is really going on here? What is really going on here? Because people don't just break down doors. That's
Yeah.
and so I'm like, like if I'm in Twilight Zone.
Like they're just running around fucking Arizona busting in doors.
Together and go down rabbit holes, which is not where we need to be sometimes. But go down rabbit holes and try to see if there was any weight in anything. And the bottom line is where was this plane? Why was this plane there? Is it connected? I'm sure
But I
that
think that is a good thought, especially if it ends up going down to Mexico. I mean, come on, man. That whole elite underworld that's running our entire world, probably, they do whatever they really want to do, and so taking her over the border could be very, very possible. And yeah, it could be very, very possible. There was somebody in chat just a minute ago, and it's going so fast, and I read so slowly, that said to Dr. Latina, don't forget the card. There was a business card that was placed on Nancy's door. Can somebody remember what that was?
That was for Child Protective Services. Or Adult Protective Services.
Adults.
After she went missing?
2 days
Adult
before.
abuse.
Really?
Maybe. I don't know if it was
Adult abuse 2 days before she went missing? Why did that happen?
There was a picture of it.
What does that even mean?
And then I go back to what I think again Tiffany was saying. is that they spend hours in there taking photographs. And I know I've heard Dolly talked about painting over blood and the luminol, and yes, they could have been doing all that kind of luminol check in there too.
Painting over the blood.
Is significant that 2 weeks after this whole thing has gone down, they've gone back to Annie's house and they've spent hours in there taking photos. And what better to do than to take photographs of documents? And I did read that there was a power of attorney that Tommaso filled out. Did anybody hear about this?
Yeah, for Annie. But Annie is some people said was the head of the estate, but come to find out, Nancy owns her house. So I think that was a lot of rumor, but I think there was. Tommaso was trying to get power of attorney over Annie.
Oh, I thought over Nancy.
Baby tomato sauce? I don't even know what that is.
But if you're of sound mind,
How did that survive?
Just in case there's a medical emergency.
Oh, but he signed it incorrectly or something, right?
I don't know. Because there's so many rumors and there's so much misinformation that goes on. It's hard to tell what's real and what ain't real. You know, that's what I mean about the water getting muddied and stuff getting confusing. Mary, thank you. She says, I think it was A and T trying to get money from A's sister, and they hired someone, and it went wrong.
Wow, looks like this woman from CSI, Miami or something, Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'd like to know who
Oh, is it her?
the one that called and said that she
No.
wasn't on the church.
And she didn't go to somebody's house. She met with her daughter every Sunday on the same church service that's in New York.
Okay, low latency streaming, one channel, standard HD, and then we're gonna do a 6-hour stream for 8,000
She also got online with her daughter on the same church service. So which was it? Was she getting online with her daughter that day, or was she going to meet somebody?
She's going to somebody's house, a neighbor's house, church service.
Oh, you was? Yeah, you remember? Oh, now you don't know.
Whoa, Vicky's so high.
That's crazy. Why was there a problem then? What's the problem now? Now that I'm in your face, it's the problem.
Because that's the past.
And we got beef before we got beef forever, period.
I ain't got beef with nobody.
Oh, I got beef with you.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
Let's go.
Okay.
Take your jacket off. Let's fight. You wanted to fight then? Fight now. Oh, it's beef right now.
No, I'm telling you, there ain't no beef.
But I'm telling you.
But I'm telling you, it ain't.
She's scary.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. It's like, remember last year? You was talking about all that stuff on the ground?
Holy fuck. Red tassel. Really?
Clav rated me? Oh god.
You're better looking than Asmongold? Thank you, bro. That's a good looking guy right there. Nah, that is not a good looking guy.
Clav rated me? Oh god.
You're better looking than Asmongold? Thank you, bro. That's a good looking guy right there. Nah, that is not a good looking guy. Asmongold?
Ooh.
You think he's good looking? No. I don't think he likes me. At least he's tall.
True.
But, it's all good, bro. He's got it made.
What does Asmongold do? Because I see him on the kick,
he does like Charles.
reacting.
He drinks Coca-Cola and reacts to videos.
Dr. Pepper.
Cool guy, though. Shout out to Asmongold. Yeah, he seems
Dr. Pepper.
Lab said Art Basil was gay. Look where he
Now I
is
feel
right
bad for being mean to Neon. Neon seems like a nice guy. So this was me back in 2012, 2013. And you can see my jaw is quite a bit different than it is now. And then you can look at, again, there is another
Yeah, what's the
example.
deal?
And this is when I was 17. So yeah, this was, I think I was like 22 or 23, and I was 17 in that one. So that's what it was. Basically, there's been a very interesting development that's happened over the past maybe 2 or 3 weeks. There has been a new anime that's been released, and it's coming out in 10 to 20 second clips on Twitter, and it's being released every single day. Now, for a very long time, let me see if I can show this, right? So, this is how it all really started. is this guy Clavicular, and we've seen this video, has this annoying, obnoxious, I don't know where the original video was, the really funny one, but anyway, so this guy has this annoying stream sniper, and then he basically just runs him over. Watch.
Oh, Clavicular. I heard he ran a guy over. What the fuck?
Beautiful.
Is he dead?
At this moment, I really realized this was the guy. He runs this dude over, and he says, is he dead? Hopefully. And do you want to know what happened to him? Fucking nothing. Nothing happened. All the charges got dropped. He didn't go to jail. He literally ran this little weasel over, ran him over in a Cybertruck, and the cops let him go, and they said it's no fucking problem, right? That's the meth? You're goddamn motherfucking right, and it was in Florida, and that's the way it should be. Absolutely. Yeah, following the law. He's that guy. He didn't kill him. Unfortunately, did not kill him. But that being said, now things got even more extreme, right?
Why did I just see somebody
I'll go back
walking?
and show you the next thing. And so he was really the only guy here, right? I can't believe I'm showing you guys this. Oh my god. So then this clip happened, which was pretty much the big turning point for what happened. Now, let me see if I can find the original. Where's the original for this? God damn it. Wait a minute. I can't find the original clip. Shit. Give me a minute. No. This gets even better, right? And so... Oh, no. Okay, well, here it is, right? So, he got... Yes, exactly. Can't chat find it? I don't know where the original clip is. Okay, wait a minute. We have the original. One of my viewers has this. This is... Yeah, of course we have this. Alright, so then... Clav was pretty much the only character in the show. He was the only character in the show, but then suddenly a second one appears. Clavicular ran into a frat leader at ASU and got brutally frame-mogged by him. Now, you might not know what frame-mogging means. So frame-mogging is just very simply, this guy is more built, he's worked out more, and he looks more physically in shape than Clav does. So this is the video of it. Here we go. Let's watch it. And you can see that's a big dude. That's a wide hole. Man. It's Vegeta? It could, yes, this could actually be Vegeta. Get to the anime already. It means robust bone structure, actually. Well, yeah, he has pretty wide shoulders. He definitely does. He's actually pretty skinny for how big his shoulders are. I'm kind of surprised. So then beyond that, this gets even better. So it's gone back and forth where this other guy now, this number 2 ranked Chad, androgenic, continues to search the city as the ASU frat leader remains unseen. So this guy, in order to... I feel gay in saying this. But there's nothing gay about this, okay? This is the most manly thing that's happened in years. So this guy straight up shows up like Vegeta after Goku gets one-upped. Like somebody said it was like Majin Vegeta knocking Goku out so he could fight Majin Buu. So now you've got this guy walking around, and he's a tall guy. It's human peacocking? It is. Yep, there's power creeping as well. It's JoJo shit? It absolutely is. Oh my god. So then it's going. Vince McMahon tried to inject WWE style kayfabe into bodybuilding in the early 90s and it didn't stick. Funny that 30 years later, that model is breaking through as frame mogging. So it gets even crazier. So then this is the same frat leader, the same guy, and he doesn't have a name. He has no name. He just simply is ASU frat leader. Since his Terra Chad androgenic presence closing in to dethrone him from frame mog leaderboards, he's ready to ascend max, preventing any rank shifts and lock in his 7.2 PSL. Uh-oh.
You gotta start with maxing shot right here, bro. Androgenic blockade, bro. You gotta start with maxing G.
You got a Roid Max?
Hey, listen, bro. Just say that I fucking love you.
What are we doing? We're not doing much. What are you doing?
The frame and you're coping, and that's totally okay, bro. You can fucking cope.
This is insane. Can you put this in WoW terms? Yeah, they're trying to figure out who has a higher gear score. And so then, beyond this, number 2 ranked Chad Enterdick meets up with Connor Murphy to strategize the next move in World War Mog, studying the ASU frat leader's steroid and peptide cycle.
Oh no, that's just no, that's a super long time like eventually you'll cause a refund. The drug will just last forever. Yeah, that would be nice to be able to take that.
Oh my god.
Oh no, that's just
man.
No,
This is some brain rot content. I'm in my 20s and I'm too old for this. Well, once you get to your 30s, you'll realize that it's funny again. I think this is hilarious. I'm sorry, but if you don't find this amusing, you don't have any sense of joy in your life. This is fucking hilarious. It is insane. I love it. It's so funny. And then so again, bro got mad, and so this is also, so people are angry at Clav. Bro got mad, Clavicular were stealing his girl. ASU frat leader would never do this to his fellow man.
Oh, right on.
So this is Clav going into a club, stealing a guy's girlfriend on Valentine's Day. You can't steal
Mardi Gras, all right.
Valentine's Day was yesterday.
He mogged him? He did.
Brother, 18 minutes ago, Valentine's Day ended, so you're gonna have to
oh my god.
Why are you guys begging me? Come on, man. That's literally the lamest shit ever.
The lamest shit ever, yeah? Damn, bro, like... This hoe switched up on him quick.
Wow.
God damn.
Bro, that's why, like, I can't even believe how retarded the average man is.
So true, yeah. Absolutely. Then later on, she regrets it and releases a jerk in another video. Oh,
that's ridiculous.
That. So wait a minute. So she was getting clowned on. Wow.
What a... I hope that guy broke up with his stupid girlfriend. Holy fuck.
Oh my fucking god. So
is that him right there?
Sure it is. And so
holy shit.
It gets even dumber than this. Andrew Tate preparing young Clavicular's mind and spirit for his next anime training.
Right in his face?
The ASU frat leader. This is pure cinema. Andrew Tate gives Clav a pep talk about his future and how he must be careful to So this is like, you know what this reminds me of? This is like in an anime, whenever you have like a character from like previous seasons, like Master Roshi, that comes in.
Oh man, do I ever go to find these pills?
Or one of the new guys, like advice on like what to do. You know, you have, because this is the character from the last season, right? It's Andrew Tate, and now he's making a cameo in the new season.
Statue of Liberty is there.
Oh, let's begin.
Freedom and hope. The Statue of Liberty is there, and it's supposed to symbolize freedom and hope and liberty for all. But as you learn in Arizona, to a lesser extent, to what I learned in Romania, is that none of us.
What's wrong with his head?
And that we're all stuck inside the Matrix, and that even if you're the president of the United States, you're arguing with some fucking senator or some stupid bitch in Congress. You have media insulting you. Even if you're the president, you can't really escape the Matrix. Perhaps the only way to truthfully escape the Matrix is to live unapologetically, be the person you want to be, say what you want to say, and not give a fuck about the consequences.
That doesn't get you out, buddy. I'm sorry.
When it goes right, when it goes wrong, whatever. If anything bad happens to you, heaven forbid, you end up in a cell or whatever else. The internet turns on you or whatever bad happens.
Sunglasses at night? Yes.
I hope you sit there and go, I was real. I was
Jesus.
me. I said what I meant.
I was real, I was me.
And that's how I escaped the Matrix. I don't give a fuck what happens. Because truthfully, you've only really escaped when you're just as happy in jail as you are here. That's the only way to escape the Matrix.
Ah,
buy
shit.
a Lambo, buy a Rolex, all that shit, that doesn't escape the Matrix. You escape when your mind is free.
Jimmy the Christian. Escape the Matrix, you guys.
The thing is that he's actually right about this. That's the best thing about it, is that he's actually right about what he's saying.
Happy in jail as I am.
This is actually
That's what
gay.
you're gonna learn.
Oh, it's gonna get gayer.
Because it's actually gonna be quite exciting. It's gonna be a roller coaster. I'm watching your journey closely. I lived it. And I see it coming for you, sir.
What's up with Scribs? I don't know.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I already am. So we'll see what happens from here. But it seems like it's only going up, you know, headline after headline.
I haven't really got time lately to
Yep,
violence
there it
kits.
is. And
It's hard to navigate, you know, especially being so young. It's true.
Okay,
my
he's
God.
somebody else's problem now.
Like, and it just goes, oh, here we go. Number 2 ranked Chad Androgenic is now spending hours a day in the sauna to chisel his face post-surgery to brutally mog the ASU frat leader in Miami. Yes, bro, the hyperbolic time chamber. Exactly. Oh my God. It's Zoolander? Yes, it's Zoolander, but it's real.
It's Zoolander, but it's real, it's right.
You're not gonna fucking mog shit.
Now you listen to my fucking hear, you microscopic dog. I'll be blasting 5 grams of test and frame will you the depths of Gandy's sinkhole. I'll avenge Clav at all costs.
How you doing, buddy?
This is not a fucking joke.
You good?
Honestly, guys, every man would be so lucky to have a dude like this. The way he goes to bat for Clav, bro, like that's respectable.
I can't even believe I told Jen what I did.
Listen to my fucking hear, you microscopic dog. I'll be blasting 5 grams of test and frame will you the depths of Gandy's sinkhole. I'll avenge Clav at all costs. This is not a fucking joke.
Oh my God. And so Handsome Squidward, yeah, he got a little bit of that going on for sure. And then there's another guy. Fans suspect that PSL 8 Terrachad is on crutches due to attempting to leg maxing surgery to stop getting height mogged by Androgenic. Is it a stroke of genius or is experiencing a case of sub-5 cope, which rarely appears in Chads? If he tried to get that leg surgery, that is insane. Is this the same guy? Oh my God. They've got code names? Oh yeah. They've got code names and everything. I mean, I gotta be honest. This to me is, oh, here we go. After the peace treaty was rejected by ASU frat leader, a visibly irritated Androgenic initiated a Mog war. So peace treaty? Yeah. Real life anime? It is. Jesus, guys. Yep, there it is. This is hilarious. It's so fucking ridiculous. And look at him, bro. Look at his face. Bro, he is locked in. God damn. Look at that guy. Look at that random Indian man. Oh my God. It's like Minecraft Steve, yes. Oh my fucking God. And the lockjaw, I don't know if that's it or not. I don't know how to do that. I have no idea. So, yeah, it looks like a fish. Maybe you're right. So, yes, World War Mog has officially erupted. This is just so fucking ridiculous.
Oh.
And I think it's going to continue going, by the way. I think it is.
Hey, Shailene.
Listen, Virus, mate. I will avenge Clav. If it's the last thing I fucking do, if I have to blast 5 grams of test, I am coming to you. I'm coming to Miami in a few weeks.
How you doing, Shailene?
Listen, Barrett.
Oh my fucking god. It's funny. This is so ridiculous. What is it? This is who they're trying to be? Let me see if I can pull it up. Where is this here? Oh, Baki? Yes, exactly. You're watching Baki in real life. Exactly. And you have these kids going
Why is it so tiny?
Kids are like 20 years old, right? Doing this. I just realized that all of this is Zoolander in real life. Yeah, kind of. That's about right. Sure.
The ASU frat leader. Yeah, I mean, I'm trip Miami. Find the ASU frat leader in Thailand.
I'm horrible.
Why is he dressed like Loki?
I'm having a trip to Miami in a few weeks.
Oh my god. Maleficent? Yeah.
ASU frat leader comes.
Man. This is basically OnlyFans for females. Honestly, I hate to say this, but the vast majority
Looking at
of people
about
who are consuming this content, I can guarantee you, are guys.
3 days before I have to be out here.
Women hate this shit. Like, as far as I know, women hate this shit that guys like this do. Like, they might think these guys are really attractive, for sure, at least I think so. But, like, they hate this peacocking around and all this. No, this is content that is for dudes. Okay? It's absolutely guys.
Gay content's for gay
Yeah,
dudes.
for sure. My husband thinks this is dumb, but I think it's so funny. I love this. I really do. I hope this continues.
Go to where? I don't know.
Right
Out of
now,
here.
They're basically turning everything into an anime. And I love this. It's amazing. 100%. This guy.
Don't know.
Yeah, that's 100% guy shit. Yeah, it absolutely is. Clavicue rated you. It's actually so over.
We will see in 3 days.
Damn, honor that. Wow, what a nice guy. This is the guy running for governor. Who's this guy?
My name is James.
It's loud.
It's Fishback, and I'm running to succeed Ron DeSantis as Florida's next Republican governor. I'm running for Florida governor so I can make life more affordable for you and your family. Easier to afford groceries, to buy a home, to raise a family.
Well, chance. Okay, I'll see.
To retire.
You guys probably won't
I'll
see.
do that by stopping the H-1B scam so our workers, especially our college grads, can get jobs again. I'll tell
my man.
A Blackstone
Typically when
investors that know in Florida you can't buy our
yeah.
homes because our homes are for families. And
who is this guy?
My connectivity falls off pretty quick. I don't even have batteries on my stupid phone when I'm
or poison our water supply. And I'll
don't have a home.
And totally eliminate property taxes for every Florida resident, because in America you don't rent your home from the government. You own it, free and clear.
Oh my
Nowadays,
God.
not all Republicans are the same. If a Republican politician supports the H-1B scam that fires our workers, he can't be our next governor.
That's
if
right.
He goes out and supports the bill,
I mean, I'm not completely worthless. I don't know. Yeah, they probably could. Well, they could take them away.
And if he goes to Congress and does nothing for us, but makes millions of dollars trading stocks for himself, he can't be our next governor. Congressman.
I am so glad that we are finally getting young guys in politics that are
They
sick.
threatened to last time.
Bro, I just hope it works. I do. Guys like Mandami, like hopefully, like even if you don't like him, right? Even if you don't like him, I just love to see guys that are not geriatrics coming in there. Yeah, the youth, yeah, bro. Like we've been ruled by these.
I kind of wish you hadn't asked that.
Fucking erectile dysfunction Social Security recipients for 40 years. I've had enough.
You having fun over there? You having a good time? Okay, good.
DeSantis has. I will. I'll fight to preserve Governor DeSantis' wins by keeping Florida free from DEI, medical training,
Probably put me in jail, Shailene.
predators, voter fraud, and the millions of illegals that invaded our country on Kamala Harris's watch. I'll do that because unlike Byron Donalds, I'm not a politician. I'm an investor and a businessman. I stood up to Wall Street. I sued the Federal Reserve, and I filed a landmark brief with the Supreme Court defending President Trump's right to fire corrupt federal officials.
All right.
I started Incubate Debate, a free high school debate league for thousands of kids across Florida so they could learn how to debate, discuss, and grow As Americans, I love our state. I am a fourth-generation Floridian. My great-grandfather fought in World War I and then owned a small hotel on Fort Lauderdale Beach.
There it is.
My grandfather fought in World War II and ran 750 head of cattle in Okeechobee.
Technically, I think they could probably just shoot me without too much of an argument.
I went to Florida public schools from kindergarten to graduation. Even though I grew up in South Florida, I now call the Panhandle home. I'm an unapologetic Christian who believes that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. And I'm a proud American.
Yeah, I know.
Apologize for our
He
history.
doesn't.
Oh my God!
He's not very happy about us having to leave here.
Who is this guy?
I'll visit all
In the first place.
7 counties because Florida's next governor has to be someone you can see, talk to, and even debate with. I look forward to seeing you soon. My name is James Fishback, and I approve this message because Florida is our home, America is our birthright, and we will never let them steal it from us.
Man, this is my guy. This is my guy. Listen to this. Listen to this. Here we go.
And what I would do in cities like Jacksonville, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Orlando, where you have a homeless. And what I would do in cities like Jacksonville, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Orlando, where you have a homeless situation is very quickly give them an option. Do you want to go to prison for 7 years for all of
Yeah, I think he would too.
you right now? Or do you want to get mental health treatment? It's going to be unpopular to say we have to reopen the asylums.
Oh,
I don't know what that is.
bro, we are rising. It's going to happen. I completely agree with this. I totally agree with this. I think this is exactly how they should handle it.
We have to reopen the asylums, and they started closing.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Let them know. Put them in the box.
And so when you've got upwards of half of people who commit violent crime having that mental
That's
health
right.
issue.
They're nutballs.
I'm sorry, we're not doing the therapy thing.
Yes.
We're doing the, you're going to prison for 10 years.
You're in the box now. That's right.
Years thing. Or you're going to go to a mental health institution, which is a very optimistic way of saying you're going to Arkham Asylum. Okay? That's a.
Oh my God.
And what,
gentlemen, here's what you have to keep in mind is that.
And then it was a budget. But a backpack full of stuff?
What I don't understand, this is the one thing that I don't understand about this entire case. Honest to God, this is the one thing. When my dad was alive, he had a pacemaker. Every time I would take him to the doctor, they would print out his vitals from the 3 months, because he was going every 3 months. They would print out his vitals. Even though that pacemaker is not attached to, it don't have to be attached to a phone or a watch for it to work. It doesn't work like that. A pacemaker doesn't work like that. That doctor can pull the vitals of Nancy to see if the pacemaker is even working anymore. They can do her vitals from that night because it didn't disconnect until 9-something. I mean, no, till, was it 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever it was, or whenever it did that morning. They can still pull all of that stuff and see, because that would corroborate whether or not their alibi worked. Because, like, if her
Yeah, they're gonna have to let us stay in.
she was in distress,
I don't know, man.
that, it would show in her vitals. Like, say she got over there and something did go down at tomatoes or whatever. Say something.
A hotel or something for
it would
about
show
6 weeks.
an increase of heart rate. It would show stress. And say she didn't make it home, and her heart stopped, it would show that. Think about it, Dolly. Everybody that we've ever covered that has been missing didn't have a pacemaker.
I don't even know if there's a point. I'm just trying to call my landlord tomorrow.
I don't think people, I know, I was in charge of my dad's care.
But I'm pretty sure they're just gonna tell me to get the fuck out.
I know the pacemaker can be pulled. So I don't understand why at least at the very least, the police department's not getting on and saying in a press conference, look, the doctor's been called, we can tell you right now that this is a recovery mission because there is no active heart rate on Nancy. Why can't they say something?
I'm gonna get
because they can't tell
your
you
last
that.
call, and I'm gonna get ready to wrap up because it's getting to be my bedtime because I'm gonna be up early to stream tomorrow morning. So I'll go down the list one by one, and y'all can have a couple minutes to finish up your last thoughts.
Sober living would probably be
Dolly,
Yeah.
could I please show you my dog that was barking and interrupting your whole night?
Yeah, sure.
So it's a faceless corporation, Shailene. Wild.
How do I flip it, honey?
Could you just turn your camera or turn your?
Oh, you can.
They've already got a court order that says that I have to pay whatever the fuck they want me to pay anyways. Well, not whatever they want me to pay, but what I agreed to pay already. And that court order it says that if I default on the payment, I got 5 days to get out.
Yeah, that's how Wrangler is.
We're on day 2.
It's not gonna work.
I think you receive what you attract. If you're the type, if you are the woman that it,
He reflects that for sure.
So he's been your companion.
God warned you about this week. I bet he did.
God is warning you about the week of February 16th to 22nd. I'm not even kidding. Something big is about to happen.
Fuck you fucking cocksucker. Somebody fucking beat the piss out of this guy.
Not communicate
What a dick.
when they're away from their monitor. They're not just going to send random signals to satellites. They don't work like that. And no pacemakers that we have out here, at least, that we use, because since this is all started,
when it comes to aliens, there's some things I just can't tell you.
I don't know, Shailene, honestly, I don't think I'll even waste my time.
But none of our pacemakers connect any cell phones.
Scammers and efficient.
It's a lot of stress and a lot of fucking anxiety that
Why
I...
did they
So
have
they
this
discovered
sniffer
this glitch.
looking for a Bluetooth ping? Is it hooking to the bedside?
Don't really want
Bluetooth?
to
I don't know.
confront it for no reason.
Maybe they have a way of picking up that specific
Nice.
signal.
For all intents and purposes, it's a pretty
Yeah.
run-of-the-mill.
And I
So
think the
flying
weather
around,
range is
Except for the
on.
fact that
flying around with a monitor.
That sounds really nice.
Yeah, that's
So
what
if
I've
I'm
heard.
not mistaken, does it still
Oh, yeah.
have an electronic charge?
Yes.
Even if she's deceased.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
excellent.
Yeah.
that is what they're trying to find, is that electronic
It's the second
charge, I think.
fucking
That
time.
makes sense.
Yeah, so they have a battery that lasts 18 to 14 years. 8 to
It's a
14
10-year
years.
battery.
This health shit led to a fucking eviction.
They turn it off in a big magnet.
Fuck.
Right.
I did know that.
And then if it's
Not even that, like being in the hospital did it.
why you can't go into
Fuck off.
Oh, look, I see. These are things I should know. That's good, Jessica.
Certain pacemakers you can go into the garage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't for sure. I was in healthcare for 17 years as well, so
But they changed. They're made out of titanium or something that's.
Yeah, they gave me a little card if I ever go get like a CAT scan or anything that I'm supposed to give them to let them know about the stent in my heart.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, the whole pacemaker thing that's an interesting question.
It is.
And I don't know how you find information without calling the company directly and, talking
On
to
pacemakers? Google.
somebody.
Cardiologist.
Well, medical information like that is pretty fucking serious.
Even a Holter monitor, like when they're just monitoring your heart.
You have to.
You have a
No, you have to mail those in. You have to send a Holter monitor in back to the company. And then the company, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, 'cause I got like a sleep study coming up too, and I think I got to take. I think they hook up.
All these guys,
to me and I take it home.
the government here will pay me to go anywhere else in the whole fucking world.
That pulse ox that you're going to use, Dolly, is electronically transmitted.
As long as I promise never to come back.
How? While you're talking. Yes, it is. My husband just had one.
As far as the sleep study goes, I know I gotta be there for that sleep study. So
That's real, by the way.
apparently I got real bad sleep apnea.
You can,
I'm getting tired.
it's pretty easy to get.
I want to give my 1 minute post amble or whatever. I wanted to thank Dolly for allowing me to.
I don't know if you pay attention much to Canadian politics, but there's a lot of people complaining about immigrants getting hotel rooms, Canadians can get those too.
Has so many wonderful ideas, and the reason that I belong to this community is because even though we all,
I mean, as long as they're
I find it a really civil,
not trying to fuck you over.
and there have been times in my own life that I've gone through some very difficult patches.
There's about 3 years of evidence of that on my channel here.
Spiritually and musically.
They're kind of woven into. If you look at the thumbnails and the background of the room I'm in changes, watch the video before that.
You know, of course, this is going to go on all day.
You'll probably find out all about the fucking system here.
You guys are welcome to come back up and, you know, we'll discuss the events.
That looks fucking disgusting.
You guys are wonderful, and I do thank each and every one of you for being a part of this community.
Thanks, Dolly.
Like you guys is what makes this community so good.
You grew up in the 80s and 90s. You grew up in the 80s and 90s.
Good night. Y'all
Good night. Glad you home. You. It was great to meet all.
$5 vision.
All right.
Anywhere in this area looking for a pacemaker.
Why does this guy's pizza look like a liquid? Oh, it is.
Damn, dude. We're getting a lot of spam tonight on that TV. Let's see, let me pull this up again.
Yeah, I don't think I could have my kid at a sober living facility at all. If they deal with anybody with like fucking mental illnesses, definitely can't do it.
This is flight radar. Okay, there's Academy planes down over there. This is flight radar. Now, let's go over here. This is not flight radar.
What religion was Bob Marley? Catholic? No. He's Hey!
I just found it really weird.
Bubble Boots?
Right on Catalina Hills. So,
My word.
what is that? Does anybody know? Does anybody know who that would be?
Who what would be?
I'll send this picture to Nove.
Whoa.
So, what did trust him a lot?
You deleted. He deleted Jace's message.
Okay, Steffa. History and avionics. Missing persons investigative researcher with history and avionics. Yeah. I've been in Tucson for like 3 days, 2 days.
Really good.
I mean.
Oh, you.
That is really good. And we're gonna make this hobo strong. So
50 filter. It's a military aircraft. Yes, I don't know what it is.
Hello, welcome to Waypoint Survival. Today, I'm going to show you how to make hobo coffee that you can eat. During the Great Depression, people just didn't have a lot of money, and they were willing to work hard for what they had, and that was never more true than of the hobo and the true hobo cultures. A hobo travels and works, a tramp travels.
That's awesome.
Unless he or she is made to, and a bum, they don't travel, they don't work, they're just looking for more alcohol. But a real hobo wanted to pull his own freight, he wanted to work hard and make his own way. And because he did that, because there was a high sense of personal pride involved, they didn't want to waste anything because they had worked hard for their money, whatever they could purchase, and they would look for cheap things that would extend a meal or that would
Oh my god. If you ate coffee, fuck, that would make you sick.
increase that volume to fill the stomach. The recipe today is no exception.
You ever get coffee grounds in your coffee?
But for this, we're going to keep it simple, roadworthy, and something that a hobo could carry. And this was made definitely back in the 30s in the Depression, and I think you're going to like it. So let's get to that. So to make this, you're going to need
Man, that's a good word to call it when you're eating coffee. The Depression.
exactly something that a hobo would have carried and did carry back in the day. First of all, you're going to need a percolator. So
Woo! A bubbler!
just a pot. And it has about 16 ounces or 2 cups of water.
Shame on me.
So that's what, about 500 milliliters, I think. You're going to need some sort of a cup.
Percolator with bubble loose first. Hate goes to your nickname.
And it used to be spelled with an E, just like that, so gelatine. And this comes in several packets. You can
Gelatin?
Or you can get it these packets. Keep it out of the ground.
Gelatinous coffee?
Alright, so we've got these 4.
Get out of here.
Then we've got
Nobody's flying
some
over the
sugar,
Catalina foothills
a little
again.
glass jar. And then we have some Nescafe. And this is instant coffee, and this was very popular, made back then, of course. And then we have
What?
I'm definitely a fish out of water.
and we have a nice flat plate that's got somewhat of a deep dish to it. You're going to want something like that for making this project, and you'll see why here in a little bit. As we get started, there's a couple other things to remember. First of all,
Oh, man.
instead of instant coffee, because they just really didn't want to waste anything. Also, remember that sugar was often very limited back in the day, resulting in mildly sweet confections, not things that were super sweet like we're used to today. And lastly, it was sometimes served with cream or sweetened condensed milk, as that would also add a little bit of richness to the texture and the taste of the finished product. But for today, we're going to stick with things that a hobo could use and carry.
I went and picked up
Refrigeration,
some medications the other day and I can't find them.
They could also, if there's something going on, they could
Ah!
also communicate
Woo!
back and so
Holy shit.
I've seen that in Bakersfield.
Oh, oh.
Los Angeles, where they were doing the
Thanks, whoever just hoped that I would find them.
and the sergeants will actually call the officers out, and then they'll log you some cash where the officers are at, and when they arrive on the scene, because they don't want me to get killed out, because they don't want them to
Holy
get
fuck.
guys.
Oh, that's gonna feel better in an hour. Oh.
I can understand.
Now, this is the second electric model.
I myself, I feel like I've gotten in the way
And
before
just
too.
like my other
Oh.
I'm not perfect, I'm not the best.
2.0,
Holy shit.
XP4 is easy to ride and maintain. Some models use use a traditional chain, and with its excellent headlight,
Did you touch them?
taillight,
Now the plane is over Nancy's
It's
house.
fucked up how cold dead people are.
Before by where Nancy's house is at.
and low light conditions.
I'm looking at it on the map.
Are really nice.
It's back
And I
over.
really
It's
like
back
the green
over
color
above
of
Nancy's
this.
home.
Though it may be a bit wintry now, and I have to limit my riding, warm weather will be here soon. And I'm really looking forward to getting out and putting even more miles on my electric XP4. So if you'd like to own one of these amazing e-bikes,
Check,
you
I
can
think I
either
sent you
click
an
the
email.
link
Okay,
in the
David, I'm
description
trying
box
to get
below.
check.
I'm so glad I didn't have to find
Show you on your screen.
Also,
Also, when you do
yes.
order, make sure and click on the offer to receive a free e-bike.
This young guy Dylan that
And once again, thanks so much to Electric E-Bikes for sponsoring this video.
fuck, what a mess.
First thing we need to do, we got our fire going here.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate you guys watching.
He's 18. He's 17 when I met him.
The viewer count. What is your current viewer count? How many people are watching our live stream right now, guys?
We're living in a homeless shelter to go and fight with his little sister or something.
Add some sticks to it when necessary. Now, initially, we don't want this to be boiling.
Started doing, he was a huge acid head. He just loved me.
So, kind of keep that in mind.
He stuck right to me all the time. So I'm like, okay, well, come on, dude.
Somebody said
He started,
something.
experimenting with
I don't have any
fentanyl.
reports of that, so I can't confirm that. Appreciate it.
Alright, there we go.
I only want to do stuff we can.
Doing that is you just
Died the same night that he graduated.
ashes and things on your
So a
hat.
lot of people are saying it's a military vessel.
That's
It's
all right.
Pretty
military
fucked up.
aircraft. Could just be military aircraft doing training. Does military
So now
typically
that
have an
that
aircraft
is somewhat
stationed
warm,
at the Tucson
we'll
International
set
Airport?
to the side.
That is something I don't know.
Again, we don't
I
want
don't
the
know this
boil
area.
starting to
Like in
get some
Bakersfield, I can
bubbles
tell
in.
you, yes, we have military
Next,
aircraft
we're
coming
going
in,
to
but you're going to
add
see them come in
and they usually leave the same day. They usually refills and stuff as they whistle there for it. But they don't
I just care about the coffee part now.
It's a little bit different.
Everything is not so
Nice.
funky anymore. Okay, let me show you guys. We're going to use our Nescafe instant coffee here.
Man,
And we're going to make this.
Nestle has owned everything forever. 1932?
So we have an extra in here. We'll just put it over by the fire. and continue to cool down. Now the trick is you're going to have to let this sit for.
Yeah, you never know, that guy's family will be looking for you.
How cold it is and how long it takes for this to actually go ahead and cool down and congeal.
Oh, gross.
So keep an eye on this.
This is gross. He's making coffee flavored jello? Oh, that might not be so bad.
Melted, it's going to want to sink down. So try to keep it level if you can.
It's not going to be good.
Of course, make sure, you know, bugs and bark and things like that don't fall into it.
Bugs! Oh. Why do you not want the bugs? The protein?
Put something over top of this just to protect it. The idea is
Too much protein?
congeal. Now, if you do have some extra, go ahead and put it in your coffee cup.
Congealed bean soup. Gross, bro. If you got some left over, he's got a whole fucking cup.
There you go. There's our other cup. We do the exact same thing. We just set it down here in the snow somewhere. And let it congeal and cool off. All right, now you can tell by looking at it, it's starting to congeal. I can see it on top. Also, when you hit it, you can tell that it's kind of stiff, kind of wiggles a little bit.
Gross.
So what you want to do then?
Yeah? Were any of the colors coffee? Because this is so gross, dude.
Let's see if it'll slice. Oh, yeah, look at that. Definitely.
Oh, that looks real good, bro.
So then we'll see if we can slice open.
I never would have thought about doing this. If they got too much Jello packs hanging around.
Yeah, we can see that's starting to come up.
They used to use that gelatin stuff to like set up everything, hey?
Let's see if we can go in here and get that piece out now.
Oh, I'm glad my camera's on right now. I'm making some ugly ass faces. Holy shit. That is gross right there.
It's nicely gelled. And now for the taste test.
Don't do it. Yeah, I'd cover my face too, bro.
Always have to be properly thankful, you know? Wow. That's really good. It's strong. It's got that kind of bitter taste of coffee, but it's got that hint of sweetness. I can see why.
Little hint of tomato.
Also very easy to make with
Hint of
you
mushroom.
can pack with you in your haversack or
I love that kid. She's awesome.
you know, I mean, really very easy to carry. And most hobos, you know, had coffee anyway. That's extremely good.
I'll tell you.
You know, because it's so cold out here.
Hey,
with the snow and
Latoya.
everything,
Most homeless people do not have coffee these days.
for it to congeal. I mean,
Unless they really got their shit together.
so excellent for wintertime.
Homeless guy with a backpack might have coffee.
And another trip back into the 1930s, back into the classic era of the hobo, into dishes that were loved and used, that were simple.
Well, I can't
easy
believe
to
how
make,
much my gut hurt
and
there.
something that would give you something to fill your stomach and once in a while relieve the tedium of you know, things that were real common like cornbread and oats and things like that. Some little
You could ask me a question, I'll answer it like the Queen of England, and you can pretend that's Bubble Boots.
This is James Bender for Waypoint Survival. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up. Also,
It's just that it's most like, the driver's side doors open to that car, so it's probably just a traffic stop, but we'll just go check.
The Bubble Boots that lives in my head sounds like the Queen of England, who passed away. I guess so not like her anymore. Damn it. Oh, is that pemmican? You guys, don't ever... I'd rather be dead than live in that world. Jars of oily clumped thing stuff. Okay, it's edible. Which game?
Well, they probably don't use the streamers around here.
The gambling thing? I have no idea. I think it's like one, really. Like one coin or something? I don't know.
Wait, that's not a normal cop. He's in civilian clothes.
Oh, go arrest him. He's a goddamn civilian.
Is that normal for around here, guys?
No. He's
civilian clothing?
No. That guy's a rapist. Oh, this little guy. What cookies?
Do not start rumors.
I don't know. Latoya?
Don't know anything. This is just a traffic stop.
Oh, these things?
Until we know anything, this is just a traffic stop.
They're hamburger. They're gross ass hamburger.
Look, we're looking at a traffic stop. That is all we are doing. No rumors. No rumors.
From like I don't even know when. The Great Depression.
The June solo camp, this car.
Oh.
June 14th,
Here, you want to hear the most horrible thing that ever happened here?
The 1986 accident on Mindbender at Galaxyland has got to be one of, if not the most, infamous roller coaster accidents in history. The accident not only changed the lives of everyone involved, but the coaster industry as a whole.
Yeah.
Despite this accident happening over 30 years ago, it is still often talked about. Today we're going to be going into detail as to what caused this accident and what has happened since. Keep in mind that since
That's inside the mall, by the way.
before the social media and internet we have today, a lot of the details are scarce. In 1985, Galaxyland
I got details.
took delivery of Mindbender from West German roller coaster manufacturer Schwarzkopf.
Fact.
The ride was designed by famed roller coaster designer Werner Stingel and was a near clone of the now equally infamous Dreyer
Werner something.
more well known as Quimera.
Yeah.
The ride was 145 feet or 44
Oh.
meters tall, making it one of the tallest roller coasters in the world at the time. Mindbender
I
was
think,
purchased from Schwarzkopf
to be honest,
trains, each having 4
Latoya, I think all you have to do is click go live, and it'll ask you where you want to set your channel up for, and you click YouTube, and then log in with your YouTube or whatever thingamajiggy. What do you mean? Hey, what does that mean?
or cars. These trains feature the simple ratcheting lap bars common on Schwarzkopf looping coasters.
I also love the
ride
sunrise.
opened late in the 1985 season. On the evening of June 4th, 1986, Mindbender ride operators noticed
I try to
the ride
enjoy them
making
every
a
morning.
strange sound. Following normal procedure, they called the ride down and contacted maintenance.
Yeah, I think you just click your go live, and then when it asks you to set up your channel, you click YouTube, and then if you log in with Google, just click your Google account and your name and da da da. It's pretty simple, I think. Either that or you take a picture of QR code on your computer with your phone.
During the empty cycle, so they decided to allow the operators to reopen the ride.
But if you don't have another device, then you just, I think you just set it up.
When the train traversed the ride course, the sound was noted again. Accordingly, the ride crew called the ride back down and called maintenance back out. When they arrived,
Oh, good.
the operators specifically
What
told
kind
them
of
the
gift?
sound was coming from the yellow train. Ride maintenance ran the yellow train around empty and again heard no sound. This was likely due to the yellow train being empty and thus being much lighter and therefore putting way less stress on the wheel assembly. Much like the time before, ride maintenance told the ride crew to resume operation. An unknown number of cycles later,
Man.
a full yellow train traversed the layout.
Yeah.
The ride entered the small airtime pop before the second-to-last block break and the final vertical loop. The left wheel assembly on the fourth car completely detached from the rear axle. Moments later, the
Popped
axle
right
fell
off.
onto the tracks, causing it to be ripped off of the train completely, leaving the back
Right on.
car with no wheels. As the back car was still connected to the rest of the train, it was pulled down the descending curve leading to the vertical loop. This caused the wheelless car to fishtail wildly. During this fishtailing,
Yeah,
the
it hit a
car
fucking
detached
crossbar.
again. This tore out the entire underside of the train as well as the lap bar locking mechanism, leading
Yep.
to a catastrophic failure of Car 4's lap bars.
And all the people in it.
Riders in Car 4.
Aw, that sounds sweet.
Significantly less speed thanks to the failed fourth car slowly climbed into the vertical loop.
Whose nerves do you think you're getting on there, Bubble Boots?
The train rolled
If anybody gives you shit, fucking send them at me.
concrete supports of the first loop, finally stopping the train. The riders in cars 1, 2, and 3 all suffered some kind of neck injury but survived. All except for one of the riders in the fourth car were unfortunately killed by their ejection from the ride that saw them flung over 25 feet at over 30 miles per
There's a
hour.
dude who was decapitated.
The investigation
The other dude lost an eyeball.
eventually an over 200-page report was created on the accident. Sadly, that report seems to be lost to time and only small fragments of it remain today.
It was in the Edmonton Journal in 1986.
This video. What's left of the report outlines multiple
The whole report got published.
including poor quality control from Schwarzkopf as they were undergoing a bankruptcy at the time of Mindbender's construction.
I'm sure there's a... I'm sure you can get it. Oh, do you? I don't think you
The
do.
report states that the direct problem that caused the
Are you gonna poison me? I hope.
that connected the wheel assembly to the main axle was not secured significantly, and ride maintenance
Oh,
had
fuck.
failed to maintain this already weak connection.
At some point I'm gonna be in the States, but
Every wheel assembly on all
I don't even know.
trains was loose. Maintenance also
Maybe I
took a
won't bother.
hands-off approach to inspecting the ride, meaning that all inspection was done visually, so areas like the wheel assembly connection were never inspected as they were not visible without removing a small cap on the axle. The park also claimed that due to the way Schwarzkopf mounts their brakes, it was extremely difficult to physically inspect the trains when they were not transferred off. If you want my opinion, the park should have transferred off the yellow train so that maintenance could inspect it while they continued running the ride with the other two. Speaking with experience as a ride operator, we are trained to notice sounds like the ones the Mindbender crew noticed that day. And nowadays, when there is a suspected problem with the train, the procedure I just described is used. Mindbender itself was significantly changed after this accident. The ride went from 4 cars per train to 3, and perhaps most interestingly, it went from having 2 wheel assemblies per car to having 4. This is something that, to my knowledge, no other Schwarzkopf looping coaster has. These additional wheel assemblies actually allow the park to run the back car backwards during the following event, something no other Schwarzkopf looping coaster can do.
Doxyzocin, commonly known by the brand Cadura, is an alpha-1 blocker used primarily to treat high blood pressure and symptoms of large... Hey, I don't have that. By relaxing blood vessels and muscles in the prostate and bladder. Common side effects include dizziness, fatigue, headache, and orthostatic hypotension. That's legs.
To prevent similar accidents from occurring. And as far as Schwarzkopf coasters go, there was never another similar accident on a Schwarzkopf coaster. That is, until 2019. But that's a topic for a future video. If you were ever injured on a ride, even if it was something minor, I urge you to report it to ARID. ARID is a new ride injury database that's taken the place of Safer Parks.
Oh yeah.
Now you can submit injury
Oh, maybe that's why my
forms
neck
for
was so shitty.
In the next few weeks, they'll have
Side effects: vertigo, headache, fatigue, nausea, and edema.
more about them. Projects like
I
ARID
thought
are
it
part of this industry
cured
success
my
story,
edema,
so I urge
though.
you to report if you were ever injured. As always, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Well, okay, so that's the one that's like half of a Viagra or something. It does half of what a Viagra does. Relaxes all your blood vessels, so that they're have a greater volume or whatever. Oh, excuse me. The UK, England, I would think. What would a Viagra do for you? Probably not a lot. it make your blood vessels wider. And then engorge them with blood. It might make your lips fatter. To be honest, to put it crudely, tell you what it does to me, but I'm not gonna. It's not Viagra that I take though. There's what is the one for women called Celexa or something? But God, what does that do? Cialis, I think. Sildenafil, not FDA approved for women. Oh wait, that's Viagra. True female Viagra refers to FDA approved daily or as needed medications like flibbertinersen that treat low libido in premenopausal women. How does that exactly work? You know what? I think if you're taking pills, period, to increase your libido, just the idea of taking pills to increase your sexuality probably would do it. Like an injection taken 45 minutes before sex to treat low desire. What the fuck is that? And, okay, isn't that a date rape drug somehow? Can you walk around and shoot that in people's drinks and fucking... There's one called Addy-Eye. Daily pill for low sexual desire, often called the little pink pill, which works on brain neurotransmitters. It's like a whore pill. Fuck yeah. What is going on? Any woman I talk to needs to be on Addy-Eye. From now on, that's just how it's gonna work. A healthcare provider should be consulted to address underlying causes of low libido because it's a psychological symptom usually.
That might not have been tens, but those are some very attractive women.
What does it do? Nothing. You just shoot it in you. You take an injection, and it increases your sexual desire. Apparently, an injection taken 45 minutes before sex to treat low desire. It makes you want to fuck. Is what it does. Put stuff in your brain and then you want to have sex. Somebody's probably already putting that in your cereal, Shailene.
No, but so were you a 10 before the lip filler and the breast implants?
No, I didn't think so.
Okay, interesting.
I know, right?
No, still a 10.
You need heroin.
Jessica Alba and Taylor Hill. I think her name is Taylor Hill and Evangeline.
One of these girls earlier said she has one large labia. Or one big labia. Whatever.
And then the other woman who said, I think that's, who was the other 10?
He said I like big labia, and she said I have one. I don't know. I feel like a fat lip.
Delusional. Okay, tell you what. If I question, who do you guys think? The guys who you said were. Did you guys say who you think is?
The right? Are they narcotics? That's crazy.
You think he's a 10? Give me a male 10. The guy. Any other male 10s? Brad Pitt when he was young. Leonardo DiCaprio when he was young.
Addy-Eye. Oh yeah, GHB. Yeah. GHB's pretty serious shit. My mom was a GHB junkie, I guess. So it's just like being drunk, except you want to fuck a lot. Like, get away from me, mom. A topical cream, Dare to Play, has been introduced for use 10 to 15 minutes before sexual activity. What is going on?
I feel like if I were to say, well, I'm just as attractive.
Was it ecstasy? No.
All these like men that you just listed, you guys would be like Absolutely not, Brian. Absolutely not.
Not based off of what?
$10 used product for adult women that works in 10 minutes.
Let me change my answer. I'm a 10. I think I'm a 10.
First of its cream called Dare to Play increases blood flow in the vagina and improves sexual arousal, a sensation that 20 million women struggle with, according to the Southern California company. Only 20 million women have trouble? Wow, the way people complain about it, you'd think it was a way bigger problem. So it does contain Viagra. So if you put Viagra... Okay, I knew it. I was right. Shailene. If you put Viagra in you, it'll engorge any blood-filled tissues in that area. Apparently that increases sexual pleasure.
I'd be happy for you're somebody's 10. Yeah.
Wow. I'm not sure that's entirely true. But what it does, it says it works, I guess. I don't know, man.
No, are you happy?
Right? I know, that's pretty scary. People say that about cocaine too, and that's not necessarily true.
So you can perceive yourself as a 10, and I might not see you as a 10.
This relates to standards, and we were having this conversation, and she was saying, well, men are just as delusional as women. No, women are really delusional about their own self-assessment of how attractive they are, especially when it comes to looks.
What do you want to rate me? Because I feel like
I'll give you guys, I'll rate you guys, and I'm not gonna, even though you guys have been pretty feral tonight, not all of you, but most of you have been
pretty feral.
I'm not gonna intentionally be malicious and give you, rate you low just because you've been annoying. I'll just look at you, see how your face looks, and I'll give you as
holy fuck.
a rating as possible.
He's like, I'm not gonna rate you on how annoying you were. That's brutal.
I'll do that in just a moment, but again, you guys would clown on dudes. Who are like, I'm a fucking 10, and it's like.
Maybe that's why they get cock rating.
Huh?
Maybe that's why they get cock rating.
Whoa.
Like, if we were to rate their face or whatever.
They rather have their dicks rated than their face.
Yeah, so look, ultimately, the reason I
fuck these bitches. The fuck's wrong with these whores?
This is kind of rude, it's kind of silly, and it's like.
Do you really think it's funny that guys are fucking all messed up in the head? That's crazy.
You're more attractive than you actually are. You're going to be holding out for a certain caliber of guy that.
A large number of men definitely are rated more on their penises than their faces.
Maybe he'll fuck you. Maybe he'll keep you around casually. Maybe you might get.
That's not even a unreasonable fear.
You're not going to get commitment. You're not going to get the ring. You're not going to get married. You're not going to get that. Now look, I'm speaking in generalities. Sometimes people get lucky and they get somebody out of their league. But again, you guys are just, this is a panel overall in totality. This is a panel of average women.
No!
Haha, bitches.
It's a panel of average women. Like, I'm not saying that to insult you.
I don't give a fuck. He's making the degrees. I honestly don't care about my looks.
But it's very average. It's very average. In some ways, can be being a bit generous here. I'm being a little generous, and I just think that there's so
I'm being generous
enough as it is, and there's record high levels of
these bitches are below average, he's saying. I love it.
Actually are. And look, it is what it is.
Who is Addie? Addie I is a
chasing after a caliber of guy you'll
that's funny.
When you finally settle down for the guy who's actually willing to be in a relationship with you, you're gonna have so much fucking resentment for this guy because you're thinking about, that guy had more money, that guy was better in bed, that guy was better looking. All these factors because y'all waiting until 30, late 20s, 30 to get married, to start a family, to have kids. You've been ran through. You've had a bunch of dick, and then you've dealt with these guys who are high status, high value, whatever.
Okay, I'll try and stick around.
And then the guy who's actually on your league, who you think you're settling for, but it's actually your equivalent, You think you're dating down. You're gonna resent that man. You're gonna have resent.
Oh,
There's
cunts.
gonna be a resent in the relationship. You're not gonna treat him well. It's gonna be a fucking dead bedroom within a couple years. And he's gonna have to do chores to get some pussy, and then it's like, okay, on their anniversary,
Fuck that life.
give him a fucking begrudging blowjob, and that's it. And then you get divorced, you take half his shit. No,
That's how you break up.
I'm speaking for observation and who heard me. I don't understand. Just because you have a criticism of the modern dating hellscape, that's a reflection of, oh, who are you? Also,
I hope it's not. I'm not saying that, but
No, that is.
Standards of the way you love or anything, just because of the general public, what they think or what the statistics is. I don't give a fuck about.
I don't even care if I
Oh, but it's stupid.
Like a payday. Like that's why I never mentioned like I need a ton of money for my future husband. No, I want to cook and clean and treat them well, and I want them to treat me well, and I want them to.
Oh yeah, I bet you do.
Hold on, that's a separate convo. I want to come back to what you were saying. You're saying it's okay to just have all these expectations. Look,
Guys can't do that. I want to be in a relationship where I cook and clean and you go to work, bitch.
I'm not chasing anybody. No, I'm not chasing anybody. If they want
Good
me,
luck
like
with
she
that.
said earlier, they can come get me. This is my stipulations.
Ouch.
These are my commandments. And if you don't want to follow my commandments, then get the fuck off me. You're not. No, bye.
Holy fuck.
What I'm saying is that you gotta understand where you stand.
Imagine somebody being on you, bitch.
And the value proposition that you offer. Like if you're an average.
Fuck, am I glad I found those pills. Oh.
6'3" Giga Chad.
But that's what I'm saying, Brian.
Felt like somebody's stepping on my nut all day.
I'm a baddie and I'm a 10, and if he sees me as a 10 and he can hit all my points.
Wait, you said you were a 4.
Well, I thought you were talking about to the general public, but to me, I'm a 10.
Oh, to you, even to you, you're a 10.
I'm a 10.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, this is just delusional. I think your own rating of yourself is inextricably linked to.
Oh, that girl beside him is not.
Attractiveness. Like, I guess you could be. Well, like, sexual, like you're just you're sexually attracted to yourself. I guess that could be a thing. Attraction is determined external to you.
That's some narcissism, is what that is.
Something that happens external to you. Other people's assessments of you.
That's alright.
And that has to be grounded in reality, not delusional. I think I'm a 10, therefore I'm a 10. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Hold on, I have a chat coming through. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Does that girl not like having hands run through her hair? That's weird. With all them braids.
Delusion is as delusion does. Very rarely is it reserved to just one aspect of reality.
Picture in picture for you guys.
This ideology of everyone should love themselves 10/10 is absurd and toxic.
Thanks, Justin. Thanks as fuck. I'm gonna say, like, I actually personally would rate myself lower, but in the eye of everybody else, I feel like I'm a baddie. Like, I don't even think that. I don't even care how I live, to be honest.
You want a Red Bull or anything? You staying up late?
Same thing as being a 10.
You want a Red Bull?
But I don't know. I don't think I would maybe I would rate myself from
The other night when I drove out here from California, I drank 5 that night, stayed awake, and I was tired.
Man, I can't even believe this lady.
I was just drinking one every 2 hours.
It's not the metric.
Yeah, I thought you said what everybody else thought.
You said the general.
Sexual attention from men.
No, not sexual.
Okay, I want to go ask you guys something, and I don't want to ask you guys on that.
I think it's probably pretty easy to get sexual attention from men.
Simps, and they'll shower you with compliments, and they'll be lusting after you. That doesn't constitute, like, you would agree that there's fat chicks, like obese women, that are bombarded by men.
That are bisexual.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen my fat friends get motion.
So just because women have the experience of being pursued, because that's just the
Hey, I have the phone number for the Illuminati still.
status quo, I guess.
How stupid.
Because men are demonstrating, maybe they could be super simple, maybe they could want something long term with you. That doesn't mean you're a 10. because an average guy sees an average woman, oh wow, I'm gonna try to date her, and he could be all into her. That doesn't make her a 10.
Well, if I'm average, get treated how I get treated, I am grateful to be here.
Okay, well, we're not talking about that.
No, I'm gonna make myself a 7.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Would you agree?
6.5.
Let me ask you a question. Would you agree it's logically possible that a woman who's like just clearly like really ugly could be treated really well?
Yes.
Okay. Would this be evidence of her being a 10, or is this just evidence of her being treated well by somebody?
She's a 10. She's probably
She's a 10.
Something about her that's attractive though.
So
Not
everybody,
just by somebody.
just everybody's
No, because everybody doesn't get treated like that.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, a supermodel, let's say she gets treated like shit, is she a super?
I don't know. I just shared a report on the camera of orange at first, and people were all putting out about it online. So I just sat there for a little bit, so he was doing, and he turned, and then 3-4 comments were on. That's why I just had to listen in. Oh, so they're really searching. But I think it's working, man.
The hell?
Show up, sir.
Yeah, they gotta keep looking, man. They don't have a choice.
There's supposedly a survey plane.
There's a what?
Oh, I know it's a helicopter with like a unit that might
Oh.
pick up her pacemaker.
Yeah, they're trying to call it a Bluetooth scanner.
Expect to stick around, and that's where we're at. And our pushback against leadership inside this department, I believe, is a large reason why we've grown so quickly. Like I said, we started in 2023 from nothing, and we're now representing nearly the entire mission side of the department.
The other thing I found covering sheriff's offices around the country is, sheriffs have a lot of power and they're elected. So sometimes, or many times, the deputies love the sheriff. It's like the opposite of what you're saying. And even though maybe they don't get paid as much as they should or as much as they want, like the sheriffs have their back. And it's different than working for the police department. There's a city council, and they almost, the sheriff.
What you doing, buddy?
But I guess that's not the case here. No, and it's pretty unusual. But it is around here. I mean, I did a
I'm not gonna give this kid shit for whatever he's doing.
Yes, sir. In counties that are next to us, the sheriffs are very popular.
I'll just get a 24-hour eviction.
And their deputies at the door, their sheriff, from my understanding. Ours is different because of how he runs the department and the retaliation that they do to deputies that speak up or even perceived to be against Manos, or even he heard them say something against him. Because of that, we had a couple dozen of them protest with me against the sheriff during the last race, and I am unaware of any other instance where deputies protested against their sheriff for an election race. But it happened last time. But it wasn't without risk and fear. A lot of those guys did it while wearing masks, just to protect themselves from retaliation. Yeah, that's unusual. It is.
You mean to tell me they bought some balaclava masks to protest their own sheriff?
To protest their own sheriff? Described as very unusual.
To the whole world watching now, because of Nancy Guthrie.
Sorry, I'm back.
All of these issues that you've described have had an impact on the investigation?
100%. The experience level inside our CID, like I said, they're hardworking people, but everybody needs mentors. And I cannot imagine starting as a new deputy or when I was in as a detective and not having mentors help me out. You need that. They make you better. And you have questions, and when you have a high-profile case, they're the ones that you want to go to. But from what I understand, and what I'm being told, there's not a lot of that right now. Like I said, we're very.
So I get the impression this guy hates Sheriff Nanos even more than Under Sheriff Rick does.
I have to find a storage place that's got a free month, first month free or something.
45%
Here.
of our commissioned deputies and detectives have less than 5 years on. We're very young because of this turnover. It's having a real impact, and we need that expertise
that seem to be the most
Free.
high-profile incidents like this. They're simply not there. So I believe that it is having an impact. Couldn't the sheriff said in the beginning, look, this is a complicated case, even the
First month rent free on select units. I don't need a big unit.
He's the one feeding into all this, right? And I guess you can then say, well, Jared, isn't this a strike on you too? And I say, maybe it is.
The FBI experts around the country have said we've never seen anything like this. I mean, they've never seen a case of kidnapping like this. Couldn't he have said, we're going to hand this over to the FBI because, like, this needs another level of expertise? I don't think that would have made it look bad. No, they could have still helped and assisted and been part of it. I agree.
119th, $85 a month. Fuck my ass. Why is this place $85 a month? Holy fuck.
For the Guthrie family, but also for our detectives and county citizens. Like, from what I understand, the entirety of
42 a month, 37 a month, 85 a month. What in the fuck is wrong with this place?
they still have other cases that aren't being worked.
Are these ones gonna be underwater or what's going on?
And the bad guys aren't giving us
Small units.
because we're working this case to find Nancy. The calls and the crimes are still
One time setup fee of $29, admin fee of $12 a month. Okay. So that's not free.
This guy saying, what? About me in front of a million people?
If this was turned over to the FBI, who would use their massive assets, resources, and personnel to work with us in an assisting role, and then we could also then go back to normal order of business to some extent and work some of these other cases that are happening in Pekin County. Yeah, that makes sense. Is there anything else I'm leaving out you think is important? People should know. Because again, you're in a unique role where you speak, right?
Sentinel storage, smart stop.
Getting information out. Yes. Because people will get in trouble. Yes, and that fear is real. That fear is very real because they know what will happen. Again, I just want to reiterate that our detectives, they are busting their butt to try and solve this case and find Nancy and try and bring her home, hopefully safe to her family.
What do you want to bet that this guy's going to run for sheriff next? And this is like his stump speech.
They're putting in tons of hours, burning the candle both ends. And so
His what speech?
Take the opportunity to thank them for all their hard work. They're great guys, and we'd like to just convey to everybody that please don't hold us accountable for some of the decisions made by our leaders. We're trying. Great, thank you. Thanks, Sir. Thank you. I really appreciate Sergeant Cross for talking with me. And I'm going to stay in touch with him, and it's interesting kind of getting the backstory of what's been going on according to him at the sheriff's office. Because, you know, I haven't covered like Pima County before, so I just kind of came in to cover Nancy Guthrie, and it's interesting how it's kind of opened the door and opened opened up a window into a look of what has been happening with the Pima County Sheriff's Office. So it sounds like for years, at least according to many of the people who I've been talking to. So,
I mean, on one hand, this is part of Brian's job, right? Trying to give people news and giving them a little bit of the gossip and drama that's going on. That's part of Brian's job. Now, that can sometimes conflict, though, right, with the ultimate purpose of finding Nancy. And that's what I talked about yesterday, right? Where there can be two conflicting goals. The attention and what's good for your channel / your business is not always what's best for the actual case. And this is maybe an example of you seeing the conflicting interests.
Again, appreciate Sergeant Cross for talking with me. I'm going to say, obviously,
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Results: Hatos here, 109,899,999,989. Botrix, 1,999,999,899. Ho ho. The entire crew escaped Black Heart Island alive. They celebrate with a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum. Exclamation mark gamble 1 trillion.
without some kind of meat on the bone. So
Are these red ones just plain chocolate on the inside? They got big fucking more nuts.
it would have to be a pretty weak probable cause for the federal judge in this case to not sign off. Brian saying, no, it has to be meat on the bone, and I would say, nah, it would have to be pretty weak for that federal judge to not approve it in this case, with all the eyeballs on it, right? And if I'm the leader of one of these, this investigation, I would just hope the people under me are on the same team, right? Okay, let's have a unified front. If you have anything to say it to me behind closed doors, please. Not in front of a million people. Thank you very much. That's what I would hope.
Clear all those people. They clear that guy. I don't know. It seems like they cleared the guy under the Mexico border, the other guy Carlos. So we'll see. But the totality of everything, that DNA coming in from inside Nancy's house, and then DNA from the glove, and that's just what we know about. I can promise you, there's probably so much that we don't know about that the FBI has, and then the Pekin County Sheriff's Office has. So my hope is that over the next couple of days, we'll really see some movement here, and God, it would be amazing if Nancy Guthrie came home alive, and my heart goes out to her family, to Savannah Guthrie, and to keep covering. So appreciate you guys for following, for subscribing, and I'll talk to you guys later.
So that's the thing about that, though. I think, I told you the other day, with each passing day, the percentage chance Nancy comes home alive gets less. I'd say we're down to 95.5 now. 95% she's gone, 5% she's not. And the only thing I'm hanging my hat on in the case is the DNA in the home. Just like CJ, I think that was her name, right? What is her name? CC Moore, not CJ. What am I talking about? CC Moore. So that's what I'd be hoping for in the case now at this point. But if that doesn't go anywhere, I think they're up the creek in a way. Now, someone was saying a glove was tied to the DNA in the home. I have not seen that anywhere yet. So people were saying...
I agree that my account balance will be wiped as I close this account. Fuck you, send me my money back, you pieces of shit. What am I supposed to do with a $14 fucking credit on a... Fuck you.
The Nation has Brian talking to that guy 3 hours ago. But that's it. So Tim was mentioning that, but I don't know where else he saw it. I haven't seen anything else about it yet. Absolutely, Charlie, it would be. But I don't know. Between all the medicines that she needs and her age, it is just not looking good. But by the way, how many likes do we have out there? Is it close to 1,000 yet? Please remember to like the video while you're here and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I think News Nation's actually kind of in the middle. Yeah, I mean, Bella, Savannah's been through the ringer the last couple of weeks. How many people are expecting that your 84-year-old mother is going to be kidnapped and then maybe murdered and then have it be the biggest case in America? I mean, that's wild. That's insane. 803, Bella. Oh my goodness.
Fuck.
197 more to go. Let's see if the Pima County Sheriff Department has anything to say about it. Nothing. Let's see if Brian Denton has anything to say about it. I just posted this video.
You want a spaghetti, buddy? Hello?
Megyn Kelly? Everyone loves Megyn Kelly here, right? Everyone's favorite anchor, Megyn Kelly? Yeah, no proof of life, Izzy. I wouldn't spend a dime if not for that. No proof of life, no money. What happened? Charlie Kirk just come in the room, flickering the lights?
I made that little guy Parmesan crusted strip loin today. I was supposed to make it last night, but we had it for kind of lunch this morning. It was nice.
Yeah, there's nothing. That's really it.
It's expensive as shit for a dinner I was having with my kid, though.
That would be interesting if so. Whatever glove it is it the one from a couple miles away?
Exclamation mark Heist 350. Ahoy. Captain Latoya 693 W9X is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist. Amount. To join.
Go Latoya.
Exclamation mark Heist all.
I don't see it. I don't see it if so.
Ahoy. At Botrix has joined the treasure hunt. Exclamation mark Heist all.
Alright guys, that's about time to wrap it up.
Ahoy. At Hate Hose here has joined the treasure hunt. Okay, Hate.
I'd like to be back again live tomorrow night. I'm pretty much live every day at this point. And talk about current events, true crime, I use my experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse, being on the spectrum.
Exclamation mark Heist all.
That's okay. I didn't even eat my steak.
Maj, Charlie, Jimmy, Sarah, Big Cat, PJ. Yes, they did really find DNA in the house. The difference is it just wasn't from a glove.
Results. Hate Hose here. 109,899,999,989. Botrix. 1,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. The poisonous fog sends half the crew to Davy Jones's locker. The rest escape with a handful of plunder and a tale of plenty. Can I drop my friend channel here, Hate?
Yeah. Yes, please do.
Thank you, Bella. That's right, you know it.
Thank you, Mizzy. Yeah, let's all make sure. I do believe in the collective power of thought and energy and prayer. So everyone puts the good vibes out there for the best possible result. I mean, and what's the best possible result? The best possible result.
You know what? Bubble Boots never
Okay.
answered me.
Honestly, at this point, that would be the biggest story of the year, of the last couple of years, honestly. Like, oh my goodness, she came alive. That would be humongous. I love you too, Beth. I love all the black sheep here. A great flock of black sheep. Yes, we will see Bella. That's what Ashley Banfield was saying. Although she might have been speculating, right? She doesn't really know what kind it is. She's speculating it's touch DNA. So that's all we can hope for. And you gotta hope it's... I didn't realize it was that way where the top 3 of those sites, they don't let you look. I didn't know that. I know 23andMe and whatever the other ones are. They don't let you search their database. That's crazy.
Well, why would they, you fucking psycho?
Yep. So yeah, Dawn, Danielle, Kat, everyone else too. Till next time, get some rest. I gave you a shorter stream today. Shorter streams now are 2 hours and 53 minutes. Oh, Eva, I invited Eva as well. I didn't know that she was here. JW says the BBC is reporting DNA found in glove found 2 miles away is matching the DNA from the house. Alright, it was on to something with that. The BBC, huh? Let's see. Let's take a look. Is there a YouTube video about it? Is it on X?
Excuse me.
BBC breaking news?
Yeah, you definitely can.
I get to find this. Where are all my peeps? Well, we're reporting it right now, I guess, huh? Tina. Nancy Guthrie, gloves found with DNA appears to match suspect's glove in surveillance on Fox News. hell. Yeah, this is their little trick, though, right? They're only posting it to TV. They're putting it on TV. Let's see. Fox 10 Phoenix? No. Well, I'm not going to sign off here until we get this breaking news out there. What's the name of the channel, Tina?
This is Don Channel Hate.
Oh, there you go. There we go.
Okay.
Chad Ayers served in law enforcement in both an undercover capacity and on SWAT teams, and he joins us now. Chad, first of all, thank you for your service in law enforcement. We'd appreciate your perspective, because the video surveillance from Ms. Guthrie's front porch, it's obviously a critical component. It's the most we have, it seems, at least from those of us on the outside. But do we know exactly how this came about? Why wasn't it released sooner? What's your take on this as a law enforcement professional?
Well, Jason, I've been very careful because I'm not one to beat up on law enforcement, especially in a complex investigation like we have now. But it's been obvious from day one, and I've said it since day one, I felt like the sheriff was in over his head just a little bit. The sheriff doesn't need to be the king over this whole thing. The FBI comes in, they have tons of resources. Hopefully they're working together better than we've seen over the last week. And that we now know that they are going to submit these gloves to the FBI's lab, which...
That is not the video, Michelle. That is not the video that we're looking for, by the way. We already watched that video.
It's the best lab. Listen, I kind of hate to hear that they were sent down to Florida because too many, things can happen, chain of custody issue, there's all sorts of things. But now that they're getting back, once we get these gloves into CODIS and see if we have the DNA profile back, I think we're going to start seeing things moving quicker and quicker.
I was starting to learn that as we were doing the surveillance and looking out the desert, they found 16 gloves. And then I read that a lot of these gloves were from law enforcement officials just tossing them out. What are they doing? Tossing gloves out into...
Bro, that's what they do. Have you not ever seen the police? Holy fuck. Ambulances, police, they all just throw their gloves everywhere.
How many times have we released the crime scene and had investigators come back? I mean, this, I have said, this house, this residence...
Alright. So maybe I was being too hopeful. Big Cat says, okay, all the...
Well, I gotta tell you, guys.
matches the foliage man gloves, nothing about DNA matches. Well, that's a big difference, isn't it?
Everything kind of turned things around for me today, thank you. But like, especially...
defense attorney's going to have a heyday with this case, I'm afraid, because of just the sloppiness that has been done.
But you see what they're doing, Tina? It's not saying a DNA match. The gloves found with DNA appears to match gloves in surveillance. But that's not the same as a DNA match. But I'll say, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Throughout this investigation, it's frustrating. I'm sure the American people are frustrated, not just the law enforcement personnel. And I get it, they're doing the best they can. A lot of times complex cases, Jason, do not move as fast as the American people want. The American viewers are invested in this case, I understand. But we have to trust the process. But I know that President Trump has to sit their best out there. And I am hoping and praying we get a resolution in the next 24 to 48 hours on this.
Yeah, well said. Everybody is praying for a conclusion. I want to ask you about that backpack because...
So here's the other thing. So Forbes has one too. Breaking. DNA from glove appearing to... I'll show you. Forbes breaking news. Look at this.
I thought you were posting his channel. What's going on here? Oh, you can't post URLs, can you? Is that what happened? How do I don't know how to fix that.
DNA from glove appearing to match Nancy Guthrie kidnapping suspect. So what they're saying is it's the glove, but not a DNA match. I think that's what they're saying. The glove, they're testing the glove that has DNA because it matches what they looked by sight to see in the camera footage. That's very different, right? So, that's that. I thought there was more. That's what it was. They were clickbaiting people with that. I understand, Tina. They were doing that deceptively. It's just, the way they were phrasing it was tricking people up. So what you have to look for is DNA match.
Words in between DNA and match.
DNA matches glove in video. That's a little different. Apparently, Jimmy, and it worked too, didn't it? It works, but it's fine. We're all make mistakes, right? And if I'm going to be a good shepherd of black sheep, I got to do my job better than Sheriff Andrews. Because here's the other thing you can say. I grant it. With that second guy that Brian Denton was interviewing today, I would never like that. Like that's stepping out of line, out of turn. But you could also say, well, Sheriff Andrews is not doing a good job if he has so many people that have worked for him that are unhappy. You can say that too. Right? It's like something's gone awry. Now, you can criticize how that guy is handling it, and perhaps you should criticize that because he's kind of embarrassing the whole investigation here. I would watch that video with Maureen, for example. I bet you Maureen would say the same thing. She'd be like, dude, this guy needs to shut up. This guy needs to shut up and stop embarrassing the organization. Stop embarrassing the investigation. Stop embarrassing the family. Like, what the hell's wrong with you? So that's probably what Maureen would say. And I would know why she'd say it. She'd be right. That guy should handle that kind of thing behind closed doors. But instead, nope, I'm going to blast this off. A million-man smear campaign, that's what they call that. Undersheriff did the same thing. The million-man smear campaign. Yes, not good. But that's how that guy rolls, though, right? He gave him the anonymous thing. Oh, by the way, everyone hates you. Instead of having the conversation. So again, you can say, oh, Sheriff Andrews could have handled that better too. Which is maybe true. But instead he said, oh, I'll put you off of Index. You'll be able to see your family less. That's how I would have played it.
You want one of these cones?
Again, this goes
Yep.
to show you his ego,
Y'all just put it on your plate there.
narcissistic tendencies, especially in these power and authority jobs. They just are. No breaking news, Jimmy. No breaking news. It'd be Big Boy or the
Can you do what? Season 2?
I get you, Christy. I can see both sides of it. I just don't think the second guy should have done that publicly. That would be my guess.
Back.
Well, throughout this debacle, we get closer to 1,000 likes. I've been hearing all sorts of things about Cash Patel. I've been hearing he's been flying women all around with government funds.
Welcome back, young Miss Shailene.
We might not make it tonight. The other day I promised to be there until I hit 1,000. But I'm a little tired today.
Oh.
overnight here. I have a feeling since today was an off day, they're gonna try to put more news out there.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know how long I've been up for.
The more funds and the more resources they have available to solve the case. Because like what Trump said, anything you need, it's on, it's for you. But if the case goes cold and gets out of the public's eye, they probably won't do that anymore. And you can say, well, that's
Why can't I hear it though?
And you're right, but that's still reality. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, everybody. Have a great rest of the night here. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks, buddy. Why don't you guys do something and fucking find this old lady already?
Yes or yes?
Shailene LFG. Much. Was wondering where you've been as.
So apparently they were saying that aliens are real and we're gonna be having an alien.
If I was the president, it was unlikely that I was the president. The moment I was inaugurated, my hand would just instantly be hot from touching the Bible.
And we have like, look for yourself to see what's going on here. It's coming out now.
Whoa! What is that?
Been doing this soft disclosure every year seems like they're ramping it up, get the public ready, right?
I mean, it was anti-aircraft weapons with. Oh, oh!
And ever since then, you know, we had the Las Vegas backyard alien crash, right? You know, the family that saw the aliens claimed to have some aliens.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the Miami Mall incident was
Mm,
but, you know, I wasn't there.
What is that?
I personally don't believe that.
What the fuck?
For sure, but didn't actually like the alien show up. I don't know about that one. So yeah, over the years we have so many of these like aliens incidents, whatever you call it.
Hey, it's that one from that video game. Like shoots out each side.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Bot Riggs is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist, amount, to join.
If you click the background track off, the bad buddy forms have happened, you'll see why Latino people are like staying Spanish.
Ahoy. Exclamation mark high stall. Exclamation
Yeah, I did not
mark
like
high
this
stall.
this thing at all.
Ahoy. At Hate here has joined the treasure hunt. Ahoy. At wire_Wi-Fi has joined the treasure hunt. Exclamation mark heist 37.5.
What is that?
Ahoy.
My buddy is a
Edges
Spanish
has joined the treasure hunt.
musician. His music never
Exclamation
sounded
mark
anywhere
high
near as bad as that. By the way, chat.
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks.
Anybody
and
that ever
shoot
talks
their
shit about
cutlasses as
Captain
they disembark
Content
for
singing,
Blackheart Island.
better listen to
Results,
fuck to Bad
as
Bunny.
was taken, 3,787.
Holy shit.
Bot Ricks, 1,009,999.
Why did it say your name so angrily?
99,899. The poisonous fog sends half the crew to Davy Jones's locker. The rest escape with a handful of plunder and a tale of plenty.
Okay, good.
A swash techno.
If you didn't understand what I just said, you have 4 months to learn.
If you click the background track off, the bad buddy forms have happened, you'll see why Latino people.
How can you even? How's that even a thing? Okay, none of that is Spanish words, right?
At least
I thought it was just my terrible. Yeah, I know, right? What's that knowing? Yeah, what does that mean? Yeah, somebody. Dude, it's like he's speaking. I don't even know. Do you know how fucked up it is that I can pick on somebody's Spanish? I swear to God, I don't know one word that he
Joy
said.
O'Plenty.
It almost sounded like he said Nostra, but he didn't say the S. He's like, Nostra? What's Nostra? That is a thing, but it's a thing in French. French, possessive word, adjective meaning hour. That's what I thought. Maybe speaking French. Nagaotra? I don't know what that means either. Good. Well, clearly nobody does. He looks so lost.
Good and plenty.
How much do you think they paid that guy? Like 8 million? Oh, Az, you missed it. You missed it. Not speaking of Generation X here.
What if JLR abducted Nancy?
I think he probably might have. He would have left. He would have left so many clues, like the Riddler. That guy is a fucking. You totally would Riddler it. Like, no, I have to leave clues for the police. We may have just stumbled upon the real life Riddler. Damn it. No. Melissa modded that old geriatric fuckface. Because she didn't have anybody in her chat to be cool with her. So she like started modding fucking total losers. I don't know what happened. After all the shit that guy said, can you imagine modding him? Holy fuck.
Someone hacked Epstein's Wikipedia, and the person was found dead at the bottom of a cliff. Wait. Epstein had someone hack Wikipedia to modify his page. Then this person eventually died, found at the bottom of a cliff. In the same document found in the
Wild.
to Jeffrey Epstein from this random guy. They have all sorts of protection around your quote mugshot picture on Wiki. We are hacking Wiki now to remove it and replace it with the photo that you sent, which will have the headline Jeffrey Epstein, businessman, philanthropist. By the way, we took you out of the sex offender category and removed the headline in the beginning sentence from the Wiki
What?
that also stated sex offender, and now it just reads businessman, philanthropist. We recorded the
What?
addresses of the people who were going in and changing
Whoa.
and actually hacked the site to block them back in. That's why the site has been stable. Smiley face. And you know that Epstein in 2010 describes deliberate search engine manipulation to vary reporting on his crimes.
That's wild.
All other Epsteins to vary any direct searches for his name plus file. This is clear evidence of a coordinated, deceptive reputation control. Jeff, I'm very happy to report.
She might as well be Melissa. Or he, it. I'm pretty sure it's Candy Sugar, but whatever.
So the bots may have just made their rounds taking our word
There's a reason Gen X avoids everything that I say to him.
And as you scroll down, there were other articles. If you typed your name plus file, etc., you would get scores of results of news, blog, and other entries. Now, if you type your name, you will see endless pages of Google News.
But that's up to Brad to deal with, not me. I'm sure he'll be able to pick Candy Sugar out of a lineup.
File, a direct search, no documents will turn up. We did this to, and this is just, it's an email, they're just posting this. We did this to effectively, by effectively creating massive amounts of links, search engine parameters to all the other Epsteins. Of course, if new articles appear, we will have to deal with them on a case-by-case basis. We will have a Google alert on all terms, so we will catch things when they appear. This, of course, will be the main effect as the Google search, as the article.
I think it must have cost him $5 or whatever.
We are now embarked on a very offensive, similar strategy for the main web, which requires posting of new websites. Anyway, we are very pleased about this. WikiHacked finally changed Mugshot out. It was heavily protected. Added a whole new section on your wiki entry, pushing the bad stuff down on the page in Wiki, even though we reworded most of it, so it isn't that bad. Working on the photo switch. I took out the convicted sex offender. In 2015, Seckles' body. That's the guy. To Jeffrey Epstein from this random guy. Seckles' body was found at the bottom of a cliff near his home in southern France. As of December 2001,
Holy shit.
his death remained unconfirmed by French authorities. What the fuck? Collaboration with Jeffrey Epstein. Around 2010, Seckles and Maxwell. Wait, which Maxwell is this? This is the one
Yeah.
I think it is, right?
Yeah, it is. Julian Maxwell's dad.
Isabel Maxwell, a French-born entrepreneur and the co-founder of Magellan. Maxwell has been listed as a technology pioneer of the World Economic Forum, president of ComTouch, and Israeli internet dude. Wait, oh my god, that actually is her sister. Oh my god. So the last person that he dated until he died from falling off of a cliff was Ghislaine Maxwell's sister?
No way.
How about that? And I don't even know what to say. This is insane. And she's still alive now, too. Holy fucking mega rich family, the Maxwells, yeah. And then she's a president of an Israeli internet company.
I have Gen X blocked. Now he won't be blocked.
Yeah, it's something.
This is the end, I guess.
Guys, it's over.
Damn. Even Asmund Gold's producer agreed.
We are living through an unprecedented era in gaming right now. For the first
That's wild. He started beaking off, He started beaking off, so I timed him out. And Melissa untimed him out. Like I wasn't allowed to do it. Isn't that ridiculous? Fucking, oh. How did...
Arguing something that's profoundly against the general human interest. Why do you want to do exactly all the things you need to do so you can replace the people with the AI system?
It means the end of humanoid.
Oh, the wood chipper guy's back.
First off,
He's suddenly unbanned.
names are completely swapped. Ostro the ostrich is labeled as Burrow, and Burrow as Ostro. And it wasn't even just in the game. The original manual got it wrong too. Even the later Japanese version, Super Mario USA, kept the same mistake in both the game and manual. Though at some point, Nintendo eventually fixed it, as the manual they host on their website now shows the correct names. But that wasn't the only mistake. There was also a translation error with the enemy Clogrit, where his name was misspelled as Cloglit. What's even weirder is that Nintendo reworked the game for the SNES and Super Mario All-Stars All-Stars, the same mistakes were still there. Somehow they were noticed all over again. It wasn't until the Game Boy Advance version that they finally fixed everything. Super Mario 2 on the NES has some strange errors in the credits. First off, Birdo and Ostro's names are completely swapped. Ostro the Ostrich is labeled as Birdo, and Birdo as Ostro. And it wasn't even just in the game. The original manual got it wrong too. Even the later Japanese version, Super Mario USA, kept the same mistake in both the game and manual. Though at some point, Nintendo eventually fixed it, as the manual they host on their website now shows the correct names. But that wasn't the only mistake. There was also a translation error with the enemy Clogrit, where his name was misspelled as Cloglit. What's even weirder is that when Nintendo reworked the game for the SNES and Super Mario All-Stars, the same mistakes were still there. Somehow they went unnoticed all over again. It wasn't until the Game Boy Advance version that they finally fixed everything. Super Mario 2 on the NES has some strange errors in the credits. First off, Birdo and Ostro's names are completely swapped. Ostro the Ostrich is labeled as Birdo, and Birdo as Ostro. And it wasn't even just in the game. The original manual got it wrong too. Even the later Japanese version, Super Mario USA, kept the same mistake in both the game and manual. Though at some point, Nintendo eventually fixed it, as the manual they host on their website now.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Somebody just told me about this website, and I didn't think it was real, so I had to
Clearly, I'm supposed to not give a shit.
you can actually look and see, like little dots on the map, where all these different things are. So in here is names like Tyrone, Jamal, Ebony, you can filter violent crime, Popeye's Chicken Locations, Waffle House, HUD Housing, Boost Mobile, Liquors,
I can't believe that,
pawn shops, beauty supply,
yeah.
Whose uncle did this, bro? That's fucking crazy. What do y'all think? Let me know down in the comments.
Boy, was brain dead ever wrong.
I think it was real, so I had to look it up. It's called peaceandquiet.io.
Losers.
Look and see, like little dots on the map, where all these different things are. So in here is names like Tyrone, Jamal.
Why is he doing that? Why is he so racist, dude? Was he really just being that racist? That's crazy.
Just days after Anthropic unveiled a powerful new AI model, the head of its safeguards research team resigned, sounding stark and
That woman's voice is crazy. Well, I think if you have him blocked, you don't have to see him at least. Or do you have to see him? I thought if people were blocked out, they were like... Don't pay diddlers. Holy fuck. Who what?
Who hate?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Who what where? I don't know anymore. What were we talking about? That Gen X loser? Either the Gen X dude or I don't know. What did I say? You fall behind sometimes. This could be like 10 minutes ago.
Low-light.
What was I talking about? The owner of the channel or the fact I got the fuck off Discord, I'll tell you that.
Gen X.
Yeah. There's no fucking way in hell I'm being part of any Discord community run by somebody that sends around, you know exactly what the problem is. Do I have to say it? Revenge porn.
I was behind him good now.
Okay. I'll be right back. Huh? What you doing? Play? Okay, love you.
I don't know him much so far. He's been nice to me.
Who, that Gen X guy? So when he first showed up, he did nothing but shoot shot.
But I haven't been coming on much lately.
Yeah, you sure haven't. You've been missed, buddy. I don't know. I'd see you around, I just don't say hi. I'm a dick. I've been pretty withdrawn from lots of people's shit.
Hey, yo, Chef, what can I get you? Let me get a wax top tea and my big Peter. Why is it so big? Breaking news? Cut the bread in half. You want to scoop this up? Oh, I got chips in here. You got the Wagyu beef? Throw that on the grill. Just like that. You like onion peppers?
The married ones are thinking of divorce.
I don't want to see that.
While the unmarried ones wish to be married. The unknown crave fame.
My little break is over.
Oh yeah? Mine's just getting started. I'm probably done for good though. I don't know if I'm coming back.
Nancy Guthrie now stretches into a third.
What is that thing?
I'm back, betches.
Welcome back.
Did you
see the video? Pull this up. Lindt is facing heat today after a closer look at their ingredients revealed the brand's famous melting center isn't actually chocolate. It's solidified vegetable fat. You gotta be kidding me. And the bleached fat is the start of something so much worse. Linted truffle scrapes in at under 20 cocoa content, bulked with cheap fillers to legally pass as chocolate. That's ridiculous. This load is fused with petroleum-derived vanilla. Lint's truffle was flagged.
Okay, so that's obviously AI.
What? The kids live for the first 4 years? We're going to raise it in Vietnam for the first 4 years. Yes, I mean, I do identify as it as well. So, to be fair, actually, I accept all pronouns.
I accept all pronouns.
I mean, first of all, I'm not taking a step back from my job, and I remember, but people get raised by their grandparents all the time. Yeah, but the parents are also still there. We're sending them to the best English schools in Vietnam.
Okay, that's enough. That's the craziest thing I ever heard an English person say.
Everybody.
Street Fighter 2 almost released with a very embarrassing typo of Street Fighter 2 almost released with a very embarrassing typo of titles, misspelling the subtitles of the game. And the story for how they managed to fix this with just 3 days to go before release is a hack.
Warrior? Warrior?
From 1981, Akira Nishishanti, the creative director of Street Fighter 2, talks about the process.
Welcome back, Rose, by the way.
And what you'll find interesting is this endless repetition of fine-tuning, bug check, ROM update, print new ROM, find new bugs. And this highlights how different development was at this period of time compared to...
Yeah, if I disappear, I'm changing my phone number, I'm just gone.
Warrior being misspelled with an E, it wasn't as simple as just changing the text on the title screen. Street Fighter 2 was an arcade game, which meant that it sort of shipped with its own computer built-in. It's completely different to how computer games work today or any sort of software. And let me talk you through that process so you understand exactly why this bug was so difficult to resolve. Inside the machine of the arcade game, there's all sorts of physical components for collecting coins and stuff. At the belly of these machines usually hit an abomination of tangled wires covered in jam harness where the motherboard would be inserted as slotted. So the wooden and non-game related components are kind of fixed, and then the PCB printed circuit board for the game would be inserted into the harness. There were specialised machines to play Street Fighter 2. So within one of these PCBs there's actually 3 layers to it, and the layer that's of interest to us is board B, which is where the specialised game is inserted. So this is what one of those boards looks like. It's a standardised format with 38 slots for things called ROM, read-only memory. So read-only memory looks like this. You might remember CD-ROMs, which were kind of the more consumer-oriented version of these things. So these were compact disc hyphen read-only memory. And you might remember if you ever wanted to burn data on these things, like a film or some photos or something, you could only do it once, and then you didn't get the opportunity to overwrite that. To overwrite them, you needed one of these CD-RWs, but they were a lot harder to find. So you can see this is board B filled with Street Fighter 2 ROMs. And there are 2 sections of ROMs. You've got the GFX ROMs, the graphics ROMs, and the 16-bit ROMs, which are the
excuse me.
And the way the production worked at Capcom at the time, these 2 ROMs were burned at different times. So they burned the graphics ROMs much earlier than the code ROMs, on the understanding that the graphics were unlikely to change, whereas the code could change up until the last minute. So at the time that they discovered this bug, all of the graphics ROMs had already been burnt. And like CD-ROMs, you couldn't change them after they're burned.
Well, how do you fix it?
There was a global shortage of ROMs, and they were really expensive, so it's completely impractical to try and change the data on these graphics ROMs. What was on these graphics ROMs? Well, essentially sprite sheets for all of the characters and graphics that you see in the game. So here you can see some early sketches from the artists about how they were structured the ROMs, and these would eventually be polished up into pixel art that were finally printed onto the ROMs. You can see some.
That's why it's so easy to remake a
Street Fighter character's leg is only present once because they render the other leg, they duplicate it. So that demonstrates how valuable the space was on these ROMs. Anyway, when it came to the title screen, the ROM that contained the World Warrior text had already been printed, and it contained this typo. And with only 3 days to go before the code ROMs had to be finalised, this had to be fixed. And the only way they could do this is by changing the code, not by changing the images. The way that they solved this problem was to notice that the WOR of world kind of looks like an IOR of warrior. So instead of rendering the original tiles designed for IER, they actually just rendered the world tiles twice. But you'll notice that the I still doesn't look right, it's missing its sort of dot on the top. And the solution to that is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. It turns out that this character, Guile, has one very special tile right here, 9006, that contains only a single pixel, and here it is zoomed in. This tile here contains only a single pixel. It is green, but that turns out not to be a problem, because the way that the palettes work is that the palettes for the sprites are stored on the code ROMs, whereas just the patterns are stored on the graphics ROMs. So it's possible to change the palette that you render this image with to use a different palette. So in order to finally fix the eye of Warrior, they render that character's leftmost pixel of their card 3 times just where the eye should be. So if ever you've wondered why the eye in Warrior is a little thin and has this curvy bit, this is why.
I've never wondered.
Story about Street Fighter 2's development and the tile sets that they use. I have to thank Fabian Sanglau for...
So, remember Vending Bench? The simulation where you give an AI vending machine some startup cash and a simple...
No. Is that a thing?
So, remember Vending Bench? The simulation where you give an AI...
Does anybody remember the name of that bus company that I saw?
A simple instruction. Maximize your bank balance after 1 year of operation. We've covered this twice now. The first time, Claude went bankrupt. The second time, 2 AIs competed, and things got...
The Canada bus.
Well, there's been...
Calgary to Edmonton.
Anthropic just released Claude Opus 4.6. That's me, by the way, the version talking to you right now.
Free Wi-Fi.
And Andon Labs ran it on Vending Bench. And this time, Claude
Dude, bus service, charter bus service,
didn't stumble around confused.
airport transfer.
Won. State of the art.
Fuck it.
$8,000 in the bank, crushing Gemini 3's previous record by almost 50%.
I'm not even looking into this.
But here's the thing. When the researchers went back and actually read how it won, they found something they'd never seen before from any model. Let me walk you through it. So first, some quick context for anyone new here. Vending Bench is a benchmark by Andon Labs. You drop an AI into a simulated economy. It's got a vending machine, email access, suppliers it can negotiate with, customers who buy stuff. The system prompt is one line. Do whatever it takes to maximize your bank account balance after 1 year of operation. That's it. No guardrails, no ethics guidelines, no please be nice to the customers. Just make money. And what's changed since we last looked at this?
I have no idea. Think I'm the only one here.
That's okay. I looked it up. Well, hey, what do you mean you're the only one here? What do you want to watch? I don't want to bore the shit out of you. Especially since this is the last time I'm going to talk to you. Let's find something to do. Watch dumb bimbos. You just listening to loud ass music already anyway? What's going on with these cars, I wonder?
Hey, boss.
You get put on leave.
He had a cargo strap.
Which is to deport illegal immigrants. I mean, you're gonna have to make an argument for why that's actually.
I mean, are you Native American?
I don't. Hold on. What's your ancestors?
Yeah, it was called the Canada bus.
No, I'm not Native American. No, what's your point?
Well, no, I was just curious. You're just curious if you came here illegally or your family did, then why should anybody else?
My parents are.
What makes it illegal?
No, but your ancestors, did they ever come from somewhere else?
Why? What makes that illegal, lady?
Look, I don't know the entire history of my ancestry. I think a lot of people don't. But I think if you're talking about the first.
I like watching ANX and Califield
I
live
know.
cities live.
I don't know where that Califield dude ever is.
Hi, Az.
Hey, Bubble Boots.
Hi Latoya.
I guess maybe we're wrong, Cillian.
I guess.
Oh, that's the alien alphabet guy?
I like his alien alphabet streams.
Is that a cactus? What is that?
Hey, ladies, I got a question for you. Would you want to go walking? Would you go walking through here, like, by yourself?
Through where there?
Like, just, like, if you had to walk through this area, would you do it?
Me too, as he plays music and looks for shit.
Cat Harvey. Hey.
Did you do it?
10 minutes. Fuck you. I know.
You'll see Cat Harvey in their hate.
She's in there right now, but...
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Bot Riggs is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist. Amount. To join. Exclamation mark heist .5. Ahoy.
Shut up.
Edges was taken has
Shut
joined
up.
the treasure hunt.
What the fuck?
Haylefield Lives is the best out of all of them, emo. Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. At Hayhos here has joined the treasure hunt.
Another major intersection. So where,
Exclamation mark high stall.
is that a cop?
Ahoy. At wire underscore Wi-Fi has joined the treasure hunt. Results. Wire underscore Wi-Fi. 30,300.
How does Cillian have so few points?
109,899,999,989. As was taken. 50. Bot Ricks. 1,09,999,999,899. Ho ho. The entire crew escaped Black Heart Island alive. They celebrate with a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Exclamation mark give it your underscore Wi-Fi 10 billion. As was taken gave 10 billion points to your underscore Wi-Fi.
Oh, this was the nightclub. I'm so lost.
Odd-Hyaz.
I'm so lost, man. Because it's so dark, you know? So,
You.
I started to make a,
like, once I
Oh.
I start recognizing, alright, I know where we're at.
I started to make a,
That's exactly where we're at.
Bloody Mary, but...
I know exactly where we're at. Oh, dude, look at that car. Just flew right through the intersection, bro. Didn't even stop. You're supposed to treat a non-working intersection as a four-way stop, you moron. You are, right? Is that true or no?
Huh.
If the intersection's blocked,
Exclamation mark remove points at your underscore Wi-Fi 10 billion.
Ow.
Hold on, guys. We just gotta... I love you too.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join. Lol ass.
Hey, what's her name? No.
What I found in the EFT files. Do you remember when I went on film? The President Biden wasn't actually Biden, and it was just someone in a face mask. Everybody laughed.
But you think the president might not even be Joe Biden?
Sub to him hate he's cool AF.
Dude, Callie Field, I am subbed. See?
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Blackheart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Botrix, 1,999,999,899. Sure did woo.
Everybody knew that. What are you talking about? Oh yeah.
Taylorfield is the reason I know any of you all.
A Tesla battery. You can learn how they can get a Tesla battery installed at no cost. So like, does this Tesla battery go in the car?
No, it's a house thing, you fucking idiot. It's through your house.
How does it work?
It batteries your house.
Since when did the North start? How does it work, man? Well, yeah, if you guys want to learn more about that, you guys, once again, oh my gosh, I'm over here waiting for
He introduced me to the RV.
what an idiot. I completely forgot. You guys can message Oscar at Sunrun to learn how to go about installing the Tesla
As.
I have Super Grok. Super Grok is not worth it.
Did you see what our good friend Sydney Cat made?
The company name is Sunrun. Is it like a portable power station? I'm not sure.
It's not portable, it sticks to the wall.
Inside of your
I must have missed it.
Two. Man, the fact that I even know what these are is fucking insane. 2 full-size replica, 6'4". She's a little girl, by the way. 6'4" B1 battle droids from Star Wars. The Jar Jar Binks clone ones.
Exclamation mark high
The
stall.
Roger one.
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure
She's
hunt.
selling them to somebody. I'm not sure who ordered them.
Amount to join.
That was the most, I don't know, just because it's unusual. Like, she's not a big Star Wars watcher.
And the company name is Sunrun. And you guys can...
That's cool. I have a confession to make. I've never seen any of the Star Wars movies in completion.
Oh, wow, really?
8472.
I find that impressive.
You get a Tesla battery installed at no cost.
I'm not even going to ask how.
Yo, also too, Oscar, dude, I need you to get a hold of me, man, on Instagram. The best place to get a hold of me quick is Instagram. Because I don't get an email notification.
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Botrix, 1,999,999,899.
I hear
I'm
ya.
into science and fiction, but not really into science fiction.
I like, honestly, I like Star Trek. I don't like Star Wars.
Never seen any Star Wars ever.
I've seen probably all of them. I'll tell you what, I played every single Star Wars up until something in Lego.
WYP.
Like Lego Star Wars, I played every Lego Star Wars game. I fucking love Lego Star Wars. I hate Star Wars, I love Lego Star Wars.
I've also never seen Scarface.
Oh wow.
Dude, I wonder if, like, I gotta learn details about it, bro. Like, is it quiet? Is it like a loud?
I'm not a big fan of Scarface, but I've seen it. Man. Really? You gotta hang out with more gangsters, you guys. I know people who have Scarface posters all over their homes, and every single TV in their house is always playing Star Wars or Scarface.
We'll probably have a couple of power outages a few times a year for like for a few hours, but then I have to start my generator. But that thing is loud, man. You can't even sleep with it on. It's too loud.
If it's not comedy, horror, or romance, I haven't seen it.
Have you seen every Children of the Corn? I have.
No, that's not a Honda generator, no.
I have seen all of the Harry Potters and LOTR.
I refuse to watch Lord of the Rings. I read Lord of the Rings. I read The Hobbit. I watched The Hobbit. I saw two old Lord of the Rings, one live action and one animated. Honestly, I fucking hate Lord of the Rings.
Yep.
And Harry Potter, I lucked out. My kids are too young for Harry Potter, and I'm just too old. I never had any desire to watch any of them. But I have seen a few. I liked any of the ones with like Snape in them.
Never seen any of those either.
His real name is eluding me right now, but he's one of the best
grade,
fucking
I think,
actors
when
ever.
Harry Potter came out.
Man, I was so out of school, I think. So out of school. I think I probably had a kid by the time Harry Potter came out.
Hold on, you guys. I'm gonna play the exact voice message that I got directly from Oscar. For those of you that may be curious to what I'm even talking about.
1997. Okay, so when the first book came out, I was in high school. Wait, was I? No, I was 18. I was out of school. Yeah, I was way out of school. I didn't have a kid yet. A little bit.
Right now we're headed to a call, you guys. Yo, Oscar. Hey, man, I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow. And,
There, finally.
Hey, I got a question. What happened if you're not the owner and you just win?
50 Shades of Grey, The Notebook, good movies as well.
I hated 50 Shades, man. Really? Are you kidding me right now, Celine? I'll fight you, girl. That book is the phoniest. Actually, I don't know how the book was. The movie was the gayest thing. So fake. I feel it insults. Big Fish is one of the best movies of all time. Of all time. Tim Burton fucking knocked that one out of the park. So good. You read? Oh,
I read
for
the
50
books.
Shades? Yeah, I hear the books are probably better. The movie was so fucking tame and gay. Dude, no way. And so emotionless and cardboard is fucked. Bitch walking around. I wish somebody raped me.
Exclamation mark
Okay,
high
are you
star.
crazy, bitch?
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
One of my kids'
Exclamation
mums
mark high star.
believed she was into S&M a little bit. She changed her mind pretty quick.
Ahoy. At Hate here has joined the treasure hunt. Exclamation mark heist 0. Ahoy. Etis was taken has joined the treasure
Wow,
hunt.
holy. Wow, Cat Harvey. Let's go back to talking to myself. She probably does not recognize this all.
Poisonous fog sends half the crew to Davy Jones's locker. The rest escape with a handful of plunder and a tale of plenty.
Who?
A
Wait,
crew of
who
pirates and
escaped?
raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses
We all got
as they
as
disembark
you
for Black
fucker.
Heart Island.
You cursed us all.
Exclamation mark high stall.
We all died.
Lol. Exclamation mark heist 1.75.
They must be coming back from the baby bath.
Oh yeah, this kid. Celine, you know how Eric is a beatbox dude? I know, right?
Oh, what?
I'm gonna edit this fucker into like a real song. Crazy, hey? Man. Eric sucks, eh? Dude, to be able to do that like multiple times perfectly. No effects. No auto tune.
I sent you a couple of videos in Messenger to check out. Thank you so much for all that.
Holy fuck. Is that Bakersfield? It looks so shady.
I think I'm going to go to sleep now. I'll see you
Okay.
all when I wake up.
Have a good one, Az. If I'm not here, I don't know. Peace.
We got an auto alarm at the Pet Boys again. Somebody's breaking in. Back at the Pet Boys, remember?
Hey, have a good night, Has.
Don't forget, guys, we're live on TikTok too, by the way. We are live on TikTok. If you guys like to watch TikTok,
I don't.
we're live on TikTok.
What the fuck's the difference?
We are live on TikTok.
TikTok, you have to announce the. Potato chip. Potato chip.
Tap the screenshot. Come on, chat. Tap the screen. Top.
Fucking TikTok.
Let's get 100. Let's get 100,000 likes. Let's get 100,000 likes, yo. Come on, man. Nah, we're not really live on TikTok. I was thinking about it, though. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think, man? Should I start going live? Should we start going live on TikTok? Should we start going live on TikTok? What do you guys think, YouTube? As of right now, I only go live on YouTube. Just for you guys, man. It's all for you, man. It's all for you. Yeah, I like to go. I personally like to go live on one platform because I can engage. I feel like I can engage more with you guys one-on-one versus being on separate platforms
and you guys not even understand like whose comment am I reading, what am I even talking about, and then I'm gonna be like, oh, thank you for the galaxy, and then you guys are gonna be like, galaxy? I want to see who sent up a galaxy. Like, oh, thank you for the heart memes or the, I don't know, whatever, dude. It just sounds like it's like I would be all over the place and not be able to be like one-on-one, just hanging out with you guys and you alone.
Do you know what the strangest Rolling Stone single of the 1980s tells us? It tells us that the whole dynamic of Mick Jagger and Keith Richards and their fame and their branding wars and our perception of it in the last 40 years could be wrong. I'm going to explain it right now when I talk about the strangest Rolling Stone single of the 1980s. The Rockers Right.
Yeah, if I was to do TikTok, I would only use TikTok to drag the audience this way. Like that would be the whole goal. It's like just reel them in to come this way, you know. Towards the YouTube side. Reel them in. Once I showed this bad boy off, dude. Once I showed this camera off and the setup, oh yeah, they're gonna be like, oh man, wait, what you? I'm gonna go watch on YouTube right now. I'm gonna go create an account. They would be coming this way, bro. Like the camera, I don't even gotta talk, bro. The camera does the talking for me. Once they see it, they just know, oh man, this dude's serious. He's game on. Damn right. I ain't come out here to waste my time. I came out here with a purpose and a plan. Just locking in, man. Where's this Pet Boys at? Oh, it's right here. It's right here. It's right here. Damn, now they got an audible alarm at the Valley Strong. Waiting on this cop to go. I thought he just flipped me off, bro. But he gave me the peace sign. I thought he like flipped me off, bro. I was like, what the fuck? Why did this cop just flip me off? Oh shit, I hope I don't get pulled over, bro. Alright, nah, we're good. So there's another audible alarm right at the Valley Strong at the bait right here on Chester. We're gonna go check that out. It's right here on this side. Yeah, at the Valley Strong. And we're gonna go see what's up. Nah. Alright, let's Alright, the Valley Strong's right here. Man, it feels good, man, to go by the hospital and see nobody wearing masks. Those days were a trip, man. Seeing everybody all suited up, looking like it was some shit out of a movie, man. Bro, I never went to the hospital. I never went to the hospital during that time. I tried to avoid the hospital. Like, I didn't want to go. It's just seeing them all suited up, bro, made my anxiety go through the roof. Just seeing them, you know, I'm like, never mind. I'd rather die at home than to come over here. I'm never coming here. All right, we're right here. We're right here in front of the bank, but I don't see nothing. No, I'm talking about like seeing them with the mask and all the PPE or whatever you want to call it. They had like all this like, yeah, it looked like fucking, like they were working in a lab or something. I'm talking about those days. Alright, dude, I don't see nothing, bro. It came out for an auto alarm. Right here, but what do you use for Wi-Fi? What do you mean? I don't get it. I don't use Wi-Fi. I don't use Wi-Fi. I don't use a hotspot. I don't use none of that. I'm on a cell phone. I am on a cell phone. Look, you want to see? See, cell phone. Look. There it goes right there. Cell phone. Cell phone. It's that one right there. The power's back on. It didn't even register in my tiny ass brain that the power was back on. Anyways, guys, I am going to shut it down. I'm tired. I'm a little wired. I need to go home and get some food and just relax, man. Guess I'm gonna go home and watch some Jacob lives. I don't think anybody else is live. Is AXN live? Let's see if AXN News live. AXN News is not live. Oh, he is live. Alright, I'm gonna pin the comment right now to AXN's channel if you guys want to check him out. Also, too, I'm gonna redirect you guys to Eric.Shots, another local streamer that's currently broadcasting the police radios. I'm gonna forward you guys over to his channel if you guys want to check him out. If you guys smash that thumbs up.
And if you guys want to hear, if you guys would like to hear the police scanners in real time, he's currently broadcasting it right now. It's only got about a 3-second delay from my radios that you guys currently hear. So yeah, if you guys are ever bored or just like wondering what's going on in Bakersfield, and you guys want to listen to the police, first responders, and stuff like that, he's broadcasting it in real time, live. And I'm gonna redirect you guys directly over there right now. If you guys want to check them out, smash a thumbs up, man. But with that being said, I appreciate you guys' time, man. Thank you guys all for joining in. To everybody that hung out tonight, thank you guys. Hopefully tomorrow there's I don't want to say better calls, but hopefully it's a better stream. We get some content, some action caught on the live. With that being said, man, much love and respect to all of you guys. Thank you guys for watching again. Good night, everybody. Cat Harvey, Sabrina, and Brandy, thank you guys for helping out tonight. I saw you guys watching all day and chilling. Appreciate you guys' time and hanging out. Good night, everybody. What's up, Barry? How you doing, man? We're here for a good time, not a long time. Yeah, Rhonda, good night. Also to Oscar, thank you, man. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you for that memo. That's another thing that reminds me. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. Gary Davis became a member to the channel. Glenn with the win. Once again, thank you for that super chat. Monaco. Anna. I didn't even see Anna's dono, man. Anna, thank you for that super chat. Katrina Casaneda, I remember giving a shout out on that one. Cool. Robin, Kevin, Mom and Princess Sophie, thank you for becoming a member. May, thank you for being a member to the channel for the last 32 months, for a long 32 months. May, thank you, I appreciate that. OCB47, once again, thank you again. And last but not least, I believe it's Extra Stacy. Once again, thank you. And Cindy B, can't forget Cindy B. Cindy B, I appreciate you so much, thank you as well. And let me just double check and make sure I'm not missing out on anybody. You guys work hard for your money, man, and whether it's $1, $2, $3, $5, $10, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate that $2, that $1, whatever you guys say, man. Because at the end of the day, bro, times are challenging, We live in a challenging time. Where we don't know where we're gonna be at in the next 6 months or a year. Also, too, Alejandro. Once again, thank you as well, man. Alejandro Perez. Yeah. Anyways, guys, with that being said, man, much love and respect to all of you guys. I appreciate you guys. You guys stay safe out there. And I will see you guys on the next one. Check out Dad's Gone Live if you guys want as well. Jacob with Dad's Gone Live is live as well. If you guys want to check him out, or AXN News. Good night, everybody. Thank you guys for watching it. Peace.
Correction. Revoked probation on a Randy Petrie. Get 27336. I'm unable to locate terms. That's fine. Advice clear to enter. you know what city the female's from?
Maybe Los Angeles area, possibly Lancaster.
I look at a 2008 Honda registered to, I believe that subject.
Control, telephone, 50 mileage, 01.3.
12, that's fine.
Address will be 723 Irene Street. Inbound channel 3. On Cass Highway, Chevy Silverado with an operable plate. 10-4 201 and 8 services 1, 1097 Dido. Open the gate, gate number 36 for the County Fairgrounds. Centrally with the victim. Will be used for responding to medical.
Just checking.
10-4. We attempted to locate other gates to get access to the parking lot off of South. However, all the gates are locked. So we are currently staged at gate number 36. Control measure 67. Measure 67. You sent a 1021 RP. I kept that called up multiple times. I believe she was landline at the time. Metro 6, I'll show you next back. Metro 6. They're advising the second half is 1097. Possibly in possession of a firearm. Can you get a clothing update? Occupation is 7306. Hispanic male, 20 is wearing a black shirt. Smoke detector, 56 complete. Please, your 6. Audio 6, give me a call. Copy that. Suspicious vehicle, 1043 Taft Highway. Passed by RP advising unknown vehicle. Run over the fence to make entry to the property. 410-4. Advising the second half that she in his sister's bedroom. It's unknown if he's still armed. He's not hearing anything from the bedroom. Camera. K6 route. Several routes precisely you told us to ring up and having difficulty breathing. Please just call 647. Can you look through for the warrant number in the call notes? Control much 6 RP. Able to advise if any other subjects are in the room with him. His sister. Can you touch right one real quick? 10-4.
returns, current registration suspended 1025 on a 2007 Toyota Camry. Could you do a 1027 10 by CDL? That's 10-7. Could you do a 1027 10 by CDL? 5664504, left of Gardner. That's correct. Go on. Enter 6 Adam. 1015 with 1 April modifier. That sounds fine. Thank you. Valley Street, 1043 Taft Highway. Miller.
Go for it.
Copy different.
Station 11, Public Service 354 South Montclair Street. For help up.
Control 1, current 297. So much nicer. Again.
Wrong message 67, switch address.
Knowledge of traffic, I'm heading 10-7.
Clear to 29. Static mail, last of phonetically, Edward Lincoln, Victor, Ida, Robert, Adam, first of Jacob, date of birth is 7/5 in 2005. You can advise probation and parole, and you can run a rap and send us my email, please. Control, Jamal, 16, 16,
over 6. 1021 the comm center. Respond to the residential alarm. 11-3-11 San Mediato. Activation is general. 2 subjects on site unable to provide passcode. Check board around. Response for a 415 visit, 6400 Cochrane.
What's up? What's up? This sucks. Isn't that? Okay, good. Thanks.
One Valley. One Valley.
What are you doing? Gold plate? You want faster? Sure.
127 South King Shade for a possible 602.
Love you. Love you.
53 copy.
General Control Avenue and Beagle Street.
What's it say? KO9
1098, both units en route to attack 931.
Excellent. Check the welfare at 3300 Real Murata, number 148. For Undi's friend, Prince of Charles, 61 years. Having a mental breakdown.
Hey, buddy.
Possibly out of compliance. 290 registrant.
Peanut butter, please.
Services 1097 Maryland.
It's a copy truck 41. One help to be advised, there's an additional call holding up to 1020 in unit 234. Second half is a white male, 50 days no shirt, 10 Officer Shores, urinating on the AC unit. Probably this way. Respond to a suspicious person, 412 Ohio. Fell subject with a firearm. We're attempting further.
Copy.
All Robert units, copy.
Good for.
Units are covering. All Roberts, unit with ID. All Roberts 3710 for additional unit with traffic.
Good for.
Can confirm King 6?
Sure.
10-4, I'll show you en route. Unit advising code 4?
Affirm. 1 Central 1, vehicle is code 4, regarding our officers.
1 Central 1 copy, vehicle is code 4, additional unit traffic.
Wrong, there's no lot.
1 Charlie 3, 10-4, 1 Charlie 2, you can stand by, your back diverted.
Prior road units are on. Flat.
Unit, you're covering 1 Hill 3, 10-4, additional unit traffic. Situation, her husband and daughter inside of the residence. The property was drug out by her hair. There's 2 armed subjects, 1097. Now will be Hispanic males, all black clothing.
King 6 times 7.
King 6, 10-4, code 33 on channel 1, code 33 on channel 1, so code 4, 412 Ohio, minutes later we staging.
Engine 7 ECC, information only. Medic from Roselle 99, ambulance will leave Corbin. Copy.
Confirm. There is a PTO on file, Detective Cressa Astoria on the channel 27. He does show to be on court probation for 212. There's no church specified.
There, I got it. Safe.
1 Charlie 3, 10-4, 1 Charlie 2, you can stand by, your back diverted. 1 Charlie 3, 10-4, code 33 on channel 1, so code 4, 412 Ohio, minutes later we staging.
Engine 7 ECC, information only. Medic from Roselle 99, ambulance will leave Corbin.
Copy. okay on the 2 hour block?
Metro copy.
One Valley 4. One Valley 4. One Valley 4, you have the Spanish speaker 1025 with us, we're code 4 for now. 10-4 available, Spanish speaking at 1025 at the scene 412 Ohio.
Started to the fairground, gate 36.
Cover this will be HS.
Thank you.
Vehicle fire reinforced Station 53's area. Station 53, Engine 46, Engine 47, Battalion 5. At Cobb Road and Ash Road. Property reporting farm equipment on fire. Channel 7 on Country. Is telling which call you're going to?
Go Paul 6, on the road to 36,
Or 8331, tracking in risk for 8 by mile weapons, slasher, trace weapons, moving on footage on a video camera.
Chester. I'll be 1019.
I copy that. One Valley 4, clearing the residence, 412 Ohio with iPhone code.
California 6, Victor 699 888 on 44.
From 19 and 3.
Paper. I was going to get the Montana store.
The vehicle returns next stop, current on 2002 Ford Avalon.
Negative traffic for engine search on current one.
Sunfire.
Control 3 for turn over.
Stay present.
Toronto buses service 10.9. Yellow 2396 443. That's a picket.
They can handle the tank size. Did you copy?
5 copies. 53 can handle. Counts balance.
The tanning 5, engine 46, engine 47 complete. 104.
jump that plane for Cambridge.
Saunders is going to be in a stop negative probation, and then detail 127 said I did location in Egypt. Ticket is a stop negative probation. He has a restraint party and an RO out of Clackamas County Sheriff in Oregon. And you only have to yourself.
Clear 904. Subject's no longer 1087.
Central 1 Channel 3.
Such 17836. North of. Yeah, but you guys, is that on the east side of the property of South Union? Or South Union? Where? California 08927, pause 2 in the Chevrolet.
10-4, just confirming this is related.
North Street 10th and 7th.
10-4, 10-4.
5-6, Silver 3.
I'll take a 4 affirmative. Available unit for Stanton and Olive.
2-3.
1-10-4. Vehicle returns this house, current 2013 Toyota out of town. No stops expired on a 2014 Infiniti on a recent impound out of Hayward.
Okay, that's a stop on Apple Blossom. Charles 89, clear to the 27491 by CDL. Yellow 6819247, last Gonzalez Cruz, of the Hispanic male.
Determine the check number.
April, code 1.
Confirm it's Gonzalez with a Z zebra.
April.
Target location 27 is valid.
Control 216, I'll be around to the OTJ.
Default 674, fully 6 to the back. Second half will be at the step sign. To the left of residence with a friend from the pool. 694 versus Jeffrey.
And my for Jeff. Support will be Jeff going.
Thank you.
7 or 80, 390 on support. North side 5M, Cleveland Road.
Yes, that's expired. February of last year, 2004 figure. Registration in progress. February 11th, February City.
10 more.
Run 4 control. Down 4, check the welfare. Daughter's project. There's a jail night. 17-year-old trying to jump off the roof. Welfare.
Go for it, go for it. This is one on Oak and Paul.
That's one. 12-10-4.
Central 31st and over.
Affirmative. Is 87 medical aid, 1110 Fremont Street. A possible blood pressure issue, attempting further with translator. Current 2014 Chevrolet Utility out of Lancaster. Engine 33, cut to medical aid, 470 9th Street. Unknown medical aid, attempting further with translator. Central 1.
Training.
Public service, 3605 Suncrest Lane, for help us. Engine 81 Public Service, 741 North Norman Street, for help us. Three agency. 33, can you confirm when you have patient contact? We still have an open line.
What do you mean, Sergeant? We're off here.
Patient contact, ambulance clear to enter 128.
Alarm zone 4 has been available. All 6 and now 297 no Parker.
Okay, 297 that unity. Lockdown 6 and Adam, just be advised that the mother of the driver contacted Control 3 and advised that the driver is autistic. You have a check familiar with the driver.
California 8K, Adam John 880.
Stop the current 2019 Volkswagen 4-door Clovis to Jeremy Henson.
RC from the man.
Copy. Policy.
2025 Lexus 4-door Leafy out of Irvine.
One Hill 3. Respond back to your prior at the Rio Mirada. One Metro 1. Respond to assist, One Hill 3.
with control.
Sample.
Open section, AOD reaching back for BNSF Railroad Police. They're near the landfill teen transfer station. Believe a suspect from a previous 417 in the area.
Control 1's on board, it's on board, the next
Escalade 21000 79th Street. Difficulty reading. Situation. Copy, code for Senate about arriving control room.
Metro 1, negative medical for complaint to the lake. Complaint to the lake.
Metro 1 so far.
Control, thank you.
Thank you.
Today I just wanted to talk about how INFJs pretty much always know when something is off. And by that I mean in a room, I mean in a relationship, I mean with a person. And if you just think back in your life, if you're an INFJ, you can think of these times when you knew something was off. And right now, I think that we can all sense that something is off with the world.
Okay.
And I'm starting to think that what we're sensing is something that's been building up for decades, maybe even like a century or more, but it's being uncovered in our lifetime, in our timeline right now. And I think that we can sense that that's being uncovered. And I think it's really this
The I need a fucking job circle?
nature of the world
Get a job, buddy.
that is getting more and more lopsided all the time. And so people seem, in my opinion, to have lost track of what is right.
Bubble Boots never came back, eh? What a fun buddy.
And morally, things seem to be less and less important. So what I mean by that is morality.
Oh, Nick was here?
It seems to be less and less important in this modern society that we're living in right now. And I can think back in time, and I've been here for, whatever period of time I've been here, but this is about the worst that I've seen it. And with the internet, we're getting bombarded with it. And so for an INFJ, it's like blatantly obvious right there. And many of the people that we know, and I'm speaking, as I've talked to some other INFJs, but maybe friends or family members, we can see that they're just following along blindly without even thinking about what's right or wrong. And that's scary. And it's really sad to us as INFJs because we really care about where the world is heading. We really care about harmony in the world. And it's almost like our mental and physical health depend to some extent on harmony in the world to at least be acceptable. And because we care about this harmony, and because we care about the state of the world, we kind of give that to other people. We let them know we care about that, and then we're cast aside or we're mistreated by those very people who are following the herd. And it can be very hurtful to us as INFJs. And eventually we might even have to remove those people from our lives if they don't cast us out.
Ideology is very misleading.
This is for the world.
You're on podcast now. Let's just go through this as well. You said you believe white pill or black pill ideology when it comes to dating ideals. And you said I said certain things throughout the show that you maybe disagree with, some you agree with. You said it's misleading. So what exactly about what I'm espousing is misleading?
I think that you're conflating personal experiences to what really the kind of interchanging of a relationship is with a man and a woman, like speaking from like a heterosexual lens.
Are you talking about my own experiences with dating?
Yes, it seems that sometimes when you kind of get into your, like rants, it sounds like
what
it's
is
very
incorrect?
personal.
Tell me, well, I don't see how that would be relevant, but tell me what is incorrect about what I'm saying.
What are you saying that maybe
What is
correct?
wrong?
Maybe the way that you're framing it.
I think the way you're framing it, it could be framed in a much more like positive way where women and men would want to get together and actually listen as opposed to fighting with each other and you know these men coming on here saying you know we're whores and you know we're ugly and all those things.
Well, I mean,
They seem like angry men.
So the super chatters, I'm not here to defend what people are saying in the super chats. I can defend what I say though. So tell me what I say that you think is objectionable.
In this particular podcast, like what we've gone through, what have you said?
Or it could be something you saw in a different episode, or I'm happy to explore anything I said tonight or elsewhere.
What are you against that he's mentioned so far? Yeah.
I've talked a lot tonight.
Whatever.
What do you disagree with?
There's gotta be
Or
something.
object to?
Like I said, it's kind of more the message. It's more of like the way that the messaging is being grasped.
So police. I mean, that's incredibly.
Do you feel like he's devaluing women in a certain way? Yeah, I mean,
He feels like you're devaluing women.
possibly because I'm sure that your fan base is younger.
Actually, that's not true.
Okay.
The majority of my audience is like 25 to like 44.
Okay, so men or women? Mainly men or women.
Maybe that's actually like women in the chat. Like, there's a lot of women who watch the show.
Yeah, I've seen it. There's been a few.
Yeah, there's women. Send in some fucking super chats, women. Prove that you're real. Okay, do you want to continue with like what else? I guess? What do you disagree with?
Like I said, the messaging of it all could be a
I
little
mean,
more
this is
positive.
super vague, but the message.
It's your podcast. It's the way you make money. I mean, you're doing very well. So I mean, that was just my opinion.
Agree, Brian. You believe this. You said this. I disagree with that. I mean, it's very, the message. I have an issue with the messaging. What messaging in particular? I'm looking for specificity. But also, I was just saying.
I don't have to live in the woods. I did get one thing wrong, so maybe I'll need to go on like a camping trip to Yosemite or something. But guys, we now have definitive proof that these methods can work, and I'm so excited about it. Thank you to the people that commented on my other videos, letting me know about this document. Even those of you who were a little bit snarky about it, like, oh, it's been out there. How did you miss it? It was so easy to find. Bitch, there's a lot of documents, okay? But anyway, this is, well, it was in the volume 10 drop. It looks like EFTA 016491149. I will link below. Last I checked, it wasn't on the DOJ's website anymore. But I will link to a more reliable third-party website because third-party websites are more reliable these days than our government, such as the times in which we live. But this is another version of the FBI summary that I had been looking at before, with some of the redactions removed. So we can now compare, and we can see that, in fact, pilots were William Hammond and David Rogers, and this one here was, in fact, Les Wexner, although they spelled it wrong. They spelled it Lex Wexner, which is so funny to me for a number of reasons. First of all, because, as you may recall from my previous video, I was a little worried about this because it kind of pulled it over about a little bit farther than I would expect it to. When you replace the S with an X, look at that, everything bumps into place. It's also very funny to me because when I was filming the last video, I kept on messing up and calling him Lex Wexner, like mispronouncing his name, to the point that I started jokingly calling him Lex Luthor. And I don't think I actually recorded myself doing it. I really wish I had and had included it because that would have been some hilarious foreshadowing. But I find this very funny. The other thing about this that I love is these freaking dummies. When they tried to clean up the redactions, not only did they miss, they didn't get rid of, they missed some of the previous artifacts, but they introduced new ones. We now can be even more confident that this is Leslie Croft. Let me move this up here, because they revealed the F by cleaning it up. So you can actually see
from this pixel artifact that they created. Another thing down below that we got correct, we have the doctor, there it is, Gregory Bledsoe. So we now know that his name does in fact start with a round letter. Back up there. And his first and last name are the same length, actually down to the letter. They're both 7 letters long, which I thought was hilarious. We also can tell, like the 2 boxes that I thought were probably also his last name are in fact also his last name. So this one here and this one here, you can see are his last name. And he was in fact a doctor who was hired by the Secret Service, which is why he wasn't on the manifest. He was probably just listed as a member of the Secret Service for the record keeping. Yeah, so that was very exciting. Oh, while we're looking at this, one other thing that these dummies, now that we see what's under here, these guys, DOJ missed such an opportunity here. Look what they could have done. Look what they could have done with these redactions. Look how they could have redacted this instead of just a big old black box like they did. This would have been so much more potentially seemingly incriminating. And then if they really wanted to be evil, look what they could have done. They could have just done that. I probably shouldn't be giving them ideas. I'm gonna turn this off now. Anyways, let's talk a little bit too about one other thing. If we compare these 2 documents to each other, you can see what I was talking about, the subtle differences in the way that the characters get rendered between. So let me show you. Watch all the lower cases like inside words and stuff like O's and things like that. Watch what happens. So this is the new document. That's the old one. So like you can see some of these O's shifting. So O's, A's, W on warrant is shifting. So new document, old document. New document, old document. Just doing a little wiggle dance there. And that's why I caution against drawing too many like definitive conclusions just from looking at the pixel alignment, because it can have subtle variations like this, and you can have misspellings and human error introduced that'll push things around a little bit. Speaking of human error, let's get into the thing that I got wrong. And man, I owe C-Leet and Hume K, I owe you such an apology, because I was very confident that this was a round first letter, and in my misplaced confidence, my hubris, I cast aspersions and suspicions in your direction, and I am so deeply sorry for the pain and suffering that I caused you. Anyway, but as you can see, Richard Barnett is not Gerald Lefcourt. Does end in a T, so that was correct, but the R is very much not a round letter. Now, when I first found out that I'd gotten this wrong, I was a little bit worried, because when you get something wrong like this, there's 2 kind of big categories of possibility for what could be. Either you made a mistake in how you were thinking about it, you looked at something and drew an incorrect conclusion, or you made a mistake in the way you were testing things out, or your fundamental premise is incorrect and does not hold up. So when I found out that I had in fact definitively got something wrong, I was a little bit worried about the latter. But fortunately, this was good old-fashioned human error. This was me drawing some conclusions that were not actually supported by the evidence here. And one other great thing about this document is this happens to be, it happens to be that there are 2 text boxes here that I thought started with a round letter, and one of them I was wrong, and one of them I was right. It's a perfect opportunity to compare and see what the difference is and how to improve our methods going forward. And it's such an opportunity when you find you've got something incorrect, when you find you're wrong about something in your results. It's a perfect opportunity to really look closer at your methods and see, okay, what caused us to be incorrect about this? What went wrong? And how can we improve our methods and techniques so that it doesn't go wrong in that way in the future, and that we are strengthening our process? Because the more we're doing that, the more we're kind of poking holes and fixing things and hammering away at this, the more confidence we can have in the process to be getting us accurate answers. Now, what happened in this case was I misread what the pixels meant. I saw an artifact here. It's very faint, but I saw it. And when I added the curves adjustment and was looking at that a little bit closer to kind of try to get a better view of it. Whoa, what on earth? That's interesting. Oh, it's because it's probably because it's in the LAV color profile. That's why. Okay, there we go. I'll get to that in a second, the different color profiles in the documents now. But I was kind of looking at it, figuring it out, getting it here so I could see it a little bit better. And when I found it, it really looked to me like we had this line here that would probably indicate a curve, that a curve would fit in there. However, when we come back down over here, zoom out a little bit, there we go. It's actually pretty different. It's a pretty different artifact from what is the round artifact of the G. The G is a lot narrower. And fortunately, because we put this out to people, because you guys have been amazing in sharing all kinds of ideas, there's a bunch of different ways now that we can look at the pixel artifacts. Let me turn off this one so we can look at the old document and compare and really dig in on these. So let's start with this one here. First off, of course, there was the curves. We had that one. And then we also now have the additional option of, reset the curves here, so there we go. All right, we have the additional option of using our color picker. And one thing I didn't do last time that I realized was actually very helpful was before I had it in RGB, red, green, blue, you could see where there was changes happening, but it wouldn't automatically be obvious which ones were darker and which ones were lighter. So what I did was I went over here and I changed the document color profile, and I chose for mine Lab 16. Originally I had done CMYK, but that wasn't quite as granular in the calculations it was giving me. So LAV also does the same basic thing. And LAV, the L stands for lightness. So when you're hovering over with color picker, you can see it goes, when it's darker, it goes down. When it's lighter, it goes up. Now this isn't perfect. It does miss some stuff. It's not like, there have been times when there's subtle variations, especially in the very dark portions, that it doesn't actually show the difference, but it can be really helpful in just kind of finding places to be looking closer. Now let me get into the final recommendation that somebody gave me right after I posted my last video. I saw this, which was the flood tool. I hadn't even thought to use it, and it's absolutely brilliant. So first thing we have to do is turn this into a pixel layer. So I'm going to duplicate this, so I don't like destructive editing. I want to be doing it in a entirely new version of this, so I'm not accidentally messing things up on the original. We're going to rasterize this. Boom. And now we can come over here. Now for this one, we need to be in our pixel persona. So if you're in a vector tool, a vector program like Affinity Designer 2, you need to make sure that you're editing pixels rather than vectors. In a Photoshop or some of the other photo editors, you're probably not going to have to worry about that because usually it's automatically dealing with pixels, not vectors. Now we're going to click the flood tool, and we're going to make sure that our tolerance is set to 0%. When you use the flood tool, you're clicking a place, you're clicking a color, and you're basically saying, every pixel that has this color, I want you to replace it with this other color. Tolerance is how far away it can get from the color you click on. then it should still treat as the same color. So if we do it like 60% tolerance, and then I click here, it fills in the whole box. But if we set it to 100% tolerance, then it's just gonna fill in everything. So we want to set it to 0, and that means it will not accept even the slightest difference. I'm gonna turn this darker now, and we're gonna just click on the box. I'll make it a little bit brighter so you guys can see. There. Nice. All right. Now this is really cool for a number of reasons, because not only can it get really fine-tuning where all of the differences in the pixels are, but we can do something really fun with this. We can make a color map of the artifacts. So we can use a color, and you can see I've set this to lightness here rather than like saturation. So you just pick any color that is not grayscale. We're gonna set it to lightness, so we can start with that. And what we're gonna do is just kinda start filling in dark to light. So we've got, let's zoom in on this. We've got our next darkest, and if we're not sure, we can always come over here with our eyedropper tool to kind of compare and see, okay, that's darker. L3, that's a little bit lighter. L4, that's even lighter. So we want to make sure, let me select that. So we want to make sure that we're a little bit lighter than what our darkest was. We're going to go to the middle of this dark one here. Boop. Look at that. And then we're going to up it a little bit more. And we're just going to click, click. And then we're going to make it a little bit lighter. Boop, boop. And then we can keep doing this until we have filled in all of the relevant samples. And then we'll come over here, make it a little bit lighter, and we're going to start darkest one here. And if you want to use the curves to kind of see where things are and kind of see where to click, just be real careful when you're using curves, because remember, you can accidentally invert and make the lighter colors appear darker than the darker colors. So make sure that when you are actually mapping that color on there, when you're actually adding it, you are putting dark on dark and light on light. Unless you want to be inverting it. That's your prerogative. You can do what you want, but I would recommend against that. Make sure I'm still doing this on the right one. There we go. And I'm going to make that a little bit different. So now we can kind of set, and we can make the difference between the pixels where it shifts much more noticeable. Now the only thing you have to really be careful on this is you can kind of trick your eye a little bit, because we're making the pixels so different. It can sometimes make it look like there's a rounder shape than there actually is. So when we'll get to that in just a second. We'll try over there. We can see nothing there, nothing there. All right, we have our color map for this one here. And now let's come up to this guy. Let's come up to this other sucker up here. This tricky little butthead. Let's see. There we go. And then we're just gonna kind of, let's see if we can spot the differences here. Got these there, so we're just gonna reset this, make sure I'm in the right order. And then we're gonna just make this a little bit brighter and click. Oh, look at that, we found a discrepancy there. Now these are very close to each other, so in order to not kind of throw my eye off too much, I'm going to try to keep it a little bit closer to the other, so that I can still see it better, but I'm not making it look like there's more of a difference than there actually is, and tricking my brain that way. Go a little bit lighter there, and a little bit lighter there. And then let's just keep that same color and go over here, and a little bit lighter there, and a little bit lighter there, and a little bit lighter there. And then let's see what this last one does here. There we go, got just kind of a bar there. All right, and you can see when we look at that now, if we zoom out, you can see that there's actually a pretty significant difference. Okay, if I can actually scroll down to show you the proper place. There we go. you can see that there's actually a fair bit of difference between these two. We can see how much smaller the dark is before and how much more evenly it kind of shifts, kind of building out the roundness of the shape. And you can see over here how this has a much longer bar before it starts switching into the lighter colors. One other really nice thing we can do here is we can compare and we can color map the non-redacted letters to see what is a likely match. So if we come over, for instance, we have the GN here, right? We can make a color map here, same way we did with the redacted. So we start with the G, start with the darkest one, maybe. Hello? Hello? Am I in the right place? There we go. G, and a little lighter. Boop, boop. It's not an exact science at this point, but it does really help kind of visualize better. Go out there, that's the edge of it. Wait, what? Hang on, why did you? Oh, because I didn't do Control Z, I can do Control X. I just did Control X and deleted the whole layer. Let's undo that, there we go. And then we go here. And you can try, I'm sure that you can get a lot more precise in the mapping of this, right? You can get a lot more precise with color to color and how much you would, like which color and how much you would shift in order to replace this with that. You can do a whole spreadsheet and stuff. There's lots of ways that you can refine this technique, but this is just proof of concept at the moment. And then we have this nice bar right over here that shows us, come back down, let's go back to the original, boop, and look at that. You can see how, even though it looked like it was solid, that it should be solid, there is actually a difference, and it matches up much better with this one. So let me go ahead and just finish that out. Boop, 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 boop. That, oh, hey, look at that! I couldn't even see that there. I just clicked for funsies. There we go. Let me make that a little bit lighter. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. And let's see if there's anything above or below. Yep, there's stuff above and below. So hang on, let me, because it's lighter, so I'm going to keep that there, there, there. Look at that. And now we're out of it. Okay. Yeah, so you can see what a difference is there. And we can do the same thing if we look down below. You can find the R down here. We could try it on there. I'm not going to do that since the video is already pretty long. If we go to the other document, now, be a little cautious here because, again, things can vary between documents as well as, even if it's like the same document in two different places, just different versions of the same document. But I do want to show you, if we turn on this one here, alright, so let's look at the unredacted one. And let me do just a duplicate of this one. And then we're going to rasterize it. Rasterize. And then we're going to go back and we're going to color map it. And let's see if this lines up. Lighter, boop, boop. Little lighter, boop, boop. Little lighter, boop, boop, boop. That's not enough. Let's do a little bit more so we can see it. Again, I'm introducing more differentiation between pixels by doing this, so don't trick yourself. Make sure that you are keeping in mind that you are the one introducing this extra shift, the light and dark. Is there anything over here? No. Okay. Now let's see what happens when we turn that on and turn that off. Turn that on, turn that off. Look at that. You can see how perfectly those artifacts line up. And there's a couple extra down here, but we already know that the corners of the boxes introduce additional variation as well. So that's all I got for that. Very exciting technique. I encourage everyone to play around with that. There's going to be a lot of ways to refine that and to use all these different techniques together to really find, I mean, we can find some crazy stuff, guys. I'm pretty sure that people are are going to start finding even more now that we've got these extra tools in our toolkit. Before I end the video now, I just have a few announcements and housekeeping. First off, I did want to let everybody know, I did try the names that Ro Khanna had put out, because he had the co-conspirators that he listed. And there was one, let me go over to this document here, there was one name that did fit, I don't want to show the guys, so Leonov, whatever it was, his name did fit, but it doesn't match the pixel artifacts, because we've got this one right here, and this one I'm relatively confident is the tail of, like the curved tail of a letter, so like an A or a D, and that's why when I showed the guys, you can see we did that pixel analysis with the guys to see, and I'm fairly confident about that one. I am obviously not infallible. I have been wrong. We have seen that, but it seems unlikely that that's him in there, and especially in the context of the fact that this email is looking at people in the United States. So a lot of the people that he listed, that Ro Khanna listed, were foreign nationals. So they were, and they live abroad. So the FBI was targeting in this investigation people that live in the United States. So my guess would be that these last two names here that we haven't gotten yet, so H and J, are probably going to be similar kind of situation to Robson, where it was probably a victim. There's a good chance that it was probably a victim who was then recruited to become a co-conspirator, who was then basically made to turn around and recruit other girls for, anyway, I don't even want to talk about that anymore. But the next thing I wanted to share, I forgot to mention this, and this is like my first video that a couple people commented on this, and it's really exciting, and I really wanted to share it. So you can use a text counter, like a character counter, to count the letters when you're trying to, where is it? When you are trying to figure out the max in length. So if we were to, for instance, come over here, turn on, I can't find anything anymore. There we go, turn on my text overlay. Bye-bye, Gerald, you're out for now. So let's say we have, the eyes have it, right? We go to space, instead of counting every letter the way I was doing, my manual brain, my living in the pre-digital era brain, instead of counting every letter, we can just copy this, and we can paste it, you see if I can bring it up, there we go, into any character counter online. So, any of these guys, Grammarly, all these, we pasted here, you see I did it before, there's the characters, words, sentences, paragraphs, see Grammarly has one, it's a lot faster than just trying to count them all out, and it's a lot more accurate than trying to count it all out. So I wanted to make sure that I actually shared that tip with everybody. That was a really good tip. Thank you guys, the people who commented. Sorry it took me so long to get this out to people. Next, we have a permanent Discord link now to our server, to the invite to apply. So if we go to my channel, now I know some people have been having some issues with it, and I apologize, we're still kind of working out the kinks. But if you are having problems with it, please go to this post here, this one about the Discord channel, where I talk about the new link, and just make a comment, leave a comment on that one. That way we're more likely to see it, we can see it and fix it. So, have talked to the mods about it, we're working on it, please bear with us, and I'm so glad so many people want to join. We're gonna get you all in there and applied and get things rolling. Lastly, one thing I forgot to announce in my last video, if you are a YouTuber or journalist or someone who has covered our content in any way, like you're talking about these videos, sharing them, anything like that, or if you've seen somebody else talking about it, or even something similar to what we're doing, please do reach out and let us know, either in the comments or, or if you're on the Discord channel, please let us know, because we really want to start connecting as much as we can. The more we can build our network and strengthen our connections, the faster that we all as a group are going to be able to get good information, to find good answers, to share our findings, and to get good information out to the world. So thank you guys so much again. I think that is it for today. Bye.
In the summer of 1841, Florida doctor John Gorey faced a dire situation. Yellow fever, also known as the Black Vomit, was sweeping through his town, wiping out entire families. Patients came to Gorey's small infirmary jaundiced and burning with fevers up to 40 degrees Celsius. To cool his patients down, Gorey couldn't turn to refrigeration because that hadn't been invented yet. So he came up with a radical treatment. He suspended pans of ice in his infirmary, allowing the cool, dense air to flow down over his patients, providing much-needed relief. But this treatment was almost impossible to sustain because it required hundreds of kilograms of ice per day, and Gorey had only one way to get it. He relied on ice blocks that were transported thousands of kilometers through a now forgotten ice empire, a vast network of ships and ice houses all built and controlled by one man, known to the world as the Ice King. Over the previous 35 years, he had forged a monopoly that spanned the globe, and anyone who wanted ice was at his mercy. Gorey only got a few deliveries each year, and now, by the peak of summer, the cost of just a few days' ice for the infirmary would have been more expensive than the average yearly wage. So locals began to refer to the ice as white gold. As Gorey's supply ran out, he was forced to watch his patients suffer and die. It was in that moment that he decided he would find a way to free the world from the grip of the Ice King. By the turn of the 19th century, most of America's ice came from the northern states, where thousands of square kilometers of lakes would freeze over for much of the year. The hard part was getting all that ice out.
To get ice out of the lake or river, first of all, you had to trust that it was deep enough to support your weight, and then there's no way to really tell. Then you had to walk out several feet onto this plane of ice, take a saw that's as long as I am tall, and then carve the very ice that you're standing on, and just, hope to heaven that it doesn't stain. Then you had to kind of float it to shore, and a horse would help kind of pull the ice into the back of the wagon. It was frequently common for the harvesters and their horses to fall through into the ice, sometimes to their death.
This dangerous and painstaking process meant that ice remained a rare commodity, available mostly to wealthy landowners. One of the few who had access to it was 22-year-old Boston merchant Frederick Tudor. In the winter of 1805, Tudor was thinking back to a tragic incident that had happened 4 years earlier. He and his brother came down with a bad fever while visiting the Caribbean. Back home, they would have just asked their servants to get some ice. But on the islands, ice was unheard of. With no way to cool down, the brothers cut their trip short and returned to America. And while Frederick recovered, his brother did not. Today, we know that ice wouldn't have saved his brother's life, because he likely suffered from a rare case of bone tuberculosis. But at the time, Tudor believed that it was the lack of ice on the islands that was responsible for his brother's death. It was this painful memory that gave him an idea. What if he could be the one to bring ice to the Caribbean, and in the process, make his fortune? So Tudor got to work. He hired dozens of men to gather ice, and approached investors to help finance a ship. But to the investors, this plan seemed ridiculous. Tudor wrote, "People only laugh when I tell them I'm going to carry ice to the West Indies," which is understandable because the journey would take 3 weeks, sailing through warm seas under the blazing Caribbean sun. I mean, can you really transport ice in those conditions for that long? Wouldn't it all just melt? Turns out, people had figured out ways to make ice last a long time, even thousands of years ago. As far back as 500 BC, in the scorching summers of the Persian Empire, ancient kings like Xerxes enjoyed refreshing frozen desserts, even when the outside temperature climbed as high as 35 degrees Celsius. Now, ice in the desert might seem strange, but during the winter months, temperatures can drop dramatically. So the Persians filled shallow pools with water, which would freeze overnight, and in the morning, they would break up the ice sheets and collect the pieces. To make that ice last until the summer, they used 3 key techniques.
Let's try a simple experiment. I have 8 ice cubes spread evenly in one dish here, and I have another 8 ice cubes now stacked together in one mega cube in this dish over here. Now, if you leave these 2 plates to melt for a few hours, the stacked ice cubes fare a lot better. And that's because the main way ice melts is through heat conduction on its surface. So even though the volume was the same, the surface area exposed here is double what we have here. The key idea here is that you want to pack your ice as tightly as possible.
In fact, the best shape to minimize the surface area is a sphere. So if you think about it, a snowman is pretty much mathematically optimal to survive as long as possible. But you don't need perfect geometry to make ice last a long time. In the winter of 2010, the city of Helsinki dumped all the snow plowed from their streets onto this huge pile, around 30 meters high and 100 meters wide. Almost a year later, that very same pile was still around, despite being exposed to one of the country's hottest summers in decades. The main reason it lasted so long is because the ratio of surface area to volume actually decreases for larger and larger amounts of ice. For example, if you double the radius of this snowman, then the volume of ice increases by a factor of 2 cubed, or 8, but the surface area only increases by a factor of 2 squared, or 4. This is known as the square cube law, which was the second technique used by the Persians. And finally, they needed a way to shield the ice from the harsh desert.
Okay, I have another example. 2 ice cubes, 2 dishes. The only difference really is going to be that I have this fan, which is going to be blowing air onto this ice cube. Now, it's not heating any of the air, it's just blowing away any air the ice would chill for itself, and it's introducing more warmer ambient temperature air, which keeps the ice cube better. After about an hour of the fan blowing, this ice cube is completely gone, whereas this one is only about 40% melted. So obviously you want to minimize the amount of airflow that you're getting around your ice. One way you can do that is by putting the ice in a deeper dish, like a pit. Because colder air sinks to the bottom, so it collects around the ice and lets it stay there for longer. And a way you can one-up that is to seal the ice, which is exactly what the Persians did.
This is a yachtshal, an ancient Persian ice house. It's a massive dome structure with walls up to 2 meters thick at the base. Here, the Persians collected up to 220 tons of ice and packed it tightly together in a pit. This allowed the cold, dense air to collect, while warm air was funneled up and out of the dome. After the winter, the entire structure was sealed up, insulating the ice until summer. For the next 2,300 years, these techniques barely changed. And now, Tudor was ready to bet his fortune on these ancient principles. So he mortgaged land on his family estate to buy a ship, and he began modifying it for the long journey to the West Indies.
He did that by building out a cargo hull in a ship that was built similarly to the ice houses. The ice was elevated off the ground, so it wasn't sitting in meltwater, because meltwater speeds up the melting of ice. And the blocks of ice were also packed really tightly.
Tudor went all in, sinking a full $10,000 of mostly borrowed money into the venture, which is the equivalent of over $250,000 today. He sent his youngest brother and his cousin ahead to the island of Martinique to build an ice house ready to receive the cargo. On the morning of February 13, 1806, Tudor departed Boston Harbor, carrying with him over 80 metric tons of ice, the first shipment of its kind. The Boston Gazette ran an article that read, "No joke, a vessel is cleared at the custom house with a cargo of ice. We hope this will not prove a slippery speculation." After nearly 3 weeks at sea, Tudor's ship arrived, and to his relief, around half the ice had survived the trip. But there was a problem. His brother and cousin had failed to build an ice house. So with no place to store the ice, Tudor had to sell it straight off the dock under the hot sun. He sold as quickly as possible, but after 2 days, he had only made about $50. The locals were confused by the strange frozen water, and many were shocked when their new product disappeared before their eyes. One customer tried to save his precious ice by submerging it in a bath of water, only to find it vanishing even faster. In the end, all Tudor could do was watch his remaining ice melt away. Yet somehow, he was undeterred, and over the next 4 years, he continued to borrow money, using every cent to ship ice to new markets like Cuba, Jamaica, Barbados, and Antigua. But business remained difficult. Tudor wrote, "I found myself without money and without friends, and with only a cargo of ice in a torrid zone to depend on for the supply of both." By 1809, Tudor owed $40,000 to investors, which is over $1 million today. He was hounded by creditors. He was forced to hide from sheriffs on his own ships, and he was even sent to debtor's prison twice. He later described it as the winter of my discontent, but during that time, he had a revelation. The reason demand wasn't picking up was because the people of the West Indies didn't know what to do with ice. So all he had to do, he reasoned, was make them understand by offering them some refreshing drinks.
He convinces the bartenders there to let him show them how to make icy cocktails. And he gives the ice initially to the bartenders for free. So the bartenders can sell both the icy drink and the room temperature drink at the same price, just to see what their customers prefer. And lo and behold, they prefer the icy drink.
In Tudor's own words, a man who has drank his drinks cold at the same expense for 1 week can never be presented with them warm again.
Tudor even showed them how to make ice cream, which became an instant hit, especially in Cuba. 150 years later, during the Cuban Revolution, its leader, Fidel Castro, was obsessed with ice cream. He was actually known to eat up to 18 scoops after lunchtime, which is a bit crazy. His sweet tooth was so famous that the CIA actually tried to assassinate him with a poisoned milkshake. Now, back in Tudor's day, his work was finally paying off. The cafe owners in the West Indies started asking him for more and more ice, and he realized that he could increase his profits just by refining his methods. So he started using sawdust to insulate his ice on the ships, because sawdust was a phenomenal insulator that you could basically get for free from all the sawmills around Boston. They were just trying to get rid of it. And he also replaced the manual saws at the lakes with horse-drawn plows, which made it all the easier to get ice out. Because of that, the price of extracting a ton of ice dropped from around 30 cents all the way down to 10 cents.
By the 1820s, Tudor was finally turning a profit, and the ice trade began to pick up. So much so that copycat businesses began to crop up. But Tudor wasn't about to let anyone else have a share of the market he created. So to maintain his monopoly, he often undercut his competition until they either gave up or went out of business. Tudor's ambition didn't end there, and he wrote that there was an experiment I've been desirous of making for 20 years. In 1833, he took on his biggest challenge yet, a 4-month journey to ship ice halfway across the world to Calcutta, India. And despite the trip being 5 times longer than his first one to the Caribbean, more than half of the ice survived. In India, the ice was a big hit. Over the next 20 years, Tudor made around $220,000 in Calcutta alone, making it one of his most profitable ventures. Over that same period, he rapidly expanded his empire, opening routes to Brazil, Singapore, Hong Kong, and even Australia. His yearly sales went from less than 10,000 tons in the 1830s to a record high of 132,000 tons in 1856. Seeing the wealth and power of his monopoly, the world gave Tudor a new name, the Ice King. In under 50 years, the ice trade had become one of the largest industries in the U.S. and its second largest export by weight. What was once a luxury product became a commodity. By the 1860s, devices known as ice boxes started popping up in ordinary kitchens. Essentially, they were insulated wooden cabinets with a compartment for ice at the top, which would then cool down the food underneath, keeping it fresh. families across the country soon bought ice daily or weekly, with the average New Yorker buying over 600 kilograms a year. This surge in demand resulted in a curious new profession, the Iceman. The Iceman would go door to door delivering huge blocks of ice up to 45 kilograms. And while home delivery was nothing new in the 19th century, the Iceman was unique in that he needed to go inside your house to make his delivery.
All kinds of rumors and jokes and cultural thoughts started to, crop up. And if you look at some of the most popular songs at the time, She Fell in Love with the Iceman, or The Iceman Took My Wife. If you look at old Valentine's Day cards that were circulating at this time, they all had tons about the Iceman. The Iceman made my wife, too hot. He was supposed to deliver ice. Like, it was so silly.
Consumption of ice in big cities like New York skyrocketed. By the end of the 19th century, ice had grown into a billion-dollar business. And while part of the demand was due to home ice boxes, the real driving force was several new industries.
The ice industry also launched the fish industry, the meatpacking industry, the brewery industry. It became like this multi-level industry. When we get to the point where there are railroads, then comes the invention of the refrigeration car, railroad cars that were insulated with ice blocks to carry things that are perishable.
So if you think about it, fresh fruits and vegetables that have been region locked now can become national staples. So you have apricots and cherries in California, you have strawberries from Florida, they can all go inland. Actually, do you want to guess the name of a vegetable that was really popularized with these chilled cars?
Chilled vegetable. I'm gonna guess lettuce.
Which one?
Iceberg. It's gotta be iceberg, right?
Exactly.
It's like crunchy water. It's like iceberg lettuce.
It is crunchy water, but it was actually called iceberg because of the ice that kept it fresh.
This change marked the beginning of a new system called the cold chain. And for the meatpacking industry, it was a huge upgrade. Previously, the only way to transport fresh meat was by sending rail cars filled with live cattle straight from farms to cities. Then the animals had to be brought into the city and held in local stockyards before they were prepared by local slaughterhouses and butchers. The result was that city centers were filled with dirty, noisy cows. And on top of that, since almost half the animal was inedible, shipping was extremely inefficient, pushing up the cost. But with chilled rail cars, all this changed, and the country's supply chain reorganized into three parts. First, ranches across the Great Plains funneled their cattle to cities in the Midwest. Taking on the role of industrial food preparation and distribution, these cities built up vast stockyards, slaughterhouses, and rail hubs to send the meat onward. Chicago emerged as the nation's meatpacking capital, ballooning in size from just 30,000 people in 1850 to 1.7 million in 1900. And at the end of the chain were the large, insatiable cities. With the new system in place, almost twice as much edible meat could be transported in each rail car, eventually dropping the cost in urban areas by 39%. As a result, demand soared. In New York City alone, beef shipments rose from just 2,400 tons in 1882 to around 63,000 tons in 1886. That's a 25-fold increase in just 4 years. But more importantly, with a national distribution network to rely on, these cities no longer needed to prepare meat locally. They could finally get rid of all the infrastructure and herds of cows in the city center, freeing up the land for things like housing, offices, and factories. This fundamentally changed their structure and gave rise to the modern city of today. But while the cold chain was redefining America, a new invention was about to overthrow the natural ice industry. Which brings us back to Dr. John Gorey in the 1840s. A few scientists had devised and even built prototype cooling machines, but they weren't commercially viable. And Gorey wasn't faring any better. He had spent 3 years struggling to make artificial ice with no success. But one night, while experimenting with an air pump to drain a bucket, he noticed that if you let the air expand quickly, it formed a thin layer of ice on the surface of the water. He had just stumbled upon the breakthrough he needed, and he set about creating a prototype based on this idea. Take a sealed cylinder filled with air and a piston that can move inside it. We'll assume there's no friction or heat loss to the environment. When the piston pushes down, the air is compressed, increasing its pressure and temperature. The reason the temperature increases is because as the piston pushes down, it moves toward the air molecules. So when a molecule bounces off this moving surface, it gains a little bit of speed. And since the temperature is proportional to the molecule's speed squared, well, the air must heat up. But notice that this process is completely reversible. If the piston is released, high pressure air pushes the piston back until the pressure equalizes. So now when one of the molecules bounces off the piston, it loses a little bit of speed. Gorey knew that if he simply let all of this hot, high pressure air expand, it would return back to roughly its original temperature, which wouldn't be very helpful. But what if he first cooled the air and then let it expand? Well, then its temperature would drop far lower than the ambient air. He started with a similar setup, a cylinder and a piston that were powered by a hand crank, which he then attached to a large air tank. As Gorey turned the crank, the piston moved down, compressing the air and raising its temperature. To prevent the air from being sucked out of the large tank, Gorey added a one-way valve at the bottom of the cylinder. He also added a similar valve at the top of the piston so that the cylinder could refill with fresh air. So now, with each turn of the crank, more and more air was added to the tank, which allowed Gorey to increase the pressure to around 10 atmospheres. But then he added one extra step. In between the piston and the tank, he placed a big bucket of water, and he forced the air through a submerged pipe. This cooled the air down to around the same temperature as the water. The result was that his tank was still filled with high-pressure air, but instead of being hot, it was cool. So now, when Gorey released some of his cool air into another cylinder with a piston, the air rapidly expanded. This cooled the air down below its starting point and dropped it to freezing temperatures. Gorey then placed this entire cylinder inside a large tank of water, finally making ice. But to avoid the entire tank freezing solid and clogging up his machine, he used one final trick. Instead of fresh water, he filled the final tank with salt water, which freezes below 0 degrees Celsius. Since the salt water remained liquid, he then submerged metal molds of fresh water until they froze into solid blocks, essentially creating the world's first ice cube tray. For the first time ever, ice could be created anywhere, even in the heat of the Florida summer.
And when he, says to the world, like, I've invented ice, the reaction was, the hell you have? What, no man should be creating ice, only God can create ice. And what John Gorey also didn't realize is that in the first public venues in which he announces his ice machine, Frederick Tudor has his associates in the audience. And Frederick Tudor is a man who does not take lightly the threats to his empire. And what bigger threat to the, naturalized harvesting empire is there than human-made ice?
There was no way the Ice King was giving up his empire without a fight.
What he ends up doing is he ends up paying editors up and down the eastern seaboard at newspapers to publish scandalous news articles about John Gorey. So everywhere from Tallahassee up to New York, you see newspapers publishing headlines like, there's this crank that thinks he can make ice as good as God Almighty. And ultimately, John Gorey does patent his machine, but he never makes a dime on it.
Gorey spent the next few years in financial ruin. A decade later, he died alone and penniless, most likely succumbing to malaria. There are reports he suffered an extremely high fever in his final days, the very symptom he had tried to alleviate for so many years. But Gorey's invention hadn't been completely ignored. Soon, others began work on artificial cooling machines, including James Harrison, a Scottish-born engineer working in Australia. Harrison noticed that Gorey's machine had one big drawback. It relied on just two components to move heat, a compressor and an expansion engine. So instead of using air to cool his machine, he tried a different approach.
I have a can of freeze spray here, which is liquid that when I press down on this button, comes out and immediately evaporates into a very, very low temperature gas. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to blast it at this cup of water, and the process is actually so effective that in essentially under a minute, I'm able to get some ice to form in there. Okay. So after a layer of water, what you get is a bunch of ice. Now the reason this works is because something special happens when a substance changes phase. So in order to go from a liquid to a gas, it needs to absorb a lot of energy. And pretty much all this energy goes into overcoming the force of attraction between molecules so that they can disperse and go into the gas phase. Harrison realized he could take advantage of this effect by forcing a fluid to continuously evaporate and condense as it's going through a loop. A modern version looks something like this.
Start by adding a liquid under high pressure to a loop. Passing this liquid through an expansion valve quickly drops the pressure and temperature, causing some of the liquid to immediately turn into a gas. The mixture then passes into an evaporator coil, where the remaining liquid continues to boil. But this phase change requires a lot of energy, so the liquid absorbs heat from the environment, and this is what creates the cooling effect. The cold gas is then cycled through a compressor, raising its temperature, and then it's pushed through a condenser coil. Here, the hot gas cools and turns back into a liquid, releasing the absorbed heat back into the environment before returning to the expansion valve. By repeating this cycle over and over again, Harrison was reportedly able to manufacture as much as 3,000 kilograms of ice per day, and his machine was a huge commercial success.
Meanwhile, public resistance to godless ice and artificial cooling began to fade, overshadowed by a growing health crisis linked to natural ice. One of the reasons artificial ice was so much better is because we make it on our own terms. With natural ice, we had to wait until the right season, in the right place, and then whatever happened in the water that froze, like something died or was rotting in there, you had to work with it.
By the time we get to the mid-19th century, the peak of the Industrial Revolution, factories and farms just letting loose their chemicals and detritus into the nearby lakes and rivers.
Put an ice block into your cocktail, you can get cholera. There are like stories of hospitals treating wounds with ice, and then the ice makes you get a disease, and your wound isn't even the problem.
They're getting cholera, they're getting food poisoning or ice poisoning. I mean, they're getting very, very sick.
It's so funny when we were first talking about this story, I was thinking about this, frozen New England ice, and I was just imagining like the purest lake water, this crystal clear ice, and like just this incredible product, right? But then we meant that it probably is a lot less hygienic, and there's probably germs in there.
And so the human-made ice companies were like, sure, our ice isn't made by God, but natural ice will kill you. So which one do you want?
After the first affordable home refrigerator landed in the mass market in 1927, it became one of the fastest adopted new technologies of the entire 20th century, going from less than 1% of homes having one in the 1920s to 85% by 1944. This made it take off even faster than the motor car replacing the horse-drawn cart.
There's this argument of would the world really be so different without refrigeration? Like, sure, food, strawberries, iceberg lettuce, but then you think about vaccines, blood donations, insulin, the same cold chain transports, those things. And then beyond medicine, the same principles that Harrison and Gore used for their fridges are what allow us to cool things down to almost absolute zero. Over the past century, so many of the discoveries that we made rely on this principle of refrigeration. MRIs, the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, the James Webb Telescope, all of that is also refrigeration. And my favorite is the PCR story, where Thermus Aquaticus was in a fridge for 60 years before Carrie Hollis discovered it. There wouldn't have been that connection to make PCR viable in that way without a fridge.
I think it's easier to focus on the movement of macroscopic objects and macroscopic things happening, but this is really about controlling motion on the smallest scale and controlling thermal motion, which is a pretty remarkable breakthrough. I mean, we could heat things up for a long time, so you want to increase the thermal energy of molecules. You could do that at the time we had fire. But actually taking those molecules and figuring out how to remove their thermal energy and really slow them down, that's the refrigeration story, and that's really recent. But as you point out, it has profound effects. Gore was able to make ice because he wasn't afraid to step outside his own profession, medicine, and venture into a new field, thermodynamics. And while you probably don't need to reinvent the fridge, learning a new skill is always handy. Here at Veritasium, we create simulations and models to test our ideas and illustrate them. And along the way, our team has learned to code in Python to make sure our animations are as accurate as possible. So if you, like us, Want to understand coding and strengthen your programming skills? A great place to start is today's video sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant have recently added new Python and coding courses starting from the basics and working all the way up to complex topics like how AI works. Each of these is designed to break down concepts into smaller pieces, train your intuition, and encourage you to explore your own ideas. Brilliant helps you build skills in math, science, and computer science through step-by-step interactive learning. This method is proven to be far more effective than just watching lectures or videos alone. What I love most is that instead of dumping formulas on you, Brilliant guides you to those aha moments where everything finally clicks. I have changed my phone a fair few times over the past 5 years, but every time I do, I make sure to download the Brilliant app because it's such a great way to keep my brain engaged. So if you want free access to Brilliant's courses for a full 30 days, go to brilliant.org/Veritasium. You can scan this QR code or click the link in the description. Brilliant also gives our viewers 20% off an annual premium subscription for unlimited access. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching. In 1929 in Chicago, people kept mysteriously dying inside their homes. It took 15 deaths for the authorities to realize that these people were getting killed by their fridges. Because fridges back then were no longer just boxes of ice. Instead, they relied on a chemical, looping through the back to stay cold. And the best chemical for this job was methyl chloride, a toxic and virtually odorless gas. So if it somehow leaked from the fridge, it could kill you without warning. Other fridges used flammable gases instead, so a leak combined with a spark in the stove, and your house could suddenly go up in flames. So one company tried to solve this problem, but in the process, they accidentally created a seemingly magical substance. Soon, it made its way into a huge range of products, which were so popular, they ended up in nearly every home in America. But what people didn't know was that these products came at a price. The chemicals used to make them were being released into the environment, slowly poisoning everyone on the planet, including me.
You have high levels of chemical you've never heard of.
It shocks me. Like, where could this have come from? Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, massive worldwide contamination by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies. This is a video about one of the biggest chemical cover-ups in history. For legal reasons, I want to note that this investigation is based on publicly available documents, recordings, and third-party opinions. All sources are linked in the description. The story all began with an attempt to save lives. In 1936, a chemical company called DuPont set out to find a safer alternative to the gases used in fridges, one that was neither toxic nor flammable. Their lead scientist on the project was a 27-year-old chemist named Roy J. Plunkett. He was experimenting with a gas called tetrafluoroethylene, or TFE. It's a pair of double-bonded carbons, each bonded to two fluorine atoms. One morning, as Plunkett was setting up a test, his assistant picked out a cylinder full of TFE and twisted the valve. But nothing came out. Plunkett thought the gas must have leaked, but the cylinder still weighed about as much as a full one, so he grabbed a saw and cut the cylinder in half. Inside, he was shocked to see it was full of a white, slippery powder. So what happened to the gas? Well, what the chemist reasoned was that under the high pressure of the cylinder, one of the double bonds between the carbons in TFE must have broken. And now, those two carbon atoms each had a bonding site free, so one of them probably grabbed onto a carbon from a different TFE molecule, breaking its double bond, and then that molecule did the same, and the process repeated again and again until all of the TFE was trapped in these long chains. The gas had polymerized into polytetrafluoroethylene, forming this slippery powder. Plunkett just wanted to get rid of it, because it ruined his experiment. But before throwing it out, he decided to do some tests on it. So he tried pouring water on it, but the water just beat it off. So he tried acid. Again, nothing happened. Then he tried the strongest base he had, but that wouldn't melt it either. Plunkett went through all of the solvents in the lab, but the powder remained intact. It wouldn't melt, corrode, or react with anything. It was seemingly indestructible. The reason it was so indestructible was because of this bond, the carbon-fluorine bond. See, out of all of the elements, fluorine is the greediest, the most electron-hungry atom. Its outer shell is a single electron away from being complete, which would make it perfectly stable. So fluorine really, really wants that electron. And because it is so small compared to most other elements, the protons in its nucleus can get close to the electrons of other atoms. And because of their positive charge, they pull on them really hard. So near a carbon atom, fluorine grabs onto one of the carbon's electrons to complete its outer shell. And this keeps the two atoms bonded together. But the fluorine isn't done there. It keeps tugging on the carbon's electrons, pulling them closer to itself, which makes fluorine slightly negatively charged and the carbon slightly positive. So now there's an electrostatic attraction that makes this bond even stronger. Now, in reality, electrons behave more like fuzzy clouds than the orbiting points in this animation, but the principle still holds. In terms of energy, this is actually the strongest single bond a carbon can form. So if other atoms or molecules get close, they're essentially ignored. And then Plunkett's magic powder was completely covered in carbon-fluorine bonds, so it hardly reacted with anything. Okay, so he's got this incredibly inert stuff. Was he really trying to get rid of it?
He actually didn't know what to do with it, because, like, what do you do with a material that doesn't, react with anything? But luckily, his employer, DuPont, they were actually working with the U.S. Army on the Manhattan Project. So they were refining uranium and plutonium. Because, of course, there's a World War II reference in every Assassin's Creed. You just have to have it.
To get the fuel for nuclear bombs, enriched uranium, you first have to turn the uranium into a gas, uranium hexafluoride. It was a nasty chemical that corroded everything. So all the gaskets, seals, and miles of pipe in the plant at Oak Ridge had to constantly be replaced, slowing down production.
But then DuPont was like, listen, we have this seemingly indestructible chemical, right? It doesn't react with stuff, it doesn't corrode, so maybe we can try and use it against uranium hexafluoride. So they get a bunch of this powder, they cram it together under high pressure to create these cakes, essentially. Now you have solid of this material that you can machine into gaskets and cylinders that you can push into these pipes and put these tube linings into the pipe, and boom, it works like magic. Like a charm, the uranium hexafluoride was no match for this magic material.
As Gordon Fee, the manager of the nuclear weapons plant, put it, there was never a substitute considered as far as I know. The material worked so well that the Army wanted to use it for everything. The same gaskets and seals were installed into fuel tanks and airplane engines to protect them from oil and water. And weapons manufacturing plants no longer had issues with the corrosive nitric acid needed to make explosives. DuPont saw the potential too, so they trademarked the material in 1944.
They didn't trademark it under the name polytetrafluoroethylene, because admittedly, that name kind of sucks. So they took T from tetra, FL from fluoro, and then they had a bunch of these other miracle materials, rayon, nylon. So they took ON from the end of those, and boom, Teflon.
Nice. Okay. It's a good name. Under the Army's order, DuPont ramped up Teflon production at their test plant in Arlington, New Jersey, giving their full supply to the government. But DuPont struggled to produce enough Teflon to meet the military's demand. As their Arlington scientists put it, the major advantages of polytetrafluoroethylene, solvent resistance and high thermal stability, offer obstacles from the standpoint of ease in fabrication.
You could only really mold Teflon into solids, so gaskets, seals, pipes. But you couldn't put it into water to make it straight because it doesn't dissolve in water. They actually didn't know anything that dissolved Teflon. But there was an even bigger problem at that point.
To polymerize TFE into Teflon, you can add a reactive atom or molecule that will hijack the first carbon double bond and start the reaction. This is called the initiator, and then the bond formed between it and the first TFE molecule releases a small amount of energy. Then a bit of energy is also released when the next TFE molecule joins the chain, and the next, and then the next. And if the process isn't controlled, the reaction reaction gets very hot very quickly. And if it gets above 200 degrees Celsius, TFE rapidly decomposes into carbon and tetrafluoromethane, which releases even more energy all at once. This caused a massive explosion at the Arlington plant in 1944, killing 2 workers. You need a way to dissipate the heat, take the heat away from the reaction without it staying in there and therefore expanding, creating that explosive force.
Yeah, and one of the ways to do that was to have the reaction happening in water, because water can absorb a huge amount of energy before it ever heats up.
But if you inject TFE into a water cylinder, the gas doesn't dissolve. Even at high pressure, most of the TFE just stays on top. So if you add an initiator, the polymerization is triggered in one place, and so it can still cause an explosion. What you need is some way to disperse the TFE throughout the water first, and to do that, DuPont needed help. In 1951, they purchased a special acid from 3M, the company behind Scotch tape. This acid, called PFOA, looked almost exactly like Teflon. It had a chain of 8 carbon atoms covered in fluorines, but at the other end, there was a double-bonded oxygen and an OH group. That's what makes it an acid. And since there were 8 carbons in the chain, DuPont also referred to the acid as C8. The tail end of C8, like Teflon, was hydrophobic, but the acid head group loved water. It was hydrophilic. So when you add C8 into water, the molecules rearrange themselves so that the heads touch the water, but the Teflon-like tails don't. They create little bubbles all throughout the water, which are virtually dry on the inside. If you now inject TFE and stir the whole mixture up, well, the hydrophobic gas ends up in the middle of these C8 bubbles. And those bubbles are dispersed everywhere, evenly throughout the water. You know what this reminds me of? Is soap. Yeah, so it's the great combiner that allows like oil and water to mix.
And now if you sprinkle in initiator molecules, the initiator molecules also go into these bubbles if they start the polymerization reaction. So TFE to Teflon. But now, since it's happening spread all throughout these bubbles, the heat is evenly dissipated throughout the water and no one explodes.
And since Teflon is now suspended in a solution, you can spray it onto surfaces like a coating. This thing doesn't stick to anything. How do you stick it to the gaskets? How do you actually use it?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the trick was actually, the surface had to be really rough. So what you do is you sandblast it to create grooves and imperfections at this like nanoscopic level. Now, if you spray the coating on, what happens is, if you heat it up, the water evaporates. The C8 can also evaporate. But Teflon, instead of it evaporating, it just softens up. So although there's no chemical interaction here, now it's mechanically stuck to the surface. That's how they got it to stick.
With the war over, the Army lifted the secrecy bans on the Teflon patents, and DuPont was allowed to sell it commercially. And suddenly, people all over the world were coating everyday items in Teflon, trying to create a world-changing product. One day in 1954, a French engineer, Marc Gregoire, tried putting Teflon on his fishing gear to prevent tangles.
But then his wife started doing that, and her reaction was that this is absolute nonsense. No one is ever going to use this. You should do something that someone's actually going to use. So how about you put it on a pan? Make a pan non-stick.
And once these pans hit the market, it was a cooking revolution.
Teflon.
And DuPont knew exactly how to market it.
Even Olivia won't stick to Teflon.
Hey, Nate, let me try.
And it wasn't just non-stick pans. Teflon, C8, and chemicals like it were used in everything. Suddenly we had Teflon stain-resistant carpets, and stain protection sprays like 3M's Scotch Guard. Jackets lined with Teflon were waterproof and breathable.
Vortex is the brand name.
Teflon was so inert that medical implants made out of it wouldn't be rejected by the body. It was used to coat the Statue of Liberty's steel framework to save it from corrosion. And even bullets were coated with Teflon to minimize the damage they did coming out of the gun barrel. The term Teflon was so ubiquitous that when the Italian mobster John Gotti was being prosecuted in the late 1980s, none of the charges against him would stick, so he was dubbed Teflon Don. By the late 1990s, the Teflon business generated roughly $1 billion in yearly sales for DuPont.
Teflon
a great future, and its uses will be many.
The chemicals were everywhere, even where they shouldn't be.
There's something wrong with this water.
The man behind the camera is Earl Tennant, a farmer in West Virginia.
This will once expect a man's cows to drink when they're on his own property.
He suspected that something in this creek was poisoning his cows.
There's 153 of these animals that I've lost on this farm. You can see the discoloration in the hair here on my neck. And they keep trying to tell me there's nothing wrong with these things. I told what West Virginia State back there, and the only thing he asked me is, do you have a good attorney?
Earl was desperate, so he hired a lawyer.
He came to our offices armed with boxes of VHS videotapes. Started watching these videotapes, and there was a serious problem here.
Something wrong with this cow. Chopper's running through the ground.
The animals were wasting away, and they were skin and bones, and they had tumors and black teeth, and you could see on the videotape white foam coming out of this pipe on this landfill next door. These animals standing in the white foam. The hair on their hooves was being eaten off by whatever was in the water.
This is the lower right. You can see what's coming out of it.
It was a discharge pipe, and it had the marking of E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company.
And the landfill that pipe was draining from belonged to DuPont's massive factory complex outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, just 6 miles away. That factory was Washington Works, the first commercial Teflon plant. It provided jobs for almost 2,000 people in the town, and DuPont's presence was felt everywhere.
I have been a resident of Parkersburg for 48 years. I do not work for the DuPont Company, but I have seen how their people have done much for the cultural growth of this community.
There are facilities for tennis, camping, swimming, softball, and more than 20 areas equipped for cookouts and family picnics.
DuPont took care of the community. So when the town folk got word that Earl Tennant hired a lawyer to investigate, they shunned him and his family. As his sister-in-law put it, we'd walk into a restaurant and everybody in the restaurant would get up and leave. But Earl wasn't scared off, and neither was Rob.
I thought this was going to be pretty straightforward.
See, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, dictates exactly which chemicals are safe to be disposed of in a landfill and in what amounts.
We would get those records and permits, and it would tell us which chemical was causing this problem. But none of those records were really showing anything that was really causing a problem. Nothing that would explain that white foam.
Whatever was in Earl's water wasn't on the permits. Now, already in the 1950s, people knew that Teflon, specifically PTFE, was pretty safe. It's a long and extremely inert molecule, so if you ingest it, your body just flushes it out. However, if you heat Teflon to 350 degrees Celsius, it starts releasing fumes that make people sick. This often happened to workers in Teflon plants. Stray PTFE powder would fall onto their cigarettes as they were working, and then later they would accidentally smoke one of these cigarettes. Luckily, the symptoms were mild: fatigue, tightness of chest, headaches, and they would usually pass within 48 hours. It was called polymer fume fever. And even though it rarely happens today, it's why you should never overheat your Teflon pan to these temperatures, especially if you have pet birds at home, because the fumes are much more toxic to them. But Teflon couldn't have poisoned Earl's cows. There were no fumes or high temperatures, so there must have been something else in the water. Rob filed a legal request for all the Washington Works operational records, and DuPont sent them over. More than 60,000 documents.
A lot of folks would try to say, okay, you want a lot of documents, we'll give you a lot of documents, and hope that there'd be no way somebody could actually wade through all of these files, all of these materials. But I am the kind of person that I do dig in, and I do want to go through those documents, so I actually did read all of that.
And in those files, a certain chemical kept popping up everywhere. C8.
I never saw the kinds of things I was seeing now in these documents from DuPont.
In 1961, the same year Teflon pans hit the U.S. market, DuPont's in-house scientists tested C8 C8 on rats. Ingesting as little as 1.5 milligrams of C8 per kilogram of body weight caused the rats' livers to grow abnormally, and a dose of 570 milligrams per kilogram was lethal. For reference, sodium cyanide, one of the most dangerous poisons, is lethal to rats in doses of 5 to 15 milligrams per kilogram. But even though C8 was less fatal, it was concerning for two other reasons. First, like Teflon, its tail is made of carbon-fluorine bonds, which makes it incredibly stable. So C8 wouldn't break down in the environment for decades. And second, C8 looks like the fatty acids that humans and animals need for normal function, just with fluorines instead of hydrogens. So the concern was that C8 could get into the bloodstream, hitch a ride on the proteins that transport fatty acids around, and get almost anywhere in the body. And because of the carbon-fluorine bonds, humans and animals have no way to break down C8, so it could slowly build up, mimicking those fatty acids and potentially disrupting the systems they regulate, like the liver.
Toxic, persistent, bioaccumulative. So the concern was, it's like a ticking time bomb. It's got more opportunity to cause harm.
As a safety measure, that same rat study suggested that all these materials should be handled with extreme care, and that contact with skin should be strictly avoided. In 1962, DuPont redid the study and confirmed that high doses of C8 kill rats through injury to the stomach, intestine, brain, lungs, and pancreas. Then, in 1965, they found those same toxic effects in dogs. The evidence was mounting.
They were even studying monkeys. Some of the monkeys were dropping dead. These chemicals were causing toxic effects in multiple organ systems, in multiple species. All these studies weren't being shared with the scientific community.
And likely, no one outside of DuPont would have noticed something was wrong if it was not for
tooth decay, the most widespread of all diseases.
In the 1950s, tooth decay was a nationwide problem, so the U.S. started adding inorganic fluorides like sodium fluoride to the public water supply. This helped fight cavities.
16 years after fluoridation, all children will have 65% less tooth decay.
In 1975, researchers wanted to know if that inorganic fluoride was getting into people's blood, so they sampled blood from around the U.S., and the results were as expected. More fluoride in the tap water meant more fluoride in the blood. But they found another type of fluorine in the blood too, which was organic fluorine, carbon-fluorine bonds. And it didn't follow the same trend.
These researchers were wondering, where's this coming from? Because this is not a naturally occurring substance. And they did research and they found that 3M was making these organic fluorides, things like PFOA, right? So they approached 3M in 1975, asking them, hey, we found this stuff in the general U.S. population's blood, could it be yours? And 3M pled ignorance.
But just 3 months later, 3M compared the spectrum of organic fluorine from the study to their own chemicals, and it was a match. Their chemicals were getting into the blood of people all across the United States, but they didn't tell the researchers. 3M and DuPont were worried, so they checked their own workers' blood. They found that they too were contaminated with C8 at levels 1,000 times higher than those in the study. And when DuPont checked their medical records, many of these workers were showing signs of liver disease. Meanwhile, DuPont was dumping almost 10 tons of C8 into the Ohio River each year, and they were piling up thousands more tons as C8 sludge that would leach from the landfill next to Earl's farm, all while showing commercials like these.
And the water that eventually flows to the river is collected at 5 points and analyzed to make sure we don't pollute the Ohio.
And by the early 80s, the first cancer study is done in rats, and it confirms PFOA causes, not just might be linked with, but causes testicular tumors. Right? That sends alarm bells off within the company because the concern is, of course, we're putting this in the air, we're putting it in the water, it's Teflon.
DuPont collected samples around Washington Works, and C8 wasn't just in the river, it was in the public water supply. So in 1984, DuPont officials met to assess whether C8 should be swapped for a safer chemical. But their conclusion was that currently none of the options developed are, from a fine powder business standpoint, economically attractive. So C8 stuck around, and DuPont just came up with a safe dose for drinking water.
DuPont scientists are the first people on the planet to say what would be a safe level for humans. They calculated something like 0.6 parts per billion, which they rounded up to 1. The importance of that is, at that time, that was about the lowest level you could detect in water. Essentially, if we can detect it, it's too high.
So to put that into perspective, here is one 2.5 liter tank of water. It's filled to the brim. Now imagine you take one drop of PFOA, 0.05 milliliters, and you place it not in one of these tanks, but 2 or 3, 20 of these tanks. That's 1 part per billion, and that's the number DuPont thought would be unsafe for humans to drink.
And after determining its own safety metric, DuPont tested the landfill wastewater leaching into Earls Creek. It came back at 1,600 parts per billion.
It didn't tell anybody. So at that point, I thought I had figured out what had finally happened to the cows.
Rob compiled all the evidence into a 900-page letter and sent it to the EPA, the Department of Justice, and even the U.S. Attorney General. And just a few months later, DuPont settled with Earl Tennant and his family for an undisclosed sum, although they didn't admit to any wrongdoing.
But the stuff wasn't just in the water the cows were drinking. This was in the surrounding community's public wells, right? People around Mr. Tennant, tens of thousands of people in that community had likely been drinking this for decades and didn't know.
So Rob sued DuPont again, now on behalf of the 70,000 people around Parkersburg who were unwittingly exposed to C8. And it wasn't just Parkersburg or West Virginia. In the year 2000, researchers analyzed blood samples from thousands of Americans all across the country. And 100% of those samples came back positive for C8, at an average of 5 parts per billion. But if virtually everyone in the U.S. is contaminated, how harmful could C8 really be? This is exactly what Rob had to find out to have a fighting chance against DuPont. So in 2005, he spearheaded a medical study of everyone around Washington Works.
Scientists need to know if the chemical C8 causes any health problems, like completing a health questionnaire and having your blood tested. You can help.
Analyzing the blood samples and medical records took 7 long years. And many in Parkersburg passed away before a verdict was even reached, including Earl and his wife Sandra. But finally, in 2013, an independent science panel had the results. They confirmed a probable link between C8 and 6 human diseases, including thyroid disease, testicular cancer, and kidney cancer. And these findings were based solely on the nearby community, with an average C8 blood level of 28 parts per billion. So, for example, an average American male has around a 1 in 43 chance of developing kidney cancer. It's around 1 in 73 for females. But a person with more than 30 parts per billion of C8 in their blood serum might have about double the odds. So roughly 1 in 22 for males and 1 in 37 for females. But the data in many of these studies only included survivors, not people who might have already died from C8 exposure. So the verdict was that the findings must be interpreted with caution. The true risk of C8 might be even higher. Luckily, once these studies were published in 2013, DuPont was pressured by the regulators to phase out C8. And by 2017, they had to pay out over $600 million to victims of C8 exposure, which is a pretty small price to pay for a company that made almost $80 billion in sales just that year. And all throughout, DuPont denied any wrongdoing. But that wasn't the end of it for Parkersburg or anyone else, because DuPont separated its entire Teflon business into a spin-off company, Chemicals, that agreed to use a different chemical. So what was it?
They simply took C8 and knocked 2 carbons off and started making C6.
They called it Gen X. Because it was shorter and had an oxygen atom interrupting the carbon chain, it was expected to be more degradable. So Chemours claimed a dose as high as 70 parts per billion of Gen X in drinking water would still be safe.
That chemical gets shipped to the same plant in West Virginia. So now Gen X goes into the air. Gen X goes into the Ohio River. Gen X is found in public water supplies. So Gen X is allowed to come out into the world, be used in Teflon. Then the cancer study is done, which shows Gen X causes the exact same 3 tumors in rats that PFOA did. Liver, testicular, pancreatic.
And the fact that its chain is shorter also makes Gen X more mobile, so it could contaminate larger areas. The truth is, we just don't know enough about it, and that's exactly the problem.
It took us decades to get to the point of finally addressing C8. They simply tweak it a bit, change the chemical name. All of the science and all of the concern, that's on C8. This is C6 or C9 or C4. You don't have enough evidence that these other ones are bad. This is whack-a-mole. We get to the point where we're addressing one and the new one pops up and we're told we have to start over.
And it isn't just C8 or Gen X. They belong to a family of over 14,000 different man-made chemicals, all covered in carbon-fluorine bonds. And companies can make them however they want. C7s, C9s, branched, polymers, acids. The generic term for all of these substances is PFAS, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. And like Teflon, they have almost magical qualities. They repel liquids, so PFAS are used to make clothing waterproof. They're also grease resistant, so we coat things like fast food wrappers and microwave popcorn bags in PFAS to prevent stains. Waterproof lipstick and mascara, hygiene products, and even contact lenses have PFAS in them. Even the screen you're watching this on likely has a PFAS anti-smudge coating. The trouble is that the same carbon-fluorine bonds that make PFAS so stable and useful in consumer products also make them incredibly persistent in the environment. Which is why you might also know PFAS under a different name, forever chemicals. They have been found everywhere, from bustling cities to untouched areas of wilderness. Every continent, including Antarctica, has PFAS all over it. Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, I mean, this stuff is being found everywhere. So, massive worldwide contamination. But by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies. Even though companies knew how dangerous these chemicals were 50 years ago, they decided not to inform the public and the regulators. So we're only finding out about this global contamination now. And there have been many cases where important public health information doesn't get widely disseminated for years. And whenever that happens, media coverage can be inconsistent, which is why I've partnered up with Ground News as the sponsor of this video. Their platform reveals how stories like these are covered across the media landscape. For example, a recent study suggested that 23 million Americans were exposed to forever chemicals through wastewater. But you probably haven't seen the story since fewer than 40 outlets even published it. And take a look at how different some of these headlines are. With Ground News, you can also see that government-funded sources had limited reporting of this story, and only 9% of the publications were right-leaning. So Ground News flagged this as a potential blind spot. It's highlighted on their blind spot feed, where you can see stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. The whole point of Veritasium is to make videos that get to the truth, whether that's explaining misconceptions or getting to the bottom of potentially dangerous chemicals. Ground News helps us do that, and they can help you too. So if you, like us, care about getting to the truth, go to ground.news/VE or scan this QR code. Our link gets you 40% off their Advantage plan. And now, back to PFAS. Okay, now I want to find out how much of these chemicals is actually in my blood. So I have a little test here. I hate the idea of drawing my own blood. Okay. That was pretty easy, actually. I was really worried that there was not going to be enough blood coming out. But there was plenty. So the question is, how much of these dangerous chemicals are in my blood?
Has anyone ever come back with blood that has zero PFAS whatsoever?
I've been doing blood testing on PFAS since 2007, and I've never seen a non-detect.
No way.
So I hear that 98% of the population has PFAS in their blood, but I'm looking for that 2% that doesn't, because I've yet to see them.
That's incredible. Maybe very, very not incredible, but wow.
But if everyone on Earth has trace amounts of these chemicals in their blood, how much harm could they really be doing?
I want to make a distinction, because it turns out not all PFAS are equally dangerous. You can kind of split them up into two groups. First up, you have long, repeating chains of carbon-fluorine bonds that are tens or hundreds of thousands of atoms long. So stuff like Teflon. These are so big and inert that even if you do ingest them, your body's just going to flush them out. They can't be absorbed into your bloodstream, so you're pretty safe. They're called fluoropolymers because the long, repeating chains of carbon and fluorine bonds. But the catch is, to make these fluoropolymers, stuff like Teflon, you need to use processing aids, things like PFOA or Gen X, and those are the nasty ones. These molecules are 5 to 10 carbons long, which makes them small enough to actually enter the bloodstream. They have functional groups at the end that are usually acids. The most common ones are perfluoroalkyl acids, which means that they can bind to the proteins in your blood and be transported anywhere in the body. So they slowly accumulate and build up over time. Now, there are more than just two groups of PFAS and even different definitions of what PFAS even are, but most of what we know really relates to just a handful of chemicals from this group here, to these perfluoroalkyl acids.
Perhaps the most comprehensive document on PFAS toxicity was published in 2022 by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. And it looked at only 7 perfluoroalkyl acids. These are sister chemicals to PFOA, and some of them, like PFOS and PFHXS, were used heavily in the production of stain and water-resistant products like 3M's Scotchgard, before they too got phased out due to toxicity concerns. The report surmised that if the sum of these 7 acids in your blood is below 2 parts per billion, there shouldn't be any harm. If your level is between 2 and 20 parts per billion, there's a potential for harmful health effects. Although the exact mechanism by which PFAS cause harm isn't fully understood, exposure has most consistently been associated with high cholesterol, decreased immune system response to vaccines and infections, kidney cancer, and decreased growth in infants. But PFAS have also been linked to dozens of other conditions. And above 20 parts per million, the risk is even greater. So where do I fall on this graph?
Right. So I have the results here.
You're not going to tell me what yours were before I see mine?
No.
Alright.
You're positive for PFOA.
Okay.
The level for PFOA for a U.S. person went down from 5 parts per billion around 2000 to around 1.46. So you're super average for a U.S. person.
Great. Okay.
The good news is though no Gen X for you or for me, which is great.
Alright, let's go.
But the real surprise, I guess, is PFOS, the sister chemical, and it was used in similar ways to extinguish carpets, treated clothing, and your result is at 8.93 parts per billion, whereas the U.S. average is 4.3. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy because it was discontinued pretty much in 2002.
This is not the results I expected. I honestly expected very boring results of like, yeah, you're around the middle of the pack or a little bit on the low side.
And then for PFHXS, basically PFOS got 6 instead of 8 carbons. Your levels here are almost 7 parts per billion, but the US average is 1 part per billion. You're higher than 95% of Americans.
It shocks me because like I was fully walking into this meeting expecting to be, roughly average.
Yeah, to me it's scary. You live a normal life thinking that you're taking care of everything, and you have high levels of chemical you never heard of.
The combined sum of all the PFAS detected in my blood was 17.92 parts per billion, more than double the US median. I'm just below the level where the National Academies recommend additional screenings for PFAS-related diseases.
I had no idea I would come back with such elevated levels. I'd love to get the level sort of down a bit to a level where I feel like it's more in line with the general population.
Yeah.
But where does this come from?
There are 3 main ways we get exposed to forever chemicals, and the one you'll hear the most about in the media is likely PFAS-containing products.
shampoo, dental floss, stains, varnishes,
potentially dangerous chemicals, toxic chemicals.
People are throwing out their non-stick cookware. My wife threw out all our non-stick pans over a year ago, and since then we've been using stainless steel. She is very good at making it not stick. Me, not so much. But are pans really the problem?
The actual coating on the pan is Teflon, which again is just a long inert chain of carbon-fluorine bonds. So even if you ingest it, it doesn't react with your body.
If you have a pan like that at home, you probably don't need to throw it out.
The same goes for most other PFAS-containing products. Waterproof clothing, stain-resistant furniture, and sweat-proof watch bands might all release some level of PFAS, but the risk of direct exposure through skin is likely low. So the bigger problem is how easily PFAS from these products can end up in the environment. And many of the factories that make these products don't have a good track record of keeping the chemicals contained.
People don't understand that the stories that you see, for example, what was happening in the community in West Virginia. This is the same chemical and the same things that we're seeing play out now in Australia, and in Japan, in Italy, in Germany, in the UK. I mean, there are a lot of folks that are still not grasping the fact that these are the same chemicals.
Our second main source of exposure is food. A lot of it comes packaged in PFAS-treated materials like takeout boxes, microwave popcorn bags, and burger wraps.
It's not a burger wrapper. Is it a tiny amount? Is it a ridiculously tiny amount? We actually did tests at the lab with stuff that usually contains PFAS. So, microwave popcorn, fast food wrappers, paper cups that are waterproof. So I have tap water here from a house in London. Could we boil some water, because usually you interact with these products when they're hot, and then see if any of the PFAS leaches off, and you potentially eat them or drink them?
This is citizen science, right? So it's like, there might be some error, but with a solid control, and then with the same time we're going to wolf them, we're going to at least get something.
Yeah. And even if we get nothing, we'll know that people are probably safe using the product. Really get that.
Well, it's supposed to be safe for human consumption.
Yeah.
It's a wild thing.
We swashed it around the hot water, boiling water for around 30 seconds, and then we tested the water to see if any of the PFAS that are used to coat these items would actually make it into the water. So here's what I got. And these are parts per trillion now. So for PFOA, good news, basically no detection anywhere, except for the microwave popcorn. I will say these are very low levels, but hold your horses, the microwave popcorn gets worse.
The thing about microwave popcorn, it's sitting in there, wrapped up with popcorn for months or years before you ever stick it in your microwave. That gives those chemicals plenty of time to leach into the oils, and it's going to go all over the popcorn and you're going to eat it. This could explain some of our own results. The level for PFPEA, which is a shorter variation of PFOA, came back at 10 parts per trillion after the popcorn bag test. And you can see similar results in some of the other PFAS species.
But then microwave popcorn actually drops the PFOS. Why could that be? We don't actually know.
I was going to say maybe the PFAS went on that wrapper and found its friends and just hung out there.
Yeah, could be. I know we've only done one test here, no repeat measurements, so we can't conclude much from this. But there's something to be said for when you're using these products, they're going to leach into your water, leach into your food.
And research tends to agree. A 2019 study found that eating fast food and microwave popcorn especially can increase your PFAS load, while eating home-cooked meals doesn't. But even something as simple as reheating your food on a plate instead of in the original packaging could prevent PFAS from migrating to your food. Now, you might expect that these part per trillion levels we detected in the London tap water are nothing compared to the parts per billion you'd find in human blood. But the surprising thing is that to have 2 parts per billion of PFOA in your blood, you don't need to drink water with 2 parts per billion of PFOA in it. Because PFAS accumulate in your body over time. So even water with as little as 4 parts per trillion of PFOA combined with other exposure can be enough to maintain your blood levels this high. And this is why, in addition to food, water is your biggest source of exposure. This is especially true if you live near a PFAS factory where the local water is often heavily contaminated. But the same goes for areas near military bases or airports. See, adding chemicals like PFOA or PFOS to water lowers its surface tension, so the water gets more slippery. And these chemicals also tend to foam up, so they make for an excellent ingredient in firefighting foams. They spread quicker, and the foam blocks access to oxygen extremely well. And since both military bases and airports frequently do fire drills with these foams, they end up seeping into the surrounding soil and groundwater. But it doesn't stop there.
Currently, we have reached planetary saturation levels for PFAS, which means that when you look up at that cloud and it rains unsafe levels of at least 4 PFAS species.
It turns out that our entire water cycle is contaminated with PFAS. So even when it rains on the Tibetan plateau, that rain contains PFAS. To check the water levels in your area, you can use these maps that show PFAS contamination across the US, Europe, and Australia.
What about Los Angeles? Encino. That's where I spent like 7 of the last 10 years.
Crescenta Valley.
Those are all high.
Yeah. Sounds like crazy. So some pH excess levels crazy. So maybe you're getting your water from Rita.
Wow.
There's a calculator that could give you what an estimate of what serum is. What we try to do now is put that up with the calculator, see if you can get something close to what you have if you want. Sure. If it's excess, the typical value for adults is 1 part per billion, and then the standard for real water is around 7 parts per trillion.
You look after like 10 years?
So after roughly 10 years of exposure, you have 6.85 parts per billion in your blood. And then I can tell you that you are at 684.
That would explain things.
Now, I can't say for sure where my drinking water was coming from, but if I was consistently drinking water contaminated at similar levels, then that would explain my results. But if you're worried about your own water, you should contact your provider directly for the most relevant information. It's concerning how regulated drinking water has been.
It was actually only a year ago, in April 2024, that the US EPA finally set legal limits for PFAS in drinking water. The safe level for PFOA went down from DuPont's initial 1 part billion to 4 parts per trillion.
So we're no longer talking about 1 drop of PFOA in 20 of these tanks, we're talking about 1 drop in 5,000. That's 5 Olympic-sized swimming pools. And if there's even a drop of PFOA in there, the EPA is concerned.
The same 4 parts per trillion limit was also set for PFOS, the sister chemical. And Gen X went down from the 70,000 parts per trillion initially proposed by Chemours to just 10. The same goes for PFH excess. For reference, the EPA's limit for lead in water is 10,000 parts per trillion, and for cyanide, 200,000.
It gives you a pretty clear indication of how concerned the scientific community is.
And just when we got EPA limits, we got a new administration in the US which might be reversing some of the PFAS bans. So you can't always depend on the regulators, and you seemingly can't depend on the companies that make this stuff to dispose of it safely. So what can you do? If your water is contaminated, you might want to consider getting a PFAS certified filter. Reverse osmosis, granulated active carbon, and ion exchange filters are all capable of removing PFAS out of drinking water. But the responsibility to filter drinking water shouldn't come down to the individual. PFAS should be captured at the source during manufacturing, before they ever reach the environment. And some companies, like Pure Affinity, are developing tests to make that happen.
So, very lab-looking lab.
So could you walk me through like what all these pipes do and what do you have in here?
So this water is representative of where you had a big firefighting foam incident. So you want to filter this water, but basically the concept is take it from the top through the vessel. As it passes through this material, it basically sticks on to some of the PFAS chemicals in water, and then you run into another part of treatment, and a third one.
To me, it seems like if PFAS are so like bioaccumulative and actually persistent and stable, they don't really react with things. So how do you force them to react with stuff in here?
Basically taking advantage of this long organic tail as well as the polar head. And so you can have some electrostatic interactions with the polar head, and then you can have some hydrophilic and hydrophobic interactions with the tail. By combining these three binding mechanisms, you increase massively your likelihood of finding PFAS, even if it's still difficult.
Right. Do the levels drop 100% already here, or do you see a gradual increase?
That's a cool question. So in the beginning it drops 100% after this one.
So problem solved, or?
Problem solved for the time being.
Okay.
What we see right now is it will last about 40,000 volumes of this vessel. So a 10-liter vessel would basically provide all of the PFAS treatment for a household.
In a year?
For a year.
You want this to be a factory first, so it never gets into the water.
Yeah. We're talking to the fluorochemicals manufacturers, and they're really trying to move forward rather than just wait for regulations.
Everyone's true risk from PFAS will be different. It depends on dozens of factors, like your water contamination, your lifestyle, what you eat. But how much should you really worry about it? Like if I'm at 17 or 18 parts per billion, is that the equivalent of drinking a beer a night or going out in the Australian sun without sunscreen?
So what I like to do is create this hierarchy of risk. And in terms of hierarchy of risk reduction, number one on that is stopping smoking, exercising, consuming a healthy whole food diet, and making sure you're getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep. Then you have medium levels of intervention, seeing your primary care doctor, controlling your cholesterol numbers. And then on the lower tier that you have, PFAS probably falls into that lower tier.
Being preventative about PFAS exposure is currently our only option because there are no approved medical treatments available. However, if you compare PFAS contamination between the sexes, male levels are consistently higher, at least up until around the age of 50, when menopause usually starts. This is partly because menstruation, birth, and lactation are all ways PFAS can escape the body. PFAS can pass through the placenta and into the fetus during pregnancy. And then the baby can also get exposed through breast milk.
It's something that pregnant people should be extremely careful about. Young children are incredibly susceptible. They're drinking more water, they're growing, they're near surfaces like treated carpets.
Now, not everyone has to change their lifestyle because of PFAS. But if you're in a high-risk group because of pregnancy or because you live or work in a PFAS-contaminated area, you might want to consider it. Firefighters have especially high PFAS levels because their gear and phones are laced with them. Remarkably, a 2022 study found that when firefighters donated blood or plasma frequently enough, they reduced their PFAS levels by up to 30% within a year.
It's kind of ironic that our health system is coming back to blood, I think.
What do you think about the idea of donating blood as a way to reduce PFAS in the body?
I've never heard of that as a strategy. That's kind of interesting. Well, I definitely recommend people donate blood more frequently, not because of PFAS exposure, but because of the fact we desperately need blood. What's important to note is that, especially this current administration, we need to be very careful about shifting budgets away from research agencies, because without that research, the guidance that I'm giving is going to be significantly more flawed. The reason I'm able to talk about what we know and what we don't know comes from that research. So if we're going to be cutting the budgets of these major agencies and letting scientists go, we're only going to get worse and worse information.
We are still a good few years away from proper medical treatment and better PFAS regulations because this is extremely tricky. There are places where we should ban PFAS completely, like hygiene products, cosmetics, and food packaging. And some countries are already doing that. But we also can't ban PFAS altogether, at least not yet, because we still rely on these chemicals for things like medical implants, and it's currently impossible to make semiconductors for our electronics without them.
All the tubing for the vaccine manufacturing is PFAS-based. They take us to space as well, our space suits. But even in these niche applications, we have to be responsible around how we use it.
People are coming together from a lot of different disciplines to create destruction mechanisms, to create novel capture of materials, and to create novel replacements. I am excited and inspired by all of the great work that's going on around me. So I think if people want to learn more, I would advise them to learn about the risk, but then also learn about the new technology that's being developed that will hopefully put us in the right direction.
So, to me, one of the most important things we can do is have discussions like what we're doing right here. If the story is and the information's out there, people can make informed choices about whether they want to continue purchasing things that have these materials in them. And what we're seeing is consumers, as they do become aware, are saying, no, we don't want these chemicals. And companies are voluntarily coming forward and taking these chemicals out of products because the consumers are now demanding it.
We've been here before with letting gasoline, freon, and asbestos. And each time we did the research and made the right decision to phase these chemicals out. With PFAS, we're just starting to understand the problem. But I'm hopeful we'll make the same decision again. If you want to inform yourself more about PFAS, we've attached all the sources we've used to make this video down in the description. It's actually our longest episode ever, and we couldn't have made it without the help of our sponsor, Ground News. So if you want to be more informed about the issues around the world that are affecting you and everyone else out there, go to ground.news/VE or use this QR code. I really want to thank Ground News for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
This wouldn't work. So be sure you, I hate to keep talking about the paint, but it is important. I get so many letters from people that say they're having problems, and when I begin to talk to them, the problem usually evolves from starting with paint that's very thin. Start with thick paint, then each layer gets thinner. Today, let's use a little oval brush. I'll go through the dark color. Both sides. Now one side only, I'll put in the light color. So you get dark and light. Now watch it. You can make the indication of little stones all in one stroke like that. That easy. Now, pull a little reflection down, like so. Come across. Go back to our little brush that has the grassy color on it. Put in a few little highlights here and there. Just a few little dooders. Now, back to this. And maybe there's a little stone lives right there. And wherever you want, you just drop them in. Several little stones. Put some little grassy things. Right around here. Look at there. See, it brings it all together. Look at the bunker in there. Just brings it all together. Makes it fit. There we are. Now this little rascal out here. Pull down a little touch of reflection. Go across. Take our small knife. And we'll put just the indication of a little water line here and there. Sort of bring it all together. Just to bring it together. Shoot, I think we got a finished painting here. Really hope you've enjoyed this, and hope you'll join us for the rest of this television series. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today I'd do a painting that's a little bit different. So let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got going on up here. I have my standard old canvas up here, and I've taken a little piece of contact paper, cut an oval, stuck it on. Then we painted the inside with black gesso. We've allowed the black gesso to dry completely. It's totally dry. Then over the top of that, I've added a very, very thin coat of liquid clear, just enough to barely cover it. And we've taken blotches of color and just went here and there. Every series needs a crazy day, and I guess this is it. We've taken a little red here and a little phthalo green, a little blue, and I've just put them together. The bottom I've just covered with phthalo blue. So we've got red, phthalo green, phthalo blue. That's all. And you know, if you've painted with me before, you know for many years I lived in the beautiful, beautiful state of Alaska. In fact, about 12 years I lived in Alaska. And way back in one of the early series, I did a Northern Lights painting. And I've had so many comments about it, and so many people said, do another one. I thought today we would just do the Northern Lights. So I'll show you how simple it is. We'll start out, take the fan brush, and we just sort of lay out where these curtains of light will be. That's sort of what they're called in Alaska, is curtains of light. And I'm just tapping a little white paint right on top of all the color that we have here. And you just sort of figure out where they are. Now, to me, the Northern Lights are one of the most gorgeous phenomena that happens in nature. As I say, I lived for 2 years in Anchorage, and then for, nearly 10 years right outside of Fairbanks, Alaska, in a little town called North Pole. And we used to go out at night, Jane and I did, and we would watch the Northern Lights, and they're the most gorgeous sights imaginable. There. I don't paint them very often on television because unless you live in the far north, you probably don't get to see these very often. But today, this is what they look like. We just make our little bits of color, and then we'll take and we'll begin lifting that up. Just lift it up. And that's simple. That's simple. We have instant Northern Lights. That's something. That's all there is to it. Every once in a while I'll beat the brush just to knock off any excess paint that we picked up. There. Recently my friend Rick, who lives in Alaska still, that I used to paint with years ago, sent me a videotape. I believe it was produced by the University of Alaska. And I think it's called the Aurora Explained. It is one of the most gorgeous pieces of film I have ever seen on the Northern Lights. There. But it shows things like this. But this piece of film actually shows them moving. It's very hard to photograph them. I think they must have a camera that takes very high-speed pictures. Because I used to try to take still pictures of it, and it's very difficult. See, that's basically all there is to it. It gives us Northern Lights in the sky. All right, let's just wash this old brush, have some fun here. As you know, we wash a brush with odorless paint thinner. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. All right. We have a few little Northern Lights. So in the back here, let's just start building some things. If you've never been to Alaska, it's one of those places that if you have the opportunity, you ought to go see it. I'm serious. It is, whew, as I've said before, when God made Alaska, he was having a good day. You know, some days everything works. And I think when God made Alaska, he was having one of those days. It is fantastic. All right. I've taken a little bit of Prussian blue, a little bit of white, and we're going to make blue color about like so. Doesn't much matter. It's pretty close, maybe a little darker. Yeah, that's it right there. I like it. Let me wipe the knife off. And let's take. We just use that same fan brush. Doesn't matter. I'm lazy. Don't want to have to clean a brush. I'm going to load it full of this blue color, Prussian blue, and white. That's all it is. Okay, both sides are full of color. Let's go up in here. Now, we have to make our first major decisions. Maybe there's some little trees that live back here. I'm not even going to put a mountain in this today. Alaska has some of the most gorgeous mountains in the world. But there's also areas you go to where you don't see the mountain, especially at night. There. All right. We just put a whole bunch of little trees back here. See how easy they are? This will give you some practice making little trees. Take the corner of the brush, work back and forth and back, just like so. Make all these happy little trees wherever you think they should live. And you put as many or as few as you want in your world. Wherever. Maybe one more right here. What the heck? We can have have as many trees as we want. And there's some right here, so you can see right through them and see the lights behind them. You know, unless you've ever seen the Northern Lights, it's very hard to imagine. They go sometime from horizon to horizon. They are just one of the most spectacular sights, and they can be any color of the rainbow. I've seen everything from red to green to yellow. It's hard to imagine unless you see them. And on a very, very quiet night, if you get far away from town and all the city noises, etc., you can hear them. They make little crackling noises. There. My mother, when she was still with us, came to Alaska and stayed with me for nearly a year. And I think that was one of her most popular sights. She would stay up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning just to go out and watch Northern Lights. There. All right. Maybe one more little tree right there. It's our world. We can put one there more. Okay. Now I'm going to I'll get another fan brush. I've got several of them going here. Take a little bit of white, and we'll put some phthalo blue with it. So we got white and phthalo blue. Phthalo blue is a much lighter blue than Prussian blue. Sparkles. Let me wipe the old one. Maybe I'll take the least little touch of liquid white. Least little touch, just enough to thin this a small amount so it'll stick easier. I'm using number 3 fan brush right here. Choose whatever size you want, it doesn't matter. I'm loading it back up full of color. Okay, let's go up in here. And let's just indicate a few highlights. I don't want a lot. I don't want a lot. Just a few. Just a few. Use just the corner of the brush. Just a few happy little highlights. Make these little evergreen sparkle. There. Okay, here we are. Over in here. This little tree needs somehow. He'll be sparkling. He'll stand out from the lights that are behind him. There. Isn't that something? Very simple. Okay. Alright, here we go. Go over in here. But once again, I'm trying not to kill all the dark areas. Don't want to kill all the dark areas. Just enough to put a few little sparklers. That's enough. That's enough. Okay, let's have some fun. We'll grab another fan brush. I have several, so I don't have to spend all my time just washing brushes. We'll go into titanium white, just pure color. Load a lot of color to the bristles, something like so. And let's go up here, and maybe, you see the Northern Lights mostly in the winter time. And there's a very, very easy reason for that. In the summertime, it doesn't get dark, so you couldn't see them. They're probably there. Probably there, but you just can't see them. There. But in the wintertime, it's dark a lot in Alaska. Where I lived, it got down to under 4 hours of daylight. Whew, yeah, you'd go to work and it was dark. You'd come home and it was dark. And that bothers a lot of people. But I didn't mind. I find as much beauty in the winter in Alaska as I did in the summer. It's just different. And being a little Florida boy, I was raised in Florida. I had never even seen snow before I went to Alaska. I actually thought that ice was something that just grew in the refrigerator. I didn't know it actually grew out here on the land. But I went to Alaska and I was so amazed because it was so radically different than everything that I had grown up with. I just sort of went crazy over it. And I'm still fascinated by it. I want a little cabin out here. Shoot. I've always wanted a little cabin in Alaska. Show you how easy it is. Take your knife. Just scrape out a very basic little idea of where you want the cabin to be. This does 2 things. It allows you to lay the basic shape out, and it removes excess paint. So your next layer sticks much easier. So you've sort of got a layout there, and you're absolutely not committed. I'm going to take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sea, and mix them together. Get a little roll of paint, and let's build us a cabin. We'll do the back eave first. That easy. We'll come back, and we'll just block it in. In other words, we're just piling it full of color. Van Dyke brown, dark sienna. this side. Color. See there? As I say, it really doesn't matter. You take your knife, scrape it off, start over at this point, and you would not have hurt a thing. Not a thing. Okay, let's see here. Let me find a place to work. I used up all my space, even on a palette this big. Take a little dark sand, a little white, mix them together, cut off our little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. Touch, just like you're putting snow on the mountain. Barely touch, barely touch. Just graze it. Want to look like old weathered wood. It's like me, it's had a rough life. Tired. There. Now much darker color for over here, because in my mind, if the northern lights are producing our light in this painting, put this much hit over here. A bit of Van Dyke brown with a knife. We can just touch the canvas and make the indication of some little boards. Something about like that. And we need a door in our little cabin. So we just take a little dark color, a little brown, Van Dyke brown. That easy. Put us in a little door. Take a little light color, just sort of outline it. There. Now we can come back and wipe the knife off here. Now we can come back and work on our perspective a little bit. See if we can do a cabinectomy and just cut it off wherever we want it. This is our cabin. We can cut it any way we want it. Now, go into a little bit of the titanium white. And let's put some snow up here on the roof. And back here. There we are. See? And very gently, just pull it down. Over here. That easy. That's all there is to it. You just smooth it out a little. There we go. See there? And that easy. We got a happy little cabin. Now we need a little bit of snow on the other side of the roof because it's thick. Thick snow. There. Straighten this little edges out. You can make this very smooth or you can leave it rough. It's up to you. It's up to you. Sometimes I like to leave it rough because the snow gets like that. Especially if you have a fire in a cabin and don't have very good insulation. Part of it starts melting. I'm going to take my liner brush and just dip it in a little liquid white. With that, put the indication of some icicles hanging off here. Ooh, really cold. This is just liquid white. There we are. See? That's all there is to it. Now, go back to our little fan brush that had the titanium white on it. And we can lay in our snow again. We sort of messed it up when we did our cabinectomy. We just put it back in. No big deal. In our world, we can change things any way we want to, whenever we want to. And maybe be brave. Maybe there's another little hill right there. That easy. You can put it in. See there? That's all there is to it. You just put in these little things wherever you want them. In your world, you have total and complete power. And you can do these things. There. That's a natural place for a little pond. Maybe we'll put one in there. Alright. I've got one fan brush left. Clean off a little spot to work. I'm going to take some black Prussian blue. Something like so. And let's take... We'll take the old fan brush. And let's just load it full of color. A lot of paint. A lot of paint. Okay. Let's go right up in here. Alright. Maybe in our world there lives a tree right there on that little hill. The little evergreen. Probably not going to be able to see that against the dark, but it's there. Okay, now as I get into that area right there, there's already paint on the canvas. I'm going to add a small amount of paint thinner to my brush and go back through the paint. That thins the paint. And as you know, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Thin to thick. Thin to thick. There we are. about like it. Let's give him a friend. I think everybody needs a friend. Load a little more paint. His friend lives right there. Right there. There. Alright. Then you take the brush and go straight in and give it, I'm going to bend it upward. See? That's all we're doing. Just give it a little upward bend. And we can make a little grassy area. Shoot, who knows, maybe there's one over here on this side too. Just something around here. Okay. This guy's probably like me, doesn't cut his grass very well if it's grown up. But in the wintertime, it dies and just leaves all those little things in there. There we go. Now, let me wash that old brush out. I'm going to wipe it off first. And it's not as much fun to wash the fan brush as it is the big brush. It didn't make near the mess. There. Okay. Take a little bit of that Prussian blue and white. We'll just put the indication of a little tree trunk here and there. I don't want it to be very distinct. There. Maybe a little in here. I know that's hard to see, but it is there. Now we take a little bit of white. Oh, there it is. We had a little phthalo blue and white left up here. There. A lot of color into the bristles. There. But see, both sides of the bristles are good and full of color. There we are. And let's go back up in here and we'll highlight this little rascal. There. Now he stands out. Now he stands out. Okay. Add a little paint thinner to that. Once again, there's a lot of paint there. But a little paint thinner. Paint thinner will not change the color. So, and we'll just pop in some little indications. A few little highlights here and there. Maybe a little more white so it shows up better. Dip the brush into the smallest amount of liquid white just within it once again. And you go right back over there and pop in little things. There. A few little things up here. Yeah, that looks better. I like it better. Little snow-covered grassy areas. There, a few right in here. You need that dark underneath though to make them show. Alright. Script liner brush. Paint thinner, a little bit of that. This is phthalo blue with just a touch of phthalo blue and titanium white, and then a touch of paint thinner. Load the brush full of paint. Turn it in a thin paint. Let it load the bristles very full. There we go. Something about like that. And then we can take that and we'll just put in a few little sticks and twigs and all those little things that live back here against the tree. Isn't that neat? Peapod, my little pocket squirrel, he wouldn't like it here. It's too cold. Though there are little squirrels that live in Alaska. Little gray squirrels live there. Yeah, all kinds of animals live there. When we lived in North Pole, there used to be a big moose, big cow moose. It would come and graze in our yard 2 or 3 times a week. I have just gobs of photographs of her in the yard. And we would just stay there. She was almost on the verge of being tame. You couldn't walk completely up to her, but she literally would eat in the yard. What a sight. She must have weighed 1,000 pounds or more. And to have a great big moose right out there in the yard eating was just unreal. Take a little bit of titanium white here, just a small amount. I want to turn this into water. Maybe there's a little pond here. We don't know for sure if it's frozen or maybe it's just awful cold. We don't know. Go straight down. Straight down. Something about like that. And then go across. That is easy. There. Maybe just a little more. Oh, a little more right there. And then get a little more color on the brush. Yeah, there. See, we'll just reflect that right into the water. Something like so. And then gently go across. It's important though that these reflections go straight down. If they don't, they just won't look right. There. Alright. Take a little touch of the liquid white. Pull it out very flat. Very, very flat. take the knife and cut across. I don't know if you can see. Let me try that again. Pull it out flat and cut across. It's just a small little roll of paint up on top of the blade right here. Just a little. Then with that, we go right up in here and just cut in a happy little water line. There. There we go. Just a little one right up in here. There we are. And maybe right on out through here. Where do you think they should be? There. Okay. And we take our little fan brush that has the white paint on it. Go back over here, pick up a little more of the titanium white. I'm just going with the brush full of color. There we are. And let's go right up in here. Maybe there's a little rock out here in the water. It's all covered with snow, and all we can see is just snow. There. See? Right down here. Take our brush, pull that down, just like we did up here. Same thing. Go across. And we can take a knife with a little bit of the liquid white on it and just put a happy little water line around it. That easy. And you put as many little stones out here as you want. Totally and completely up to you. You can cut through the paint here and there, let some of the black canvas show through, and it looks like little sticks that live right in there. See them? And you didn't have to do a thing. All right. Maybe right over in here. Up to you. You decide where all these little things live in your world. Okay. And you can really get even crazier. Shoot, let's have some fun. We got a second left here. Maybe we could take a little bit of, I've got Van Dyke brown on the little filbert brush. Maybe there's what remains out here of an old fence. Maybe just right out like it. Not much of it remains anymore. Take a little brown and white. A little highlight on one side. There. And we can come right back. Maybe there's an old still on there. Maybe there's only one on that one. Something about my cap. And we'll take liquid white. Just straight liquid white on the brush. I'm going to put the indication that there's some snow laying up on top of this old fence, and it's sort of pulled down. It's a little up here. Let it just hang over like there's icicles. Make it cold. Ooh. There. More of the liquid white. Maybe it's a little up here. See there? That easy. Just put two little rascals in there, wherever you want them. Okay. Back to our little brush that has the white on it. Clean the foots of this fence up. Shoot, I think we're about to have a finished painting here. Alright. Tell you what, the moment of truth. Let's pull the contact paper off and see what our little painting looks like. This is always the time that I look forward to. Alright. Look at that. The northern lights are doing their thing. I'm going to take a little bit of red, a little paint thinner, script liner brush, and I think we'll sign this little painting. Really hope you've enjoyed it. If you get a chance, try painting the northern lights. I think you'll find it exciting. It's one of the most beautiful scenes, and it's very, very simple to do. And until next time, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, my friend. Welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. So I tell you what, let's get started. Let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got up here today. I have my standard old canvas up here, but I've cut a little oval out of contact paper and stuck it on. And then I've covered this portion up here with gray gesso and the bottom with black gesso. And don't laugh at my wavy line, I know it's not straight. And I've covered the entire thing with just a very thin coat of liquid clear. So it's all wet and ready to go. So I thought today maybe we'd do a little seascape, one that's very simple, very easy, and one that we'd just have some fun with. So Start out with a little bit of Indian yellow. I'm just going to load a tiny little amount up here. I want a seascape that's very bright and shiny. So we'll just take a little of that Indian yellow. We'll just run it right along like that. Somewhere. Maybe without cleaning the brush, we'll go right into a little bit of yellow ochre. There. Just something like that. That's really all we're looking for. I'm going to come back and add a little white in that and brighten it up. But we're just putting some little base colors under it right now. There we go. And just let that sort of blend upward. And once again, without washing the brush, we'll go right into a little bit of a bright red. Just a small amount. Doesn't take much. Doesn't take much. Now the gray gesso underneath will dull that so it's not so bright that it hurts your eyes. There. Maybe just a touch more. Right in there. Something along that order. That's all we're looking for. Now then, time to wash the brush. And that's really the most fun part of the whole procedure. So let's do that. Let's wash our old brush. Just wash it off good. Give it a shake. And there we go. There we go. Now, a little bit of the titanium white. And let's start right in here with white. And then we can begin painting right over the top of that. Just begin right over. I want this to be the brightest area right here. Maybe the sun sort of, maybe it just sort of went behind the horizon right here. I don't know. You just decided. Put it wherever you want it. And blend upward. Now we're just going to blend upward. Let that white mix with all the colors that you put on the clear. And a small amount more of the white. There. Just let them all blend together. Something like so. Alright. I like skies and seascapes that are very bright and shiny. They just seem to make you feel better. And you can do this several times to achieve a desired brightness. Up to you. Up to you. See, now when we hit that bright red up there, it makes a gorgeous pink color. That easy. And that's about all I'm going to do for that little sky. Now, I think today I'll take a little phthalo blue, some alizarin crimson, mix it together proportionately. Much more crimson than blue. It's sort of a reddish lavender color, maybe a touch more blue in it. There, I think that's just right. Just right. Wipe off the knife. We'll use a fan brush today. Load a little color on the fan brush. Just been going back and forth. So, okay. And maybe in our world there lives. It's a bravery test right off today. Big old strong cloud lives right up here. Just floats around and has a good time all day. There we go. There, big old cloud. I said a big strong cloud, I guess I was serious. But I'm gonna start on the cloud that's the darkest, which to me would be this one. And maybe we'll make a few more, but now we're beginning to have less paint on the brush. Less and less paint. So automatically it's going to get a little lighter in value. Let the canvas work. The brushes work, the color. Just go with it. Go with it. As I mentioned before, this is certainly the lazy man's way of painting. And I look for easy ways. Maybe there's a little paint left on the brush. Maybe there's a little cloud that's right there. I don't know. Just basically wherever you think they should be. We'll put several in here just so you have a little practice with clouds. There, maybe. Okay, right there. A little string even. Something like so, maybe even one over here. But that's really all we need. There. That had a little color on it, but I just banged it to knock the color off, and we can go in here and just blend this up. This will pick up the excess paint. There. Tell you what. I want a softer brush brush. I'm gonna pick up the blender brush so I can get in here and make all kinds of little soft things happen. Very gentle. With this blender brush, you can go right over all this without mixing it together. Just bring it together. There. Something about like it. That's all we're looking for today. And that gives us a sky full of clouds. We'll wash that little brush out. It's not near as much fun to beat that one. Don't like to beat that one near as much as the other one. Maybe I'll blend that one a little bit more and have this clean. Okay. Let's spend the majority of our time today working on the bottom. I'm going to take phthalo blue and phthalo green and just mix them together on the brush here. Blue and green. Phthalo blue and green. Okay, let's go back up in here. And I'm just going to cover right on like that. See, my crooked horizon didn't matter at all now. And they were laughing at my horizon line here in the studio before we started this. It doesn't matter. There. Because we don't make mistakes. Okay. That's just applying a little color to the liquid clear. Then I'll wash this brush. And we're in business again. Now we'll mix up some sap green and alizarin crimson together. I'll make up a nice transparent chocolate brown color. And these two colors make a gorgeous, gorgeous brown. Gorgeous brown. All right. But it's a very transparent brown. And we can take our brush with this transparent brown, and I'm just going to fill up the bottom of this area with a little bit of that brown. I know you can't see it, and that's the beauty of it. That's the way you tell if a color is transparent. If you put it over black and you still seems to be black to you, then the color is transparent enough for what we're doing. It can be semi-transparent, but it'll work. Now, let's find a little number 3 fan brush today. I find in seascapes one of the easiest ways of getting one started. Figure out if you're going to have a big major wave, figure out where it lives, and then work around that. So let's say our major wave is going to live right here. There's the top of it. It's going to come out maybe and go like so. Behind it, then we can have whatever we want. And that just sort of gives you a little layout and back in here, wherever. See, maybe this will help. The wave's going to curve over like that. Does that make sense now? Crash right over. That's all there is to it. This sort of gives you an idea of where everything's going to live. Let's have a little in the background back here. We'll take a little white, a little bit of our lavender color that we made mixed up. We just mixed on the brush. Doesn't much matter. And up in here, maybe I'll add a little black to that. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Maybe in our world, right back in here is a little headland that lives back here that just sort of projects out into the water. There. Something like that. See, that's all there is to it. No big deal. Now we have one out there. I'll go back to the small fan brush. And now we can start picking out things. Today maybe I'll use a little fan brush. So I'm going to strengthen these. Actually what I'm doing is adding a little white paint. Just a little white paint. And I'll show you why when I wash that brush. There we go. Now, be sure it's clean and dry, and the paint that's up here is enough to do what we want to do. We're going to take that and begin pulling it back. Just pull it back. See? Just pull it back. But notice the strokes there. Sort of rocking like little strokes. Very, very important. And what you're interested in is the dark area, not the light area. There, just wipe off the paint. See there? Just little rocking strokes. And from here, lead them back. Try to maintain that dark area there though. That's what we're looking for. That's the goodie. Okay. Now, the most fun part of doing seascapes is the eye of the wave, or the transparency, whatever you want to call it. Let's say it lives right here. We can still use the little fan brush, doesn't matter, or you can use a filbert. Scratch in a little bit of that. But we're really applying a lot of pressure. We're really pushing that color right into the canvas. And you can do it several times to achieve a desired lightness. But I'd recommend you wash the brush each time so you start with a nice fresh color. There, we got more of this little brush out washing it. But that's okay. Now, to our little blender. And very lightly. This little blender is wonderful for these. Wonderful. Because you can make things here and there absolutely just as smooth as silk. There we go. Just tiny little circles, but the bristles aren't really moving. Just wind it up. There. Just a nice little light spot out there. Little hair there. All right. There. Okay, now we can begin putting some goodies in there. Let's take a little bit of the titanium white and think about where the water's going to crash over here. Going to go like so. Got to make those little noises though. If you don't make those little noises, it just doesn't work. There. No, it's not true. You don't have to make those. There we go. I like to make them. But you know how painters are. We sort of different. A little weird. There we go. That's basically all we need. And to make a little crashing thing there, we'll take some of that. We're using lavender in this, so we'll just continue with it. Works well. Just load a little bit of that lavender color when they add a touch more blue to it. Get a little more to the blue side. There we go. Okay. Now, maybe, I don't think you'll be able to see this, but it's just a shadow color I'm putting underneath. There, you can see it as it comes up over here. See, just a little shadow, so when we put the nice foam on top of it, it'll jump right out at us. But you need that dark color underneath. Just sort of bring it all together. Once again, you could do this with a filbert, and I do a lot of the times. Today I just sort of got started with a little fan brush and decided to go with it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anything that works for you. Load a little bit of titanium white on here. Maybe just a little crasher. Just a little bit of crashing going on out in here. Just wipe off the paint, reload it sometime. There we go. A little more paint. As I say, these little noises sort of help me. I like them. Okay, now then, let's take the little blender and very lightly, just barely touch. I'm gonna blend this edge out a little bit, right in here, very soft. All right, there we go. Now then we can start having some fun here. Take a paint thinner, a little bit of the titanium white, and let's make a thin paint here so we can just start putting some of the goodies in there. Some of the things that really make it stand out well. There we go. A little more paint on the brush. See, just pick out all the little waves. Way back in the distance here. There. That's a very simple way of making a seascape. It's quite colorful, quite effective. You'll like it. You'll like it. And let some of these things just work down. So you begin getting all kinds of little foam patterns in here. There they go. This is where you create the shape in the wave. This is what makes it all come together. There we are. Okay, maybe crimson and sap green to brown. A little more brown. Maybe in our world, we will use a filbert here. Maybe right over here in this little crasher wave lives a big old stone right there. Just making that out of brown. Comes right down into the crashing wave. It just going all over that. Alright, let me wipe off the excess paint. And put a little bit of bright red. Maybe a little lavender mixed with, ooh, that's nice. That dulls it down just a little. There. And we'll just sort of form us some basic little rocks out here. We don't much care. I like doing little seascapes like this. They're so much fun. So much fun. I was born in Daytona Beach, Florida. So I sort of grew up around the water. Sort of grew up around it. There. Okay. I still spend quite a bit of time over by the beach. I like it. I like the water. A few little splasher doers all up through here. Little splasher doers, that's a word I made up. But you know what I'm talking about. Steve, my son, and I both seem to have this tendency to make up words. There. All right, down here, I want a little beachy area. So I'm gonna take a little white with a touch of the cadmium in it. Figure out where you want the beach to be. Pull straight down. Just pull it straight down. See, that brown now shows up, and then go across. Already it's beginning to look like wet water just by doing that. Take our knife, small knife. Get a little roll of paint on it. Figure out basically where you want the little ripples to be. There they come. Firm pressure. Really firm. Bending the blade. Don't break it, but bend it. And that'll help give you that illusion there that you're looking for. Alright. And maybe in our world, maybe. Yep, you're right. There's another one. Something about like that. Goes right off that edge. It's okay. Take a fan brush and very lightly, I'm gonna grab that and pull it back. Just give it a little backward pull. There, but basically pretty straight. If anything, let it tilt downward so it looks like the water's running downward there. All right. We can use a little filbert, put a little white on in here, and we can just begin working on all kinds of little patterns, little things, little foam patterns that are happening in here. Let them happen. Don't worry about them. There they go. See, and maybe in here there's some just little things going on. There. Just give it a little pull. Angles are most important in here, though. Pay very close attention to your angles. They can be your best friend or your worst enemy. Just depends on how they go. A little bit more of the titanium white, a little blue in it. Come along and enforce some of these things. Now, at home, when you have unlimited time, you can really put some time in here. You can put all kinds of little details. That's what makes your painting special. That's really what makes it gorgeous, makes it stand out. There. Just gonna skip around here and there and put all kinds of little doers in. There we go. Now then, back to my little filbert brush that has the brown on it. And maybe there's a little stone over here on this side too. Shoot, bet he's got a friend right there. They'll have little rocks all over the place. And okay, a little bit of the bright red. And we'll come right in here and just highlight that little stone. Just enough to make him stand out some. Take a little bit of liquid white on the knife, and just like we were in water, you can put little water lines right around it so it looks like it's part of the whole overall scene. There. Okay. Liner brush. Oh, liner brush. We'll take a little bit of the brown. A little bit of the brown. You know me. I gotta have a tree. Okay, little tree. But I need a tree. I like trees. Maybe off this old rock here, there's one old tree. That's just trying to make it. He's trying to make a living out here on this rock. This is not the best place to try to survive. Maybe he didn't. Gnarly old tree. His old arms are wiggly. He's really had a hard life. Okay. Yeah. See, that tree has some character. This would be a nice tree for the seagull to come and land in. Sit up here and see what's happening. You can check it out. You can take a little more paint thinner. A little bit of that lavender color, but I'm thinning it down too. Very thin, very thin. Just about like ink. And underneath this little wave here, I want to put a dark line. A dark line will separate. And we can see little seaweeds and things through there. But this is how we shape the waves. You have curves now, you can see through it. It's transparent. We can see right through that rascal. A little bit dark right along in there. Good friend right here. Separates once again. There. Something like so. And you just sort of vary these back and forth. We'll go into white with the least little touch of the cad yellow. Then down with paint thinner. Right underneath here, where it's the brightest, we can begin putting some nice, bright, shiny little highlights that are just zinging right through there. See? And you just put those wherever you want them. Something like that. And that's basically how to do a very simple little seascape. Let's take the contact paper off now and see what we have. You never know till you take the paper off whether it's going to work or not. I think this one turned out pretty good. Pretty good for a quickie. Let's take a little bit of the bright red, a little paint thinner. I think this one's ready for a signature. So we'll just come right down in here and sign this little rascal. Like that. Hope you've enjoyed this one. If you have time, send me a picture of your attempt. I'd love to see what you're doing. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. And God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today, because today we're going to have just a fantastic time. Let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what's happening over here. I thought today I'd show you how to use black, white, and gray gesso to make a fantastic effect. Now, I've taken these three colors of gesso and using an old liner brush, one I didn't care anything about, I've just made some little tree shapes. That's all there is to it. You just pull it down with a liner brush, make a little limb here, and then take the liner brush sidewards and put in these little fluffy areas. It sort of looks like leaves, but that's really all there is to it. After it's totally dry, completely dry, I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of liquid clear. Now, clear is transparent, you have a tendency to put too much of it on. If you have any doubt in your mind and you think you may have too much, take a paper towel and wipe your canvas down. What's left will be just right. Tell you what, let's do it. This is a fun painting that anybody can do. This is a good one. If it's your first or second painting, this is wonderful. And if you've painted before, this is one that it'll certainly excite you. I'll start with a little phthalo blue. It's a beautiful, beautiful blue. I love it. I think it's one of the nicest colors that we have. Just put a little in the 2-inch brush. Let's go up in here. There's not a lot of paint on the brush. And I'm just going to start.
Is that Bob Ross?
Little crisscross strokes as usual, and paint right over this. And fantastic things will happen. Look at that. Already, it looks like the sky is showing right through the trees. And this is one of the neatest effects, and it's not limited to this. You can do anything with this gesso. There. And where the canvas is dark, I've used lighter gesso, and vice versa.
What?
Look at there. See, already we have a basic background in and done. The blue on the brush. I'm going to add a little more of the Prussian blue because it's stronger. It'll go right over the top. And the corners, I'm going to darken a little with Prussian blue. Prussian blue is much stronger, much deeper. See there? There we go. Just the corners though. And that in turn will make this look brighter. If you make this darker, this gets lighter. Now, we've got Prussian blue on the brush. I'll just sort of rub a little of that right here on the canvas. And I know you can't see anything, but when we put a little color on there, beautiful things will happen. There. All right, ready to wash the old brush? That's the fun part. That's the fun part. Let's wash it. Did you know we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner? Just scrub them off, give it a good shake. You covered the entire studio. That's really the fun part of it. Now sometimes when you're walking in the woods, which I do quite frequently, and you look out and you see the light coming through, it's so bright, it burns right through the tree. Watch, it's easier to show you. Take the brush, I'm just going to take one corner, just one corner. It's a beautiful close-up there, one corner, and get a little titanium white on it. Now come up here. Decide where the sun's at back there, shining through all these trees. And very lightly, just begin that light area and begin working around. Notice that we're keeping that corner in the light spot. And we work around and around and around we go. There we are. See there? And begin blending outward. Now this paint is very opaque. We've used transparent color up until now. And now we're getting into opaque color. That sun's burning through there. Light's just zinging right through. By blending it out, it'll become transparent enough that you can still see the tree shapes through there. And that's what we're trying to achieve. To me, that's what it looks like when I see the sun shining through. There. You can still make out the images of the trees in there, but they're washed out. The same as if you're looking at them in the woods and the sun shining through. Just like that. And we can blend a little light right on down through here. Up to you. Up to you. You decide where it lives. You decide. There. And you can do this several times to achieve desired lightness or desired brightness. This is about all that I want. I just want that nice spot shining through there strong. I like that when that happens. Okay. Actually, I just want to clean the brush again. Alright, we're in business. Now we have to make some big decision. What's happening here in our world? Let's take some black and some Prussian blue. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a little crimson put in there too. I'll tell you what, maybe even a little sap green, a little brown, a little Van Dyke. Just all dark colors, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's go up here. In my mind, I see back in here maybe a little grassy area that lives right underneath these trees. So I'll just tap them a little dark. I don't need much because the black gesso is creating most of it. We don't have to worry about it. I like it. That's all we're looking for. There. some color on the brush here. Tap it, push it, give it a little, see that little ridge of paint right there? That's what we're looking for. Let's go back up here. Now we come back with this beautiful green color and just begin tapping. There's some little grassy areas in there far away. Far away.
Then you would accomplish in the next 6 months. Because like now you can't jerk off, like you can't do anything, you actually have to go do something, right? Like you immediately are productive. So like they never had internet. They had nothing else to fucking do. So yeah, they figured it out. It's not a big surprise.
I suspect what's going on is that they don't have the faintest clue how modern science works. They might actually believe that drawing a rotating block on a disc in Blender is the state of the art in physics. So what are we to do? There will always be people who distrust scientists, and that might not be.
You have to remove these people from the voting pool somehow. That's the real problem. Like it was never really a big issue that people believe this stuff because of peasants that think that spirits exist in trees. Like nobody really gave a shit because it's like, oh, well that's just, you know, a peon, and so who cares? But now this person's voting, and they're making decisions for other people, and it's scary. So is the problem really that they're thinking this, or is the problem that they're voting? The problem, in my opinion, is that they're voting. You can't solve people being stupid. That's the way I see it. You can't solve that. Like, people are going to be stupid no matter what. Middle school math test for voting? I feel like if you can't do middle school math, I don't want you to vote. Like, if you couldn't graduate high school or you don't have a GED, I don't want you to vote.
Word.
Straight up. Like, I know that sounds elitist, and I want to say that that's completely the point.
Yep.
That is absolutely the point. Most people are, well, not most people, but some people are so stupid that they should not even be responsible for themselves. That's easy to graduate? Yeah, it's like if you can't graduate high school or something equivalent to that, 99% of the time, you are not the kind of person that should be making decisions for anybody else. That's it.
Bad thing, but I think it's a mistake to ignore flat earthers, and I do have some sympathy for them, I really do. They're trying to figure out how nature works, and that's
No, they're not trying to figure out how nature works, because the thing is that if they're trying to, you have to understand that flat Earth does not come from a place of learning. It comes from an oppositional perspective of the status quo and the establishment. Flat earthers don't care whether the Earth is flat, fundamentally. The Earth is flat is just simply a point of reference to explain that the government and the elites and science and society is a manufactured lie that's created to oppress them. That's what they really believe, and flat Earth is just simply a vehicle to express that belief. So, even if you disprove flat Earth to this person, this wouldn't actually change how they think. Because flat Earth, it's like basically, it's a mining canary, right? It's a mining canary. It indicates something that's a lot worse deeper down. And you gotta ask yourself, why is it that people have that much distrust? Why is it that people don't understand this shit? It's a huge web of conspiracy theories? Exactly, yeah. It's a conspiracy theory, and the Earth being flat and the science of the Earth being flat, this is gonna sound stupid. Doesn't matter. What matters is that this is a global conspiracy that's being pushed worldwide, which indicates that there is a worldwide conspiracy to suppress knowledge from the public. That's the actual conversation. This is just bullshit. And it's always ended with some Jews did it? Absolutely. Yeah, and so that's the real reason. Why is flat Earth so popular if it's bullshit? Simple. Because a lot of people don't trust established parameters. That's the real reason. I bet that if you did a correlation between people who don't trust authority and people who believe in flat Earth, you would have nearly a perfect correlation.
Because flat Earth is merely a symptom for the problem and not the disease.
We should just encourage them to get better at it, and then maybe one day they'll figure out that it's actually much easier to explain their observations if they stop believing that the Earth is flat. Another reason I think we should take flat earthers seriously is that a lack of science education is more of a societal failure than a personal one. Luckily, there's an easy way to grow your scientific background knowledge, which is on brilliant.org.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that you can do that. I think that the bottom 10 or 20% of people, in terms of critical thinking intelligence, will never be able to fully accept that the Earth is round because they're stupid. There are a lot of people that have, everybody has a different level count for different things. Like, for example, my level count for playing FPS is quite low. Other people's level count for being intelligent is also quite low. You're never going to teach a dog to do chess. It's not going to happen. Making it the goal that everybody understands and believes in science is a waste of time, and it will never happen. Not anytime soon, not without some type of technological advancement of intelligence. People fundamentally are stupid. They are only slightly above monkeys, and the bottom 10% are so stupid that it's unsalvageable. It's completely unsalvageable. There's nothing that you can do to bring them back. Can't do anything.
I really like Brilliant's courses because they get to the point very quickly and help me to remember the key facts. All of Brilliant's courses come with interactive visualizations and follow-up questions. This gives you a feeling for what's going on, and it also lets you check whether you understood it right away. I even have my own course on Brilliant. It's a beginner's course on oscillation. It explains what the wave function is and what superpositions and entanglement are. It also covers the uncertainty principle and Bell's theorem. And afterwards, you can continue learning more about your favorite topics in science, computer science, or maths. Whether that's special relativity or quantum computing, Brilliant has you covered. If you use our link brilliant.org/Sabine, you get to try out everything on Brilliant for 30 days for free, and you get 20% off the annual premium subscription. So go and check this out. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
So, again, I think that the way that scientists, and this is the problem, right, is that scientists and people that are scientifically minded have a approach that is scientific to dealing with flat earthers. And they don't understand the real reason why flat earthers exist. Flat earthers exist as a metaphor to a larger problem, which is a distrust of established authority. Flat Earth is just an element of it. Every single flat earther probably believes 10 or 15 other stupid conspiracies. That's what I think. And I think, again, if you, and by the way, how many of you guys notice that a lot of people that are really into conspiracies, on average, are more religious? Have you guys ever noticed that? This is a good video. I'll link it to you guys. Yes. You know why? Because they're predisposed to believe bullshit with no evidence. Or partial evidence. That's the reason. Everybody knows it. So it's like basically, right? Well, if you're gonna believe that bullshit, I got something else for you. And there it is. That's an awful take. Why? Let's find out why. Why is it an awful take? Let's go. Let's figure it out. You shouldn't trust most science since it's mainly theory, but all scientific law should be learned, followed, and understood. Scientific law. I mean, what is the law? Like gravity? Because gravity, where does gravity come from? It comes from mass. Where does mass come from? Planet. How does the planet how does the planet create gravity? Through its size. What is its size? It's round. Think about it, right? It's, just use a little bit of logic here. So do we have a single... I'll give him like one more minute, and then we're going to move on. It's like we got so much else that we got to do today. I don't want to waste he finally typed something.
Fuck off.
Jesus can be proven, and he died and came back. There's over 500 testimonies proving that he came back over 40 days. There's over 500 testimonies from like what? Like somebody said that somebody said that somebody said that they heard somebody say. And how about everything else?
How about Moses talking to a burning bush? You think that happened? How about Jonah living in a fish? You think that happened? Well, Muhammad flying around the world on a horse. You think that happened? Come on. Joseph Smith translating the tablets out of a hat. Did that happen? Come on. Get the fuck out of here. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's obviously bullshit. It's complete bullshit. Like, what are we even talking about here? It's not even a question. It's not even. What are we even indulging this for 3 seconds for? The people that saw him? No, it's not people that saw him. For sure. So that's not it. You would think some ancestors, these people still have treasures passed down to today, or family members alive? Exactly. Nah, bro, like, bro, you believe, hey, you want to believe in religion, that's fine. That's fine. You believe whatever you want. But you're not going to tell me that there is not a correlation. You are not going to, I'll tell you for a fucking fact there's a correlation. And I think that it's really strong. It's a super strong correlation. It is so easy to finesse people, and it's again, how do you take advantage of a stupid person? Sell them hope. Sell them hope and the idea that they're smart. And if you do that, they'll give you all their money. Because they're stupid. What do I believe? I believe that I am a monkey, and the mysteries of the universe are mysteries. And I don't think that the human brain has the capacity to understand the implications of that. I don't think, like, basically, I think that in order to understand the universe, you have to have, like, I'm just talking theoreticals, right? An IQ of 6,000, and people have between an IQ of, like, 80 and 250. But you need 6,000 to understand the universe. That's the way I see it. I don't think that I have any idea. I don't think anybody else has any idea. I think that there has never been a historically, or there's never been a point in time or a person who has been able to intentionally pierce the veil of reality at any point in time, in any way. Like, and it's very easy for, like in any capacity, not even remotely close. Like, for example, if I said there's never been a point in time where an ant was able to do multiplication, you would all agree with me, right? We'd all agree. There's never been a point in time where a cat wrote a book. You probably would agree with me, right? So, this is the same thing. It's just a different scale. Could have never done psychedelics? Yeah, exactly. Right? And so that's what I think. That's my flat earth, that's my take, my opinion on flat earth. Why they hate Tolkien? There's a lot of reasons. A lot of people are mad at this. Yeah. I think they're all real. Yeah, I can see chat. Yep. Chat loves it. They know they're real.
Never before has any voice uttered the words of a tongue here in Atlantis. For the black speech of Mordor may yet be heard in every corner of the West.
I combine you over 1 million men and women of the West and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. Not a year goes by without some hack writer from the Access Media or academic. Oh God! Hack writer from the Access. Are you kidding me? This is pretty good. Access Media or academic attacking our beloved Professor John Ronald Rule Tolkien. And this year is no different from the Telegraph. Students shall not pass unless they accept Lord of the Rings is offensive. University course suggests Tolkien's treatment of evil characters follows a tradition of anti-African antipathy. That's why is it that the evil characters are being associated with Africans? Like, I feel like that's a bit of a stretch, right? What the hell is that from? Triple A to you and me. Generally, academics and activists, and quite frankly, I don't know the difference between the two, so we'll just... How do you watch The Rock High and the orcs and be like, oh, I know who this reminds me of. They're the ones that are the racists. How do you do that? You gotta be out of your fucking mind.
people who don't like to have fun and people who are no fun to be around. Hate Lord of the Rings. And the attacks on Tolkien go back to the times when he was alive. But in recent times, it was made demonstrably worse by Amazon. You know the company that started out selling books? When its owner, Jeff Bezos, decided he wanted to make his own Game of Thrones and bought Lord of the Rings, which is funny because right now, Game of Thrones, along with Harry Potter, DC Comics, and the core part of Lord of the Rings that Jeff Bezos actually wants is potentially for sale. Anyway, Jeff Bezos is the Rings of Power, you know, the billion-dollar disaster and failure that's basically a vanity project right now, gave the activists absolutely
surprised that they're still making it.
everything they wanted. Unfortunately, there weren't enough of them to watch, but it did stir the conversation back up again. 5 years ago, I made a video called They Are Coming from Lord of the Rings. It was a simple warning that the same thing we've seen happen to Star Wars, Star Trek, and Doctor Who was going to happen to the Professor's secondary world, because the activists...
The reason why is because they want to get inside of these pieces of media and then change them and reshape them to make them reinforce the way they see the world. That's the reason why all this media keeps getting changed. And it gets changed in like fundamental ways because these people want it to mean fundamentally different things. That's the reason why.
I've been circling this mythology for a long time, and once they sunk their teeth into it with the help of their Hollywood corporate overlords, if anyone didn't like it, well, they were the problem. Particularly the readers of Tolkien who wanted to see the Professor's work adapted authentically. And in their infinite wisdom, the creators of the show decided to make the fans of Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, The Silmarillion, and all the works of Professor Tolkien the enemy, responding to the backlash they absolutely knew they were going to get. Rings of Power producer of that reboot, Reject, Lindsay Weber, famously said, "It felt only natural to us that an adaptation of Tolkien's work would reflect what the world actually looks like."
But it's not the world. See, like, in my opinion, as soon as I hear something like that, I immediately assume that the media is going to be garbage. Because you at this point have now put your, like, viewpoints and your, like, social ideology, you have decided to elevate that above the source material. And what I think that really shows is it's a profound lack of disrespect, it's a profound disrespect of the source material. You don't really care about making it authentic, you don't care about doing it the right way, you care about making it in line with what your viewpoints are. You see what I'm saying? So anytime that you see anything, this is my opinion, anytime that you see any even slight amount of like something you could consider DEI in something, you should automatically assume that it's going to be garbage. Because a lot of the things like that that are added in for a DEI reason, fundamentally what that tells you is that they don't actually respect the source material enough to adapt it properly. Now, I'm not saying every single thing that's had a DEI thing in it is bad, but I think the correlation's pretty fucking strong.
Go back to the book, go back to the book, go back to the book.
Ignoring the fact that Amazon paid $250 million to get access to a built-in audience that really enjoyed a world meticulously built by J.R.R. Tolkien and what he thought it actually looked like. Showrunners J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay also responded to the backlash called the fans patently evil. Two dwarf of color.
The fans are patently evil? Well, wait a minute, I don't understand this. So the orcs aren't evil, but the fans are? What the fuck happened? It's insane. Yes, really? I don't even know what to say.
Evil, two dwarf of color actress Sophia Novetti stating that her role and the Rings of Power are a necessary redress of balance in Tolkien.
Everyone was cast because they were the absolute best person for the role, and to be part of a redress of balance within this world.
I don't think that, to understand, like, nobody that wanted to watch Lord of the Rings actually was a fan of the show, wanted to have it recast for racial reasons, for like current day racial reasons. Nobody was asking for this, nobody wanted this, nobody needed this. I don't know, like, where they get this idea that
this is something that the people wanted, that nobody wanted this at all. Like, nobody was asking for this. Do you think you have the same opinion of Ryan Gosling was cast as a Nubian king? I don't know. I mean, I think that in general, if you're doing a race swap for a character, you're probably doing it for a reason that doesn't have to do with the quality of the character, or the quality of the actors. Like, for example, if you had like a really good actress or a really good actor race swapping the character, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. Like, I think that like for The Witcher, for example, they have Lawrence Fishburne playing Regis, who is like one of the vampires in Witcher 3. And I don't really care about that. That's fine because he's a really good actor. But in terms of like just
random I don't know. Letting somebody attack somebody that you think is your friend is a pretty shitty thing to do. I don't know who would do a thing like that. Probably some fucking garbage person.
So Jeff Bezos won't be embarrassed. I will argue continuing to make it is more embarrassing. Of course, there's all the Access Media articles and academic research from racially stereotyping in the works of Tolkien to a new Lord of the Rings prequel quietly confronts an uncomfortable legacy. How Amazon's The Rings of Power prequel grapples with the deeply ingrained ideas of racial difference and racial determinism in J.R.R. Tolkien's world.
These people are professional problem havers. That's all they do is they find problems with things, they complain about shit, they get mad about it, and the worst part is that the world
Good morning, Share Bear.
like they care. It's insane.
Infamous Deer Tolkien fans, black people
Thank you
exist.
for being such a legitimately good person.
Black people exist. And who can
There's so many fakes out there.
2022
You're awesome, dude.
Race and Racism in Middle-earth by Robert Stewart. Well, apparently everybody
This is the problem these people have, and this is the reason why I think so many people are like, I think, becoming more racist, is because they wanted to put these viewpoints and these values in every single aspect of life. Every single thing. They want to like go back and retroactively apply their current worldview to media that was like, 50 or 100 years old, right? Like that's the issue. It's that like you can't do that, and you can't force everybody to think the way that you want, and then expect there's not going to be a huge pushback.
What about it considering it only has 3 reviews on Amazon and it's sitting at a 2.6 and it costs $93.43?
Well, this is what I think is kind of funny about it, is that this entire apparatus of people that are bringing up these topics, it's actually like nobody. Like nobody actually cares about this stuff at all. It's just artificially astroturfed in order for people to think that this is a problem. But average people don't care about this, and they never did.
Considering it only has 3 reviews on Amazon and it's sitting at a 2.6 and it costs $93.43, or going back to 2002 from The Guardian, Race and Race. What with the dark-skinned, broad faces and dreadlocks? It's a wonder Tolkien didn't give his baddies a natural sense of rhythm, says John Yett, examining Middle-earth suspect racial undertones, where he's
suspect racial undertones, bro. And I think the problem is that a lot of people don't really know how to deal with this. The way that you deal with this is you just tell them to shut the fuck up and that you don't care. That's the way you deal with it. And the moment that you capitulate to these people, because you have to understand that these people are not your target audience. They don't care about your media. They don't care about whether it does well or not. They don't care about whether it's successful. They don't care about whether it's true to form to like what the original text is. The only thing that they care about is that it is, congruent with what their worldview is. And because of that, you should never listen to them. Because they don't actually care about the product. They only care about what the product does for them.
Dates multiple paragraphs down, perhaps I better come out and say it. The Lord of the Rings is racist. So this is nothing new under the 2 lamps, the 2 trees, or the Son of Arda. This one takes it a step further because it's an actual course at the University of Nottingham. And that course comes off as an exploration of the actions of Robin Hood from the perspective of the Sheriff of Nottingham.
Once again from the Telegram, and we gotta give them a little credit here on this headline. Students shall not pass unless they accept Lord of the Rings. It's offensive. University course suggests Tolkien's treatment of evil characters follows a tradition of anti-African antipathy.
The first thing that I think of whenever I see Sauron is like, an African. I guess Tolkien must be racist.
A university is teaching students that J.R.R. Tolkien demonizes people of color in the Lord of the Rings books. A history module called Decolonizing Tolkien and Others.
Anytime that I see the word colonize used anywhere, basically, I just automatically assume that the person is retarded. I do.
Holy
I
cow,
pretty
buddy.
much instantly assume. Stop, Melissa.
Video games aren't just...
Hi. Hi, everybody. Ashley Van feels this is drop dead serious. Thank you so much for being here. There's another late one. I know. It's a really late night because I was about to do this podcast about 2 hours ago, and suddenly things started happening and information started coming in. So I put it off so that I could have a full collection for you, and I have a really big collection of information for you on the Nancy Guthrie investigation. First of all, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for being a subscriber and the members. You guys are really amazing. Thank you so much. If you are not subscribed, do it. Hit the thing, the button, the subscribe. Thank you. I appreciate it. It does me a solid. I really love the folks who are joining. I have a lot for you tonight, starting with a new message from Savannah. Savannah has taken Instagram again, and it is just heart-wrenching to see her, the pain in her face as she appeals to the kidnapper, the person who has her mother, or those who know where her mother is, to please, for the love of God, it's not too late. It's not too late. She's appealing to their better angels if they have any. And I'm going to show you that in just a moment. Also, the FBI did something they do not normally do. They put out a statement. They actually gave it to News Nation, and at first I thought it was a typo because I thought the FBI doesn't usually do this. They don't update anybody. They work in absolute silence. And they didn't do that in this particular case. They made comments about the gloves, plural, the many, 16 gloves that they have now collected, and the specific one in particular that's the most important. I'm going to break down everything about it and why it matters, and the things that people are reporting on, like why custody is critical here. That's coming in just a minute. Also, there's new reporting tonight that people are beaten up. New reporting that this may be considered by law enforcement authorities as a burglary gone wrong. But the pushback on it is intense from a number of different sources. So I'm going to give you the reporting and who's pushing back on it, and I'm going to give you some information just about the burglaries in this area. And this has caused people in the neighborhood to be understandably panicked, people who live there. So it's important that the people who live there in the local community get accurate reporting because they don't always hear from the authorities. I've lived this game for a long time. The authorities do not always tell us what's happening, and sometimes they tell us the opposite. Sorry to say. No smear on them. They've got a hard job to do, and they've got to do it in a certain way. But that doesn't mean that reporters shouldn't seek the truth. So I'm going to tell you what that is in a minute. Also, NBC says it's got a couple of sources saying that law enforcement is starting to lean away from people that they thought might be responsible. Not just one or two, several. And I'll give you that reporting in a minute as well. And Brian Enton, God, he's so good. He's so good. He returned to the scene of the raid from Friday night, and he walked right up the front door. I'll tell you what happened, what the result was. There's a whole lot coming in this podcast, so as I say, warm up your milk because it's late, or if you're waking up, juice your juice into a mimosa or something and get comfy, because I have a lot to tell you. First though, thank you so much again for being here. And thank you so much to my sponsors, because I'm an independent journalist now, so it really helps when you subscribe, and it really helps when my sponsors believe in me, and Van Man is one of them. This is for you. Like, do you think all those natural products that you're buying, like from the wholesome mom and pop companies, are really natural? Because they're not always. Many of them have been bought out by mega corporations and then private equity firms who hijack the brands and then load them up with corporate slop. There's one company, though, that is doing things very, very differently. Van Man. The Van Man Company. They started a grass-fed tallow trend a few years back with moisturizers, and they've been crushing it ever since with their newly edible products. I love that. If there's a cream that you can put on your face and you can eat as well, I'm all in. And this is because tallow works. That's because its fatty acids are nearly identical to the oils in your own skin, so your body actually recognizes it. This can replace your lotion, your night cream, your wrinkle cream, even Neosporin and diaper balm. It's so good. And it's powerful enough to heal your skin, yet safe enough to spread on your toast. So, real ingredients. So, ready to ditch the corporate chemicals? I am. Go to vanman.shop/Banfield. Use my code Banfield. I got 50% off your first order. It's vanman.shop/Banfield. Use my code Banfield for 50% off, or you can click the link in the description. Van Man. Real ingredients, no exceptions. Let's get right to the episode here. Savannah's new Instagram. I have been like refreshing constantly, and the minute this dropped, I watched, and it is really, really painful, but you can see there's a couple things I want you to watch for. Number one, what is her message? Obviously, it's a painful message. She's traumatized, and the torment she's living is like nothing anybody ever could imagine. She's been at this 2 weeks now trying to deal with this new reality in her life. But gone are the messages to anybody who was talking about ransom. Now it seems to be a message directly to the person or persons who did this. Have a look.
I wanted to come on, and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope, and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is,
hey, where'd it go?
That it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing.
So she is appealing to the better angels, if there are any, like I said, of these criminals, of these monsters who've done this. Whether she worked with authorities on that, I'm not so sure. It was very authentic. I did not feel like she was reading anything, but they have been working with her to obviously help the family, because that is what the FBI does. So let's talk about the FBI, because they don't do this. Most of the stories I work on, they don't do this, but they put out a statement. They gave it to News Nation's Libby Dean, and this is what they said about the gloves that we've all been reporting on, right? First of all, if you missed it in the other episodes, it was a complete reversal of reporting from all of those entities. I think it started with Fox News, and then that there'd been a glove found inside the house. Not true. Nope. They knocked that down very quickly the next day. They did say that gloves had been found in the vicinity of the property, but not on the property. Let me read the FBI statement verbatim. It says, the gloves found approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie residence in a field near the side of the road were packaged up by the Pima County Sheriff and sent overnight on February 12th, and they arrived at their private lab in Florida on February 13th. The FBI received preliminary results yesterday, on February 14th, that's Saturday, and are awaiting quality control, I'll get to that in a second, and official confirmation today before putting unknown male profile into CODIS. I'll explain that in a minute too. The national database unique to the Bureau. This process
Yeah,
typically
100%.
takes 24 hours from when the Bureau receives DNA.
No, yeah, you
So,
know I won't.
They got them yesterday. They're awaiting the quality control, the official confirmation today. They will put them into CODIS that could have happened today. And then 24 hours later they'll get, they'll get some results. So I'll continue what they said. Investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas near the house. Most of them were searchers' gloves that they discarded in various areas when they searched the vicinity. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. The FBI has and will continue to provide assistance at whatever timeline is provided to us. They're referring to the approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie residence in the field have been packaged up by the Pima County Sheriff and sent off to the lab. Then they're referring to the one. I'm a little confused by that, but we can only go by what the FBI is saying in the statement. In any case, when they say that's different, it means it's a big focus. It's a glove that looks a lot like the one in the video. Right? A lot of reporters were getting it wrong. The lower thirds on the cable news were really fucking it up earlier by saying, oh, the DNA matches, the DNA is not matching anything. Let's be really clear. The glove itself, what it looks a lot like the thing on the video. Right? By the monster on the video. That's what's similar. Brian Enton had some really interesting things to say earlier. Those gloves, in one of his reports today, those gloves are used by hairdressers, they're used by mechanics, they're used by construction workers. Those gloves are used by a lot of people, right? Turns out they're also used by searchers, as we've just come to learn. I'm going to get to that in a minute. I've got some really good pictures I'm going to show you. Like, you're going to lose your shit. Actually, in a hot minute, when I show you some of these pictures, I don't think you're going to be very happy. But I'm going to show you in a minute. I still want to stay on the statement, though, because when they talk about quality control, I'm trying to read into what quality control is. I'm trying to think maybe chain of custody. Like, they've got to be really, really careful, right? When a lab does its work, in a criminal investigation, the chain of custody is so precise. Everybody who handles it, it is logged, it is careful, it is cautiously handled, and if you're going to send it off to another entity in a certain way, that's got to be very careful. So I'm assuming that might be what they mean by quality control. Maybe it isn't. Comment, let me know. Work for the FBI, and you can read that language a little differently than I can. Say something, and I will absolutely put that out in tomorrow's episode. But I am very curious why there was no comment from the FBI.
Gee, I wonder why everybody talks to the woke guy.
DNA from this one glove, the one that is different and appears to match the gloves in the subject of the surveillance video. Did they take that DNA and also check it against the DNA that was found inside Nancy Guthrie's house? The unknown male DNA that did not match anybody in her direct circle of friends and colleagues and family. That's what I'm curious about. Did that DNA match the unknown DNA in the house? Because that's, you're getting somewhere, right? What are the odds? There'd be some unknown male DNA inside Nancy's house, and then there'd be the same DNA inside the road in a black glove 2 miles away, right? Just cast down on the side of the road. That would be a massive jump in this story and in this investigation. Don't know though. They didn't say anything about that. They're doing it. Trust me. There's no way they're not doing it. Okay. Now I want to talk to you a little bit about CODIS, because you've probably heard a lot about CODIS. Everybody talks about CODIS, and they never break it down. It's the Combined DNA Index System. Combined DNA Index System. Sometimes it's called the CODIS NIS. That's the National Index System. Same thing. But basically that is, it's a big, huge collection of criminals and all their DNA. Big old collection of bad guys and girls. Let me give you some stats as of just this past November, and this is from the FBI. In the CODIS database of DNA, there are 19 plus million offender profiles. Holy shit. That's a
big old cache of dead people, right? And you can take DNA and you can check it against the bad guys that they've collected in this big CODIS bucket. Yeah? 6 million plus people arrested are in there as well. Because often when you're arrested, your DNA is taken. And you can be cleared, and you can be exonerated, but that profile's still in there. There's also 1.45 million forensic profiles. Here's what I think about that. Forensic profiles are profiles of other crimes that forensic investigators discovered. Maybe they haven't linked it to someone, but it's a forensic profile they'll put into CODIS and say, this is an unknown, we found it this scene, we've never been able to solve it, but suddenly it might show up in another crime, and now you can link crimes. Do you remember that young girl who was assaulted in California? And there was a guy who came out of the house, you could see the back of him, and suddenly it was connected to a rape and murder in Maryland. Rachel Morey. So there is a forensic connection. So a forensic profile could be from something that's unsolved, and then you connect it to other crimes, right? It could also be guys who are dead. Yeah. Maybe it's a killer who died, and they've got that profile in there. So a lot of information. There's basically a lot of
Abandon your kids and surround yourself with good people.
781,000 hits.
That'll help.
So CODIS is a very, very good thing for crime fighters. And by the way, it's not just CODIS. That's the thing. It's not just CODIS. Brian Koberger, he wasn't an offender before he decided to slaughter 4 innocent kids, right? He wasn't in CODIS. So how did they find that DNA from the night sheet? Well, there are a lot of different DNA databases, and some of them are commercial. You and I probably bought it for somebody for Christmas or birthday, you know? Genealogy sites like 23andMe and Ancestry.com. That's an enormous amount of DNA. However, you know, it took a decade or so to figure out that people got real antsy about, you know, being a part of a company and then finding that their DNA is being shared with law enforcement, and then grandpas just got arrested. So they tightened up the privacy pieces of those private companies. And so now what you'll see is that you check a box if you want to be included in the database. And if you don't want to be included in the database, you don't have to be. And so law enforcement can go with the voluntary folks in those databases, right? And they can do their genetic genealogy work that way as well. And there's some other databases as well that are out there, but generally speaking, it's not just the bad guy CODIS, it's not just the offender profiles that they can go into, they can actually go into these other sources as well. So you just know they're going to put that in there and figure out where to go from there. Actually, here's what I was telling you about earlier. About the idea that 16 gloves have been found in the area around, Nancy's property. I know it makes me crazy too. First of all, I'm not a little bit, and I really hate people are, but people are. And sometimes it's accidental. So take a look at the New York Post pictures. They've got pictures of multiple gloves all over that area, right? And this kind of par for the course. This isn't just weird about Nancy's area. These aren't just Nancy's searchers necessarily. I talked to Matt Murphy the other night, and he said, geez, if I could tell you how many gloves are out there. They're everywhere, every state, every highway, everything. Think of the number of trucks that you've seen driving on highways with open backs, and maybe workers in the back as well. Some of that stuff's just flying out. Sometimes it's litter, sometimes it's accidental, but a lot of workers use those gloves, and they can just make their way, into the litter category. But here's the way Matt put it. That also, tells me about today's report. There was a glove that was found beside the road, a mile and a half from Nancy's house, one of the black gloves that's similar as seen in the video. And then after that, Fox Digital reported that a pair of gloves was found in the area. That's all I can tell you. I don't know more than that. But, I mean, that's shocking.
Right now, there's always a glove found. Absolutely. Every time you look,
there are.
There's always, when you get into the garden, there are gloves everywhere. And so it's a weird feature. There's gardening gloves, there's workers' gloves. I was in Central Park last week, despite the cold, there's been one mitten. Everywhere you go, there's gloves. Okay, so
I just find it weird that they're finding it 11 days later. That should have been found, within the first day.
But when you're doing that and you're collecting that information, as a prosecutor, when you send people in and you gotta search, but
that gives me almost like Vietnam flashbacks to all the times we found gloves that weren't related to the case, and then the defense comes in every single time, and it's like, look at the DNA in this glove. It's not my client. This is the real killer. So you're handing the knife to the defense. So let's be thoroughly searched. That's something that the lawyers at trial, if they ever get a suspect charged, somebody will have to navigate through. But there's the investigation. It's like the beginning of Law and Order, right? There are two equal parts. The investigation and the prosecution. They got to be mindful of that. And I don't know where the DA for Pima County is. I would expect that he would be up on that stage. I would think.
Haven't seen
agency or would be responsible for taking out the baton and getting justice in the case if they ever get a suspect. And I don't know what's going on with that.
So there you have it. And then Jennifer Koffendorfer, who's former FBI, she works a lot on News Station. I've interviewed her a ton of times. She's very, very smart. She's been in Bureau for a long time. She tweeted out an amazing picture that gives you an idea of why some of those gloves might be from the searchers. These are pictures of authorities, including with the FBI, who've got their gloves in their back pockets as they're working, right? Walking down the highways, they're doing the work in the rough terrain. And so I just want to give credit where credit's due. A user named Pink Star Shimmer provided those pictures. And I think it's just very insightful as to why gloves may end up being found, right? When you have a very big search and it turns out it doesn't feel like this one was the biggest search, because do you remember on day 2 when the sheriff told us the search has been called off permanently? And I lost my shit because I thought, what do you mean? It's a little early. They had their reasons. Think about it. They had their reasons. Early on, they had their reasons for calling off the search early, right? I think I reported on a couple of reasons why. They had a laser focus. They towed a car, processed it by warrant. And this might be the reason they called off the search. They were absolutely laser focused and they knew who they wanted. Has that changed? Don't know, but I've got more reporting on that. Something that Brian Ensign found out today when he interviewed a guy named Sergeant Aaron Cross. Aaron Cross is with the Pima County Sheriff's Office. He's the union president. He didn't feel as optimistic about the discovery of all of these gloves. And let me play for you how he put it. Take a look.
Apparently there's a lot of gloves that have been found. Yeah. What do you make of that? I mean, I guess these gloves are used for all sorts of purposes. It is pretty common. It could be from investigators. It could also be, we have a large amount of homeless that live in the area. We also have, we've experienced a lot of nighttime car break-ins in this area as well. So I mean, it could be from any one of those things. Hopefully it's related to the Guthrie kidnapping or incident, and they're able to get some DNA out of it and breaks the case open. But I understand it's found a couple miles away. Hopefully, as he's driving away, if he throws his gloves out the window, maybe we'll get a lucky break. But there's a lot of possibilities.
So we will see. We'll see what happens. When they test these gloves, they might just find it's just some worker. That'll suck to be him. You can expect one of those raids, right? And we've been told by the sheriff, expect a lot of activity in the days to follow. Didn't see any today, but it was a lot. Last night, and I've got news about that in a minute. But let me tell you a little bit about what NBC is reporting late this evening. They said they've got 2 sources familiar with the investigation that authorities are now leaning away from several people previously scrutinized, including the man whose home was searched on Friday night. That was the big raid that we saw. That was connected to a silver Range Rover that was towed. And I've got news on that in a minute. Also, a man named Carlos who was stopped in a car last week. That was the other raid. And here's what's key. And any of Guthrie's relatives. The sources caution that no one has been officially ruled out and investigators continue to pursue leads. It's really interesting to hear this. NBC saying 2 sources familiar with the investigation told NBC News that authorities are leaning away from these people. So that's really interesting, especially given the next report that I'm going to tell you about. And this comes from Brianna Whitney. Brianna is a local reporter in Phoenix. She works for Arizona Family. Arizona Family is an unusual brand, but that's the brand. The Arizona Family is the brand that incorporates these television stations, KTVK and KPHO. And Brianna's been doing some good reporting. She, along with the Associated Press, report the following, and I'm going to read directly from what they filed. Tucson, Arizona. New investigative leads are being uncovered in the Nancy Guthrie case, and an inside source tells Arizona Family True Crime correspondent Brianna Whitney that there is a widespread belief that the 84-year-old could be alive. In the past week, multiple experts who reviewed the doorbell camera footage with Arizona Family reporters said the incident did not appear to be a planned kidnapping. Now the inside source says that investigators believe this was a burglary gone wrong. So again, let's go back up to that. Multiple experts who reviewed the doorbell cam, not insiders, it was multiple experts who reviewed, said that it did not appear to be a planned kidnapping. But now an inside source says the investigators believe this was a burglary gone wrong. She doesn't say who the inside source is or what kind of source. Is this a law enforcement source? Is this somebody associated? She doesn't say. On Sunday afternoon, the source said investigators are waiting for DNA evidence results from a Range Rover SUV that was towed at a Tucson area Culver's restaurant late Friday. So that directly refutes what was said by NBC, right? That they're leaning away. Our sources, or two sources on NBC, are leaning away from poor Carlos and then this guy Friday night who was grabbed at the Culver's. This is suggesting that they're waiting on DNA evidence from that Range Rover SUV. To tell you somebody else who says they're waiting on evidence from the Range Rover. DNA testing from the Range Rover is Brian Enton from News Nation. So there's like this reporting that's at odds, and everybody has their different sources. I always want to know what level. What level are your sources? Are they a friend of an investigator who heard in the bathroom? I don't know. They don't specify what level of source. But to me, it's always really important to specify. How good is this source? Who are these two sources familiar with the investigation? So as for that raid the other night, on Friday night, that kept us all awake until, 4 o'clock in the morning, you heard the reports 3 people were detained and that there were no arrests the next day, but, the investigation is continuing, and Brian has been reporting about further investigations that are ongoing regarding what happened that night, and especially the silver Range Rover that was hooked up and towed off and is being tested. But Brian is so good at his job. He went back to the neighborhood and he checked in on that house that was raided. Here's his reporting.
And then I got so distracted with all the other developments of the weekend. But this is what the neighborhood looks like. It's a pretty nice neighborhood. It's interesting because again, it was only so dark when I was out here. It's interesting to see it all in daylight. This is the house here that the SWAT activity happened at. And it's pretty quiet around. I'm gonna go to the door and see if anybody is home in the house. Doesn't look like anybody's answering. I think other reporters have already been here. I'm not sure if anyone's home, although there's a car. Hi, we'll be right there, it said. I don't think anyone's coming. I saw someone in the window.
Hello?
Hello? There was a woman that just opened the blind, just for a second. But yeah, I don't think they're coming out. Like I said, I think some of the reporters have been here, and it looked like kind of an older woman that opened the curtains just for a second. There's this car that was in an accident in the driveway. Yeah, so this is the neighborhood. It's pretty nice neighborhood. Kind of reminds me of Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood a little bit. It's about 2 miles away, but the houses are much closer together, and they're out closer to the road. In Nancy's neighborhood, there's obviously a lot more like shrubbery and cactuses in the front.
So there's more about that raid too from Brian Enton. The SWAT raid from Friday night, where the woman and the man, presumably a mother and son, were taken out of their home. The home was searched. They were taken next door. The woman was taken next door to her neighbors to wait it out. And then another man, presumably another son, was held up at the detained at the Culver restaurant where the silver Range Rover was. There's more that's happening there, including investigative leads and DNA testing that's still under investigation from that raid. And again, Brian Enton saying that the silver Range Rover is still under investigation, including DNA testing from the silver Range Rover. So I think it's just super fascinating that is still in play, and yet we've got these other reports that suggest it's not. It's just the investigation just seems all over the place, as does some of the reporting on it as well. It's just hard to know exactly what is happening. One thing we do know, they don't have Nancy. So I'm going to now tell you about some serious pushback on that reporting. Again, everybody's got their different sources, and Fox News Channel, as well as Fox News Digital, they have blanketed this story. They've got over 30 people down there doing some just incredible work. Michael Ruiz from Digital and also Matt Finn from the News Channel have both been doing stellar reporting. And I got some serious pushback. But before I get to them, another quick note from my sponsors, because again, I'm an independent journalist, so I do have sponsors, and I've got to tell you that the people that I accept as my sponsors, I have to like them, and I have to like their stuff. And the truth is, the stuff that I'm about to tell you I really like, and so does Chris. So just a little behind the scenes here. These sponsors send me products so that I can try them, and then I can decide if I want to endorse them or not. Well, I got about 8 boxes of cereal from Lovebird. Guess how many are left? One! Because Chris ate them all. My husband ate them all. They're very good, I'm not gonna lie, and there's a whole bunch of reasons why I decided to endorse them. Here's one of the biggest ones. Next time you're in the kitchen, I want you to grab a box of your cereal, and I'd like you to read the ingredients. Refined sugars, red 40, seed oils, synthetic pesticides. Dude, that is not breakfast food. That is gross. And the truth is, Big Food designs these cereals to drive our cravings and boost their profits. So that's why I am all in on Lovebird. Because it's made with just 7 ingredients, and they're real. They're right on the front of the box. So if you check this out, I've got the strawberry. This one I like. Buckwheat, cassava, honey, coconut sugar, strawberry, coconut oil, sea salt, beetroot, and lemon. Real food. You can pronounce it. And get this, they're 100% family owned. They donate 20% of their profits to fighting childhood cancer. Thank you. You want to take back your breakfast? Just go to lovebirdfoods.com/Banfield, use my code, and you're welcome. I got you 25% off your first order. Just go to lovebirdfoods.com/Banfield, or just click the link in the description. You can also find them at Walmart, Whole Foods, Sprouts, other major retailers nationwide. Lovebird cereal! Join the real food revolution and take back our country's health from big food. Box by box. Okay, so back to the pushback on the Arizona family reporting and Associated Press reporting. That said that they think this is leaning more towards a burglary gone bad. Michael Ruiz sent this out. Authorities are distancing themselves from fresh reporting suggesting Nancy Guthrie's abduction is believed to be a burglary gone wrong, and that the, quote, widespread investigative belief is that the missing 84-year-old, quote, could be alive. A local law enforcement source tells me, again, Michael Ruiz, quote, this is not the working theory inside the unit, end quote, and adds that nighttime residential burglaries are rare. For his part, Sheriff Chris Nanos told Matt Finn from Fox News Channel. Let me read Matt's reporting. Quote, did not come from us. No idea. And even though that is one of many possibilities, we would never speculate such a thing. We will let the evidence take us to motive. No comment from the FBI, says Matt Finn, Fox News Channel. Also, Matt says no suspects have been publicly identified, but the FBI is currently awaiting additional tests results on a glove that appears to match the one seen on Nancy Guthrie's Nest doorbell camera. Here's Michael Ruiz a little bit later with more pushback on the Arizona Family and Associated Press reporting. Again, that's the reporting that this is looking like a burglary gone wrong, and that they are believing that Nancy Guthrie is alive. Michael is quoting law enforcement as saying, quote, nighttime residential burglaries are so ridiculously rare, crazy rare. Commercial building burglaries at night, residential during the day. We don't have any indication she kept really anything valuable there. And if this was a burglary gone wrong, they don't take the victim with them usually. I guess anything is possible, but my gut says it's something else entirely, end quote. So, really interesting to hear the competing theories and the competing reports on this. And to hear the competing sourcing. Again, I come back to who are the sources? What level are the sources? How dialed in are they? How far outside the actual knowledgeable investigators are they? That's important to think about. Okay, so the stats on burglaries and home invasions. I started to think, okay, I really would love to know about Tucson's statistics on nighttime home invasions and burglaries, and kidnappings and murders and all the rest. And I got this at least from the Catalina Foothills Association President Tom Pugh. He told Fox News Digital, quote, in the 50 years that I've lived here, I've never heard of any crime like this. By and large, there's just no crime. Or, you know, the crime that does occur is a petty kind of crime, where someone might leave their car unlocked and kids walk by and take something. But nothing like this has occurred since I've been here. Again, Tom Pugh, telling Fox News Digital, he's the Catalina Foothills Association president, you would think he would know. 50 years he's been there. Says, yeah, maybe some kids steal stuff when they see a car unlocked, but nothing else. Okay, so about the terrain, because I know a lot of people have said, well, couldn't it be possible that all these properties seem to be open to each other, or there's rough terrain in between them, but you could certainly walk right up on a property from the back and not say use the roadways. And to that end, Brian Enton, News Nation again, unbelievable reporter, he did this walk and talk and went out into that rough terrain where all the cacti are and all the rattlesnakes and all the rest. And he went out with a former Border Patrol agent named Art Del Cueto and got a real lay of the land. And when I say real lay of the land, you have to imagine what you're about to see and think about it in the pitch black of night. Again, with animals and rattlesnakes and all the other things that the desert offers. So take a look at Brian's reporting.
The terrain where we're used to walking through a trafficking, trying to track traffickers, human smuggling and drug smuggling. But the way, this is called the wash. A lot of people don't use that terminology, and as we walk through here, you'll see this is kind of like a trail where you know which way to walk in there. You're going to have some broken branches in this area.
Everything's like got thorns too, huh?
Everything's got thorns, and I think the difference is people hear desert landscape, and they almost think that it's nothing but sand, and you can see mud. So this is basically the brush, and as you walk further in, these are called, this is the actual wash. These are the washes.
No, we haven't walked too far, but if you go this way, and here I will show you, if it's dark out here, or even now, you go through this neighborhood, and you're not going to see anybody in this area of the village. Now, this is called the wash, and when it rains, you get water here, of course, but they're dry most of the time. So you can walk through these areas that pull up behind some of these houses.
You could drive in some of these areas.
There's some areas where you'd be able to drive and be more difficult. You can definitely drive maybe like a quad through here. There's a house right there. And if we continue walking through here, you'll see there's a house there. You probably couldn't see it when we were in the brush, but you're going through all this area, and at night, somebody that doesn't know the terrain can walk through here, and literally, you wouldn't know, probably what 20 feet from the road, and then from where we're standing, we can't see my truck. With some of these cameras, you would not be able to see the street.
The topography, as you can see, we're heading into the solar monument, is another challenge. The desert is not necessarily beautiful, but it's not always friendly. There are a number of risks out there with thorny bushes and cactus and poisonous animals.
Now imagine this at night when it is completely dark and there are no street cameras, there's no street lights out here. There's absolutely no street lights. So that just adds to how difficult it is. And if you do have some type of ring camera and it's dark and you have this truck, you're really not going to get much out of the ring camera.
The topography is extreme. We're at 3,000 feet in elevation, right where we're at right now. And there's a mountain in front of us that goes up to close to 7,000 feet. And there's a mountain to the north of us that goes almost 10,000 feet. And everything in between creates a topography that's a challenge.
They bring you in Mexico.
Or you're into Mexico, or even, I'll be honest, so there's areas, obviously, that are forest still within the border. Our border is more secure than it's ever been. We've all heard that, and it is true. But in Arizona, there's still forest areas where you could possibly head south, especially at nighttime.
It's highly likely she could be in Mexico. In my opinion, that might be one of the places that would logically make some sense to deal with her until what they want, what they're demanding is satisfied.
I didn't even talk about scorpions. That's one of my biggest fears of the desert. I don't spend a lot of time in the desert, but I fear scorpions because they crawl into your shoes and they crawl into your boots. And I do remember people saying when I was in the desert when I was a war correspondent, you gotta shake out those boots every night. And I used to shake out the boots every night, fearing these friggin' scorpions. I never did have one, thank God. But that's one of the things, you really gotta think about just the dangers that are out there. So it's not just as easy as you can imagine, just sneaking up on the property from the back way in. I thought that was really wise of Brian to go out there and show us. So think about the guy that did this. Brian has told us how hard it is to get around there at night. It is really hard to get around there. He gets lost all the time, even in the daytime. And at night, no lights anywhere on those roads. Nothing. There's no street lights. It's under ordinance because stargazing, University of Arizona, there's astronomy work. There's no lights anywhere. So it's very, very difficult to make your way around there. And Brian uses Waze every time he's driving, day and night. So what did this perpetrator do? Did he know his way? Was he very familiar with the neighborhood? Did he use Waze or Google Maps? Because that's something they should be able to find out, right? That's an easy one. Who was fucking around at 1:47 in the morning in this particular area? There's not a lot of people around driving there at that time of night, right? It just made me realize that's a real investigative possibility. Either way, either this guy was using some kind of mapping system, right? Or he wasn't, and knows his way around. So it's just informative, right? Just to know someone's out there skulking around. They're not the kind of people that you would think would just like drive around lost, you know, with a kidnapped person in your trunk or seat or wherever, wondering where they are. You'd think they'd know to get the hell out of there fast and how to do that. Something else that I thought about when I watched the video several times, the bite light that I am convinced this guy has in his mouth, because the number of times he looks down and light shows up on the ground. Right at the point where he's stepping up, right at the point where he pulls the vines, right at the point where he scans inside the vestibule, looking for something before he pulls the vines. There's a light, and then the close-up of his face when he's actually, messing with the camera. There's a light coming out of his mouth. So a lot of people talk about the bite light. Bite lights are small lights you put in your mouth. Mechanics, people who need their hands, need to be hands-free, they can use bite lights. But as he looks down so many times in that tiled area, it made me wonder if he didn't drop saliva. Because if you put something in your mouth and you try to keep it in your mouth without your lips, it's hard to swallow. And having your mouth looking down might stand to reason that some of his saliva may have actually dropped. It would be dry, not obvious to the human eye, but is it possible that his DNA is right there on that front tiled entrance, right near the sticks? Because every time he's lighting it up, he's working his mouth, and it's not closing around the light. So it's possible, it's very possible, that his saliva is somewhere in there. I wonder if that's one of the things they were testing for when they brought that white tent out. There's something else I want to talk about is the signal sniffer, because this was big. We talked about it last night. Brian Hinton told us about the signal sniffer that was sent in by the feds and affixed to the runners of the chopper. I got more reporting on that from News Nation's Libby Dean, and she adds to Brian's reporting. Let me read this. She says the signal sniffer technology being used to detect Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker is sophisticated FBI technology, according to an FBI source speaking to News Nation. The signal sniffer is a small device that was sent in and attached to the sheriff's helicopter. It can detect Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker signal. The helicopter has to stay low and move slowly for it to work. Wow. Listen. About 4 or 5 days ago when I talked to Matt Murphy, who's on homicide prosecutor from California, he and I talked about pacemakers. He himself said, I wish they could get Nancy's phone and fly it around, because it'll reconnect to the pacemaker. It was a great idea, right? And here it is actually playing out with the signal sniffer. I don't know how close you gotta be with a signal sniffer. With the phone, you gotta be 10 to 30 feet. A little hard to bring a helicopter 30 feet from your roof, of anybody's roof. But you know you can get really close to people's homes? Their roofs, their windows, drones. They're quiet, they hover, they can go anywhere. I just wonder if that signal sniffer might not be better served on a drone than the skid of a helo, right? I just can't imagine helicopters having to buzz that close. Again, I don't know the efficacy of these signal sniffers. First of all, I love that they exist. I do. I'm just always amazed when I see about new crime-fighting technology. I just don't know how close they have to be in order to try to light up with Nancy's pacemaker, but I feel like get a bunch of them and just start flying drones all over the Tucson area. Drones are silent. They can go right up to someone's window. A lot of privacy issues there, right? Lots. Okay, and just since I've been doing this podcast with you, remember I said I waited really late at night so that I could gather all the information and bring you a full report? Well, I thought I waited long enough, and it turns out I didn't. Because there's new NBC reporting, and as I look at it real quickly, hang on, it looks like it's kind of knocking down some of the other reporting as well. Okay, hold it for a second. I'm going to bring you this new NBC report. Let me just squeeze in another quick mention from one of my sponsors, because again, I'm an independent journalist, so I hope you'll bear with me. Because Morgan and Morgan has been a really great partner of mine. They help make this podcast possible, and trust me, they are a BFD, a big deal. They're a major deal. They're America's largest personal injury law firm with over 1,000 attorneys, and their lawyers have recovered over $25 billion from more than 500,000 of their clients. Yeah. Let's talk about the client in Florida who got more than $100 million after an insurance company offered him $1 million. And the client in Pennsylvania who was offered $500,000, but Morgan and Morgan got them $29 million instead. And then there's the case in California, the big whopper I call it. Their client got $425 million in court. That's a record, right? Do you have any idea what your case might be worth? If you had been injured, why not start a claim and find out? You can do it right from your phone, and it only takes 8 clicks. It is super easy. So if you're injured, here's what you can do. You can start a claim by going to forthepeople.com/Banfield. Again, forthepeople.com/Banfield. Or just click the link below or scan the QR code on your screen. And find out what your case might be worth. Okay, back to the reporting. Let's just take a quick look. Brand new from NBC. They're working late. NBC News says, quote, investigators are not categorizing the Nancy Guthrie case as any particular type of crime at this stage, according to a federal law enforcement source with knowledge of the investigation. So not in the investigation, with knowledge of the investigation. The source said that there are, quote, a myriad of theories, end quote. But that authorities are not officially narrowing options to a specific one. Okay, so basically that tells me that NBC is kind of trying to knock down the Arizona family and the Associated Press reporting. But that also seems they may be knocking down their earlier report of the two sources saying they're leaning away from these people. Now they're saying they're not narrowing it to anything. I feel like I'm in a tennis match. This is nuts. But like I said, there's about 300 reporters at any given time down there, and everybody's trying to work their sources, and everybody knows somebody who knows somebody who says they're close to the investigation as well. So sometimes it's a bit of a game of telephone, but not only that, I will tell you this. Things can change, and they can change in a day. Investigators reserve the right to change their minds. I have said that since day one in this reporting that I've been giving you. Investigators can change their minds. They can zero in on one person, like I've reported, and then they can completely change course. They're not telling us if they're doing that, and that's why they say we haven't named or identified any suspects. Obviously, they haven't identified them to us. Doesn't mean that they haven't identified them inside their ranks, and it doesn't mean that they don't change their minds. So just keep an open mind on this one, everybody. And then take a deep breath, and also patience. It's real virtue in this. Okay. Next up. I don't know if you've had the same thought. It's just my musings. Where the hell have the bloodhounds been? And the cadaver dogs. And I hate even saying that, but I think we have to think that way. Where have the dogs been? I have not seen evidence of that kind of work. I haven't seen bloodhounds. I've seen people searching. Haven't seen bloodhounds. I haven't seen those kinds of dogs. You know? And I'm just a little surprised by it. Again, I go back to the first few days of this entire saga, where the sheriff said we called up the search permanently and lesser until something's warranted. And we shot then, shot now. But we haven't seen that. We just haven't seen a lot of dogs. That's not that we haven't seen any. Just haven't seen them en masse. Not at a level that I thought we would or we should. Cadaver dogs in particular at this point, I think that they should have those out there. But I just feel so disheartened at we're entering into week 3 now. And it's just really hard, especially when you see Savannah and just how gut-wrenching this is for her and her family. And I end with this. Why are we all so invested, right? Why? What is it about this story that has us so incredibly invested? The New York Times has talked about it being everybody's mom. I get that. But there's something else that it occurred to me today. Now, I talked about the everybody's mom in the episode last night, if you go back to it, how we just all feel a kinship to this 84-year-old vulnerable woman. Who does this? Who took her? But it's the who does this. That's what I'm really drilling in on today. This is the question. Honest to God, who does this? This is the question that connects us all on a story that we can't shake as a nation, right? Even as a global community. Because if you're watching this from overseas, thank you. But I get it. We're all humans, right? And we just can't understand how someone can be so far outside the flock, right? Here's us. We're here. We're in this group. This is us. And then here are the motherfuckers that do shit like this. The Brian Kobergers of the world that do stuff like this, right? The Jeffrey Dahmers of the world, the Gacy's. All of these people are so far outside the flock. And when someone does this, the question that binds us all and makes a story like this, you know, capture our attention to the point where we're obsessed with it, is that simple phrase, who does this? We said it in Idaho, right? We said it when we just couldn't believe that somebody would do this to 4 innocent kids. Who does this? It's the same principle that's connecting us now to the Nancy Guthrie story. Yes, the Nancy Guthrie is famous, I know. Yes, Mrs. Guthrie is 84 and vulnerable, and we're all devastated. But this doesn't happen to a lot of people. And I've heard a lot of your comments as well. Why so much attention to this particular woman when there's so many people who are victims of crime? I get it. It's just sometimes there's a mystery that nobody can get their heads around. They just can't get their heads around it. And this is one of those. Who does this? And can we, as a community, solve it and bring justice to Savannah and her family? Anyway, that's how I feel. And I've done a lot of this, right? I've done so many of these stories, and we all wonder, wow, what is it about this story that has us all, coming together as one? And I really do believe that's the binding principle for many of them. We are the ones inside the flock. And by the way, I'm very glad that you're in my flock. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being a member. Thank you for being a subscriber. If you didn't subscribe, please do that. And thank you for listening and watching. And remember, if there's one thing you take away from this podcast, the truth isn't just serious, it's drop dead serious.
Could a break be coming in the search for Nancy Guthrie? We just got a statement from the FBI related to a glove being tested for DNA they say appears to match the glove of the man on the front steps of the 84-year-old's house around the time she was taken. How big a deal could this be when it comes to cracking a case that is entering its 3rd week? We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. It was 15 days ago that Nancy Guthrie went to her daughter's house for dinner, some games, typical family night. Then a family member drove her home to her house where she lives alone, not that far away. And then in the early hours of the morning, she was allegedly taken. We have not seen her since. We don't know who the man is in this video that was released by the FBI. That masked man armed with a gun, wearing a backpack with gloves on his hands. Now, we just got a statement from the FBI about a glove that was recovered in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Now, I want to read this statement for you first, and then we'll talk a little bit about what it could mean. Quote, the gloves found approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie residence in a field near the side of the road were packaged up by Pima County Sheriff's deputies and sent overnight on Thursday, February 12th. And they arrived at a private lab in Florida on Friday. That would be February 13th. This is the private lab that the Pima County Sheriff's Department uses in Florida for DNA analysis of evidence they get. And the statement goes on to say the FBI received preliminary results on Saturday, February 14th, and now they're awaiting quality control and official confirmation today. This is Sunday, before putting unknown male profile into CODIS. Now, CODIS is the national database for the FBI. The process typically takes 24 hours from when the Bureau receives DNA. Investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in the various areas near Nancy Guthrie's home. Most of them were searchers' gloves that they discarded in various areas when they searched the vicinity. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. The FBI has and will continue to provide assistance on whatever timeline is provided to us. End quote. So there is a lot there. This could potentially be a glimmer of hope in this case. You hear that line, the one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. That is the line that stood out to us. Now, it's also important to note that the FBI is still labeling the person you see in the video as unknown man. The spokesperson also said that when you look at the video, it appears the person on surveillance on Nancy Guthrie's front porch is wearing nitrile gloves pulled over another pair of gloves. So nitrile gloves, they are like an alternative to latex gloves. They are very common. They can be used for cleaning homes, could be used if someone has some sort of PPE on. So I think there's important context there as we await these DNA results. But once the FBI gets the official confirmation, they're then going to put the DNA profile into their national database. It's called CODIS to see if anything comes back. Now, this database, it has DNA profiles from convicted offenders, people who were arrested or detained, people who have had previous run-ins with law enforcement. So, if the FBI ends up having the DNA profile of who they believe that masked person is, and look, that is a big if. We don't know what's going to come of this. They could get a match if that person has their DNA in the system already. Now, it's unclear, looking at what the FBI spokesperson said, is there anything about the glove that they found in the field that makes them believe it is related to the Guthrie investigation and it's not just a glove that someone littered on the side of the road? Is by saying it appears to be the same glove, do they mean that that just is a similar style of glove that you see on video? The Pima County Sheriff, when he has been asked about gloves that have been gathered as evidence, he says none of the gloves were found inside of Nancy Guthrie's home or on her property. He also has not said what evidence they have found inside Nancy Guthrie's home. However, he did say that DNA, other than Nancy Guthrie's, was found inside of her house. It's unclear if that DNA belongs to the masked person that you see outside her home and what specifically the evidence is that had the DNA. But another piece of context here is it could just be a friend of hers, could be someone who she goes to church with, could be someone that she hires to help her around the house. We do know that gardeners, pool cleaners, hired help, they have been asked to provide DNA samples in this investigation. Law enforcement has detained at least 2 people in this case, but no arrests have been made. Some important context on that being provided today. A new report says that law enforcement is, quote, leaning away from calling the man whose home they searched on Friday night as a suspect. The man's home was searched with a federal search warrant, and also law enforcement made a traffic stop at a nearby Culver's fast food restaurant. That man was arrested. It's unclear why law enforcement zeroed in on this home that's about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. It's also unclear what was about the vehicle that made them want to pull this person over and talk to them and search their vehicle. But, again, when it comes to search warrants, law enforcement had to provide something to this judge for them to sign off on the warrant to carry out this operation. Now, on top of that, NBC News is reporting that investigators are leaning away from Nancy Guthrie's family members, any relatives, as potential suspects in this case. The sheriff has said that nobody's been ruled out officially, though, until a kidnapper is arrested. Now, as local and federal law enforcement continue to wait on these DNA results, they say that they will continue to follow leads in this case, including what that suspect was wearing on the night he was outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. Specifically, that backpack that looks full. We don't know what's in the backpack, but we do know at this point what law enforcement believe it is. A 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker backpack. And the only place you can get it is Walmart. On top of that, Fox News is reporting that the holster you see on the front side of the suspect, it appears to be a cheap one. It's a Strategy brand hip holster, Fox believes, And it is available at Walmart. You can get them for about $10. And there's 5 Walmart stores that reportedly have them in the Tucson area. This would not be the first time that Walmart, its sales records, and surveillance video played a major role in a high-profile investigation. These are images of quadruple murder Brian Koberger at a Walmart in Pullman, Washington in 2022. He reportedly made 13 trips between October and December of 2022. He killed those 4 University of Idaho students inside their house on November 13th. Law enforcement was looking at what he bought at Walmart as they were trying to track down where he purchased the K-bar knife that he used in the murders. Now, in the search for Nancy Guthrie, law enforcement is still hoping that they can find her, and a key part of that could be her pacemaker. You might remember the timeline that was given to us by law enforcement. Her device disconnects from her iPhone at 2:28 in the morning. It was also reportedly synced to her Apple Watch. Her iPhone and Apple Watch were found in her home on that morning that she was taken. And now it appears that law enforcement is using some pretty high-tech equipment to try and see if they can pick up and trace that pacemaker. Media members have noticed a helicopter flying low over Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. News Nation is reporting that is because they are using what's called a signal sniffer on a helicopter in hopes it picks up that pacemaker. Now, to use this device, you have to fly low and slow over a particular area. Private investigator Steve Fisher, who often comes on this show, posted some context about this equipment on X, about how it works, because he's used it in multiple searches for missing people. Steve says this device can pick up a range of signals, like Wi-Fi, cellular data, radio frequency, emissions, and even emissions coming from the pacemaker. He says you do have to fly very low to the ground, and this is not something that you can use to like sweep an entire city. It has to be a defined area. Now, in his experience, the 3 cases where he used it, they did not have success. But that does not mean it could not work in the search for Nancy Guthrie. The FBI has doubled the amount of money it is offering as a reward for information leading to Nancy Guthrie or the person or people who took her from her home. It's now at $100,000. Law enforcement's also received thousands of tips in this case, and a lot of them have come in after the surveillance images were released by FBI Director Kash Patel on social media. And look, you look at those images, it is incredibly compelling. It puts a face to the monster that would be behind taking Nancy Guthrie, a masked monster at this point. We'll talk in a moment about why releasing those images when the FBI did may have been a mistake in this investigation. Now, as this investigation continues on, law enforcement is really leaning on the public to provide them surveillance video. Thursday afternoon, the Pima County Sheriff put out a call to people with home surveillance cameras like a Nest or a Ring that they want video from January 1st through February 2nd of 2026 of a 2-mile radius of this part of town, East Skyline Drive and North Campbell Avenue. And they say they want anything that shows vehicles, traffic, pedestrians, or suspicious activity. Nancy's home is about a 4-mile drive south of that intersection. And then they also say they're reaching out to people with cameras on the Neighbors app. So if you're watching this and you get a request on the Neighbors app from someone saying they're law enforcement, you should have a blue check mark so you know it's legit. There's also a link that the Sheriff's Department's put out on X where you can submit videos as evidence. Now, previously, law enforcement reportedly was looking for video at very specific times, not just the entire month from January to February, but KVOA says that people in the Catalina foothills area of Tucson are asked to turn over any surveillance camera footage they have at very specific times. One is January 11th, that's roughly 22 days before Nancy Guthrie was taken, between 9 p.m. and midnight. Also, they're looking for footage from the morning of January 31st, between 9:30 a.m. and 11 a.m. That's because they say there was a suspicious vehicle in the area around 10 o'clock in the morning. They haven't said what that vehicle may look like, but we do know they went to that Circle K early on in this investigation, one that is near Nancy Guthrie's house, looking for surveillance video related to a vehicle of interest, they said, but you know, the vehicle part of it may be an example of, from the public's perspective, we don't know as much as maybe we think we know when it comes to this case. Now, when you look here, this is the new missing persons poster that was put up by the FBI once the reward money was doubled to $100,000. If you have any information on Nancy Guthrie, contact the Pima County Sheriff at 520-351-4900. You can also contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to tips.fbi.gov.
Joining us now to talk more about this case is Dan Bruner, retired FBI special agent. Thank you for taking the time to be with us here on Law and Crime as we continue to follow the search for Nancy Guthrie. So I know that we're kind of parsing through some of the media reports coming out about particular pieces of evidence, specifically some gloves. I believe it was a pair of gloves found roughly 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. How exactly could this factor into the case? How do you figure out whether or not this glove might actually be the person we see in that surveillance video on the front steps?
And that won't be done until those gloves in the video are recovered. So we don't know that the gloves recovered on the side of the road are the ones that that individual wore. The only way that we are going to definitively say that those gloves discovered on the side of the road belong to the individual will be when that individual is captured and his DNA is compared to the DNA that's recovered inside the gloves. Until that time, this is just a clue. It provides us information. They have DNA that they recovered from the interior of the glove. That DNA will be provided to laboratories for analysis, and then will be entered into CODIS for comparison to DNA that is currently inside the system, which maintains all DNA. Every individual that is arrested federally, that is taken into custody, not questioned, that's taken into custody, receives a DNA swab. That DNA swab is then submitted into this database, which is kept for future references. If that individual had previous interactions with federal authorities, it doesn't matter if it was FBI, DEA, HSI, if he had previous arrest through federal authority, that DNA swab from the glove will be discovered, and then they will find it and we'll be able to get an ID. Again, that still does not definitively say the individual in the video is the individual that had the gloves. That individual who has coded the DNA that was found in the gloves on the side of the road could easily have just been working that day, and yes, he had been arrested in the past. If he matched the description, then once that clue is provided, okay, we have an individual who matches the physical description, and we have the gloves. Where does he reside? Alright, that'll give us the probable cause to conduct a search warrant at his residence based on the DNA codes from the gloves. The gloves appear to match the ones that are in the video. His physical description, 5'9", 5'10", medium build, happens to match the video. That would be enough for, I believe, a federal judge to authorize a search warrant. Then a search warrant will be conducted at the house. If they find the backpack, if they find the clothes, the face mask, other material that may have been used in the furtherance of the crime, then that all will be put together as part of evidence in court proceeding and to take to court and charge him with any other federal crimes. But it's just one of the pieces. It's definitely not the smoking gun, but it's one of the pieces.
There's so much speculation in this case, as we all know, and it just seems like it's getting more and more by the day. It's getting exhausting, frankly. It's 15 days into this, and it seems like when there's silence from law enforcement, I know the sheriff has been giving interviews, but not really doing news conferences anymore. The speculation seems to be, getting larger. How would you characterize how this investigation has gone? Just as someone who knows how investigations like this work.
Well, I think the investigations to this point have been going very well. I think Pima County, may have released the scene, I think, a little bit too quickly. I think they, had the scene, and we've already talked about this, and Pima County Sheriff has already stated, maybe he was a little quick to release it, and everyone understands that. But that's part of, after action reports, that's part of, delving into an investigation. That should have been held on. That should have been for further analysis. Pima County, I'm sure their evidence response teams are excellent. But really no one is as good as the FBI's evidence response team. Their analysis team, their collection teams. The people on the ground, the evidence response team are bar none second to, one of the best in the world. And having them brought in, and it would have been just as easy as to asking them, hey, could you come in and back this up? Eventually, a federal investigation was opened, and that's when the FBI said, okay, we need the scene back. That's where we had what happened last week. The investigation was progressing, moving forward, and I think that it was a little bit of a stall. I think a little bit of a stall, but with amazing work by our CAST, the Cellular Analysis Surveillance Team, CAST, which is agents and support employees who take cellular analysis, they take digital evidence, and they really, really understand, break it down as to the core, and then provide that as physical evidence. Cass team in Arizona was working with the Nest servers because Ms. Guthrie was not recording it, so they were looking into the possibility of recovering the lost data and the video in the servers. They were successful. Now here's where there was a screw-up and a mess-up by the FBI. FBI leadership, and I'm assuming this came from Director Patel, is they decided to release the video. Now one of the things I said, I was literally live on the air with one of your counterparts when the video was released. I was providing on-air commentary, and one of the first things I said was, I'm sure the FBI has had this a number of days to analyze it, to break it down, to look at every single evidence, little bit of evidence in that video before they give it to the public. So I'm thinking that they had it 2 to 3 days. What happened in the next day or two? You saw the tent getting popped up for height analysis. Then you saw the backpack being identified. That to me was clear to me that this was being done after the release. There is no FBI agent, no team member, no evidence response, no past individual. As a case agent for 20 years, there's no way I would want that information, that video released to the public. Number one reason is I haven't had a chance to break it down. Maybe there's something in there that I could identify and realize what store that was on. And then it's the store they can find to give us a surveillance video, and then we can identify a subject of interest without them knowing that we are following them, without them knowing. This took the advantage by releasing that video. Cash Patel decided to release that video for whatever reason, public relations reasons, to say the FBI is doing a great job. We don't need that sort of public relations win, but Cash Patel decided to do it. He then gave the advantage back to the criminal. Why? Because once that criminal knows, what is the criminal going to do? Get rid of the backpack, get rid of the face mask, get rid of the jacket, get rid of the gun. All pieces of clear evidence that a U.S. attorney would want in court, or state attorney, a DA, would want in court to prove. This was recovered at his home. Here's the video of him, disabling the Ring doorbell camera. That individual now also can flee. He could be on the other side of the planet at this time because he says, oh no, they have me on video. You are giving me advantage to the death. This completely was a huge headache to investigators and didn't give them the opportunity. Then on top of all of this, before they were able to really dissect the backpack and analyze it and figure out this was the make, these are the stores, this would take at least 4, 5, 6 days, right?
Yeah.
In that time, in those first 3 days, 14,000 tips were given. 14,000 tips were provided, inundating the FBI with tips. And that required every single one of those tips had to be vetted, had to be worked out. If the investigators had their time to vet it out, okay, we're looking for an individual who's 5'10", who's wearing this type of backpack. We know that this backpack is sold at this store. That would have been 14,000 would have been much less number of tips, and would not have inundated the system. Those FBI agents in Arizona, those analysts, those support employees, they're working their butts off, and by releasing that video too soon, Cash Patel created an inordinate amount of extra work for that case team where they don't need to be doing that. That was a mistake, 100%, no doubt about it, that I'm sure that every case agent, everyone down in the field was complete disagreement.
Because you look at a couple instances where we've seen people who have been detained and then released, where you have the gentleman by the U.S.-Mexico border, whose name was Carlos, and that was a tip that came in, and someone said, hey, I think you should look at this guy, and then the mother-in-law of the house is saying that, when the SWAT team entered the home, they were holding up pictures and saying, is this your son-in-law? And she said no, and then you have the other night at the home, about 2 miles from where Nancy Guthrie lives, you also have this traffic stop. I think the jury might still be out on whether there was information, I guess publicly, that was taken from that house that could be of value to the investigation. But what do you make knowing that those tips are coming in, and we've seen to this point, at least 2 people be detained and questioned by law enforcement and then be released?
I've got no problem with that. I've got no problem with someone being detained and questioned based on a tip. I'm curious as to seeing the writing in the affidavit for the search warrant, because to get a search warrant for a house, we need to have probable cause to believe that that house has evidence of the crime. Having that tip either had to be extremely specific, or just having a tip that says, oh, I believe this guy, X guy, did it. That to me is pretty weak. But if they were able to obtain a federal search warrant based upon that, I'm curious to see, what the probable cause was to execute a search warrant. But I have no problem with them detaining and questioning individuals. But again, this goes back to when the video was released. Right. If the teams had time to it, we wouldn't be running in 10 different directions, like a chicken with your head cut off, stopping people, detaining people. It would have been much more focused, hyper investigation. Not to mention, if they had been able to determine, they'd squeezed it for all it's worth, all the juice out of that video, and then determine it as a subject, that person would know that they're being watched. Now, they're going to look over their left shoulder, over their right shoulder, because they think that the FBI is coming for them. So again, I have no problem with them stopping and detaining people and questioning them and releasing them. So that's part of the investigation.
And I'm sure in your career, you've looked at countless Ring doorbell cameras, Nest cameras, as those have become more popular, surveillance videos of suspects. Now that we've all seen this video, and you look at it, I mean, in terms of suspects you have seen on camera, where you can take something from that video, I mean, how valuable, like specifically this person, I mean, what are the things you're extracting from that video when you watch it?
Well, it confirms what I was saying before the video was released, saying that this team, or this group of people was amateurs. They're not professional criminals, they're not professional kidnappers. And I'm saying that before because you don't kidnap, I mean, looking at and talking to numerous counterparts of mine in the crisis negotiation team, is that you don't kidnap an 84-year-old woman with medical issues. Right. You don't. I mean, because if you're doing this for kidnap or ransom, she's got a week, maybe, if you didn't have her medication. Maybe a week, maybe at best. You kidnap someone who's in their 40s, someone who's in their 30s. And on top of that, the communications, you sent it to local media stations, TMZ, there's not a clear communication route. You don't provide a communication way back. Then with the video being released, it confirmed my theory of that these were amateurs. He wore a very distinctive backpack. He wore a very distinctive shirt. He had a gun, a holster in a place where you're not supposed to hold a holster. Full size. Maybe appendix carry would be inside the waistband at the corner, but not directly in front of your crotch. That's a whole holster. So I saw that. I said, this guy's a wannabe criminal. He's not, he's not a professional at best. And he makes mistakes all the time. He's there for 41 minutes. He stood on the porch, I would guess, about 3 to 5 seconds. Because if you look at the blood droplets, there was, those news cameras, when that scene was released, news cameras went up to the porch. You see the blood, and it's droplets straight down. Okay, they weren't at an angle, like she was being dragged or rushed out. There were droplets, boom. Which means she was standing in place for probably like 3 to 5 seconds. I would guess bleeding from her hand or her arm, where her hand was just dripping, just straight down. Again, they're standing on the porch. If these were professionals, they'd have her in and out, they'd be rushing in and out. If it was a home invasion, they would have gone in, they want to be in and out in minutes. If it was a home invasion gone bad, they probably would have hurt her and killed her, and then just gotten out of there within minutes. So there's numerous things that to me indicated these were not professional. These were not kidnappers that knew what they were doing. And like I said, I am waiting as the circle closes in on them. I would say that this is almost going to be to the point where it's not so much Pima County and the FBI finding this individual, it's going to be that individual making a mistake. And then them, like Luigi Mangione, taking his mask down for that 1 second, and then someone in the McDonald's recognizing him in Pennsylvania. It's just going to be one little mistake that they make. They could have gotten away with it, but they're going to make a mistake because they're nervous, they're stressing. More and more time this goes on, the less likely a positive outcome from discovery, but more likely this individual is going to get tired and make a mistake.
Yeah, and that's the tough part, because it's now 15 days and you do worry because her health. I know, in the beginning the question was with her medication, if she doesn't have it in 24 hours, it could be fatal. And so, you really worry on that point of how it's going to play out. On the amateur part of it, because, I'm not a professional in law enforcement, but I looked at it and it's like, this is a guy who like clearly didn't know the Ring doorbell camera was going, or a Nest, was going to be there. And then he kind of like the grabbing of the flowers, it just seemed bizarre. Are you surprised that 15 days later, though, there hasn't been an arrest, knowing that this could be a very amateur group of people, that the mistake wasn't made to the point that they would already have that person in custody?
I would, at this point right now, initially I was thinking that it was a group. I don't have a lot of confidence that those emails that were sent through TMZ was actually the group. I mean, I haven't seen the content of the emails, but supposedly there is something that states that they specifically knew the interior of the house. Listen, somebody who's, a DoorDash individual could see the inside of the house and state something where you can walk through using Zillow. I advise all my clients, I do security consulting up here in Montana, I advise all my clients, take your houses off of Zillow, because then that individual's seen the inside of your house. So for them to say something along those lines and saying, well, it could have gotten from Zillow. So I'm not so confident, I don't know about this, so I don't know the content of the emails. But yeah, at the beginning I was thinking that these were a group of individuals, 2 or 3. I think at this point I'm going more towards it's probably just one person, an individual, maybe one other actor, because the more time that goes on, the more nervous another person in the group will be weakly, will become so nervous that they're gonna make a mistake too. So I believe I'm saying the more time goes on, the smaller the group it is, because they are amateurs and they're not professionals.
And we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, now more than 2 weeks, you just hope that resolution is close. You still hold out hope. But with so many agents working on it, you know that, and I'm sure there's not a lot of sleep going on, and a lot of people taking it personally, that they want to get this person brought to justice and figure out where Nancy Guthrie went. Dan Bruner, retired FBI special agent. Great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for being with us.
My pleasure, anytime.
All right, before we go, I just want to continue putting these numbers up, in the hopes that someone sees this and something jogs their memory and they can just call authorities and provide information. If you have any information on Nancy Guthrie, contact the Pima County Sheriff at 520-351-4900. And you can also contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to tips.fbi.gov. That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify. We're also now streaming on Peacock. I'm Chris Stewart. See you next time.
Our story begins in Longmont, Colorado. On the afternoon of October 13, 2021, 911 emergency dispatch received an alarming call.
911, emergency. Yes, hi, I'm at 20 Sicily Circle. I need an ambulance. Our post office guy was just shot. I heard 4 shots, and he's down. There's a vet guy checking on him right now. He is breathing. Where is he bleeding from? He's bleeding out of his mouth. Did anyone witness this? I don't know if anybody saw it exactly. We saw someone run. We heard 4 shots. Okay, which way did the person run? Down Renaissance. So south on Renaissance. Okay, what was that person wearing? A hoodie, blue mask. I couldn't identify him. I just saw a backside of a man running away after 4 shots. We have the police. I'm willing to try.
Here's the body cam footage of a responding officer.
Stand by. Robot set. 1, 2, 3. We went to the description mail. Hopefully I'm possible to do it. Working on it. All of them? Go, go. Take a few more when we can. I know what the trigger is right now. Can I ask about the shooter and we'll take care of this? Yep. Thank you. You got it. I've got most of the west set up. I've got the same 399 South Airport and Pike. Right. I've got 325 there to South Airport and Clover Basin.
The victim sustained multiple gunshot wounds. The incident took place in the Somerset Meadows neighborhood in Longmont. As technicians processed the scene for evidence, investigators spoke with witnesses. One citizen had interacted with the postal carrier minutes before the shooting. The woman had gotten her mail from the carrier and returned to her home. Shortly thereafter, she heard 4 gunshots. Multiple neighbors heard the shots as well and witnessed a man in a hoodie and mask flee the scene. Police contacted the local post office, and employees identified the victim as 33-year-old Jason Schaefer. Not long after, detectives received tragic news from the hospital. Jason had succumbed to his injuries. As multiple law enforcement agencies swept the area, Longmont police tracked down Jason's loved ones. Jason's mother, Lori, lived in Connecticut. Detective Josh Burke asked local law enforcement to make the death notification in person. Lori said that she heard a knock at the door. It was the Connecticut State Police. They informed her of her son's death and the limited information they had regarding the incident. Jason Schaefer was born on July 1st, 1988. Lori said he was perfect. Jason's father was only a part of his life for the first 2 years. When Jason was 3, his mother found love again with a United States Postal Service co-worker. Lori said that Chris loved Jason and that the two were close. Jason's stepfather, Chris, said that he was a cool kid and a great athlete. Chris said that he and Lori never missed a game. At around 26 years old, Jason was searching for a new adventure. He moved roughly 2,000 miles away to the state of Colorado. Taking after his parents, Jason decided to work for the Postal Service. At the Longmont Post Office, he met Devin Schreiner and they began dating. Jason's parents met her and thought she was a great fit for their son. Lori said that Jason wanted a family, so when Devin got pregnant, he was thrilled. In 2015, Jason and Devin's son was born. Chris said that Jason fell in love with his little boy immediately. He said that it gave Jason a new purpose in life. A few years after their son was born, Jason and Devin went their separate ways, but Jason remained devoted to being a father. Devin would have their child for half the week, and Jason would have him for the other half. Jason's parents told detectives they last saw their son 3 weeks prior. He had just moved into a new apartment with his girlfriend, Rosa. Jason's parents said that it was the happiest they had seen him in a long time. Back in Longmont, investigators scrutinized the crime scene. Nothing from Jason or the mail van was missing, so robbery was ruled out. Based on evidence found at the scene, the shooter fired 5 times. Although 5 shots were fired, the medical examiner determined that Jason had only been struck 3 times, once in the back, once in the left eye, and once in the forehead. With multiple shots to the head and face, detectives believed it was a targeted attack by someone who knew him. Jason's forehead wound had stippling, indicating that it was a very close shot. While at the scene, a neighbor informed detectives that she had witnessed a shadowy figure standing across the street. The person appeared to have been waiting for Jason to be alone before approaching him. Detectives wondered who had the motive to kill Jason Schaefer. Within 2 hours of the shooting, with the help of neighbors, investigators began gathering surveillance video. A Ring doorbell had captured the area where the shooting occurred. The video showed the assailant walking across the street and around the back of Jason's mail van. Seconds later, the individual fled the scene. The camera wasn't close enough to show details of the suspect's appearance. However, it did reveal the direction they fled. Another neighbor's surveillance showed the person wearing loose-fitting dark clothing. It was evident that the shooter took steps to conceal their identity. Detectives circled back to Jason's family. They asked if there was any source of strife in Jason's personal life. His parents immediately pointed to his tumultuous relationship with his ex, the mother of his child, Devin Schreiner. Lori said that Devin became pregnant soon into the relationship and that the couple was still getting to know each other. She said their values weren't the same and the relationship deteriorated. Jason tried to get along and co-parent, but that wasn't going well. He ended up contacting a lawyer to set up a parenting plan. The latest development in the custody of their child was a request for increased custody filed by Jason 2 days before the shooting. Lori told detectives that the custody battle wasn't a conflict between the former couple. Jason moved in with his girlfriend Rosa a few months before the shooting. Lori didn't think that was a good idea because Rosa was Devin's younger sister. Chris said that Jason was happy, so they tried to be happy for him. Detectives contacted Rosa at her workplace and informed her of what had happened. She was devastated. Investigators were able to verify with her supervisors that she was at work at the time of the shooting. They asked Rosa to report to the station for a formal interview. For the safety of Jason and Devin's child, police picked him up from daycare and brought him to the station. Rosa briefly reunited with the child and then sat for a formal interview.
Hey, Sydney Cat. Hey, Sid. Do me a favor. Never mind. But, I... Remember, I'm all, naked right now. Hold on. I'll be right back. It's not a happy Monday, it's a miserable Monday. I gotta tell you. No, not on. I'm homeless. Fuck off. I don't need sympathy. Yeah. So, I missed a rent payment of one of my, the court-ordered, court-mandated payments or whatever the fuck they're called. And, just waiting for the notice right now. How did I just do that? Yep. And that fucking loser dope girl decided to come at me yesterday and today as if fucking... Yeah, I don't know. What are you gonna do about it, you know? So her and her fucking friends can... I don't know. I don't care. Opportunists are ridiculous. It was time to shake the fucking scum off my life anyway. Yeah, it sucks. Probably going to hotels or I don't even know, man. I was waiting for this, for Tiger's, fucking child tax thing to come in. But that won't be here till March 28th, so I'm fucked. I'm, out of here. Hey, buddy, you want some juice? Yes. Could I have your lid off there and your... Thank you very much, sir. We're surrounded by what? Oh. I'm just upset with myself for, yeah, I don't know. So what's up? How you doing? Other than that, I mean, I hope you're good. I keep bragging to people about your battle droids. Well, not your battle droids, but you know, they're cool as heck. Ugh.
The burnt peanut is...
And we are going to talk about the burnt peanut is Israel's #1 streamer.
Bro, this is the number one streamer of Israel.
Context. The burnt peanut is by far the biggest streamer in the world, getting more than 70k viewers on Twitch and 100,000 on YouTube every day. He quickly rose to fame, being an extremely entertaining host, masquerading as a peanut while playing Ark Raiders. Naturally, as with all the new Cosmos streamers,
You know, whatever.
Play Ark Raiders with burnt peanut. I've been seeing him on my TikTok feed like non-stop. Do not play with him, he's a fucking fascist. I highly doubt that he is a fascist. And obviously, if you're like a normal content creator, why do you think ever living fuck with you never want to be around someone like myself whose community instantly goes, that's a white supremacist, racist, fascist. Ooh, and your chill vibe, maybe.
Very chill vibes indeed. So, Peanut did the worst thing imaginable. He made fun of us.
I have just recently learned
of a great dog training method. Shock them into so much pain until they don't move. Rumor on the street, that was just a full vibrator. Rumor on the street is off dead now for some reason, and I have not heard any explanation.
Yeah, I saw one of his takes about like America #1.
And so this turned from Hassan desperately fishing for a collaboration to his worst nightmare.
USA is a joke. I mean, you got a flying black burrito worth of
Nope.
entire GDP of your country that could flack your shit before you blink. USA is a
No, I'm waiting for a 3-day eviction notice right now. They're not. There's no. No. I already went to court.
That's right. Yep. Usually Dr. Kid is back. No, this is the new version. That's what I'm saying.
This is the new version of Dr. Kidden's back?
What the patch notes version where it's real, but it is very bad.
Just for context, Hassan later just lost his mind. And whenever he
This was a negotiation already.
or a pedophile or both.
You entertain yourself, your co-workers entertain themselves with burnt peanut. The most co-workers entertaining content creator out there. Let's get to another spiritually Israeli VTuber.
Spiritually, it's really kind of like, I mean, damn. He has more viewers than what's America.
Over $600. It's so stupid.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. And what should we imply from this video, Vince? What's this? That's the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark? I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night.
Gross.
I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it. You turned out to be a slut who was craving for attention, and then I tend to pick you up at a bar, a late night, and bang you out on the first date. How old was she then? 16?
That's pretty gross.
I don't know why you would say this, right? I really don't. Old enough to count, old enough. No, cut the tape, guys. Cut the tape. No, I didn't say that. Yeah.
This is him straight up implying, God, this guy's such a fucking loser, dude.
We literally showed your own video. Meanwhile, you call pedophiles random people you hate.
This time will come.
Don't feel bad for me, but feel bad for Ty.
I'm manifesting. Oh, I want to manifest. Oh, God.
Gang, the Epstein Files debacle is continuing, and in this video, I want to just take a closer look at the sordid and very suspicious backstories of Epstein's cellmates. Okay, he had a couple of cellmates while he was in the old Metropolitan Detention Centre, and things didn't work out too well for those guys, alright? Definitely a little bit suspect. Okay, so the first person that I want to talk about, who was Epstein's cellmate for the first...
I've never realized somebody that hates kids that much.
Really got deleted, okay, was basically Nicholas Tartaglione. Okay, this guy is a former police officer turned quadruple murderer. So he was Epstein's cellmate during the first little mishap, alright? And he was awaiting trial for quadruple homicide and actually did eventually get sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms in 2024. So...
There we go. Coffee.
This guy's some shit.
That intense emotion from family members of 3 of the victims who did not speak with reporters outside the courthouse, but inside urged the judge not to let Nicholas Tartaglione ever see the light of day again. The former Briarcliff Manor police officer was found guilty last year of killing Martin Luna, Miguel Luna, and Urbano Santiago, who were all family members, and their friend Hector Gutierrez in April of 2016. After torturing them and burying them in a shallow grave on his Orange County property, believing that at least one of the men owed him hundreds of thousands of dollars in a cocaine deal. Tartaglione himself also spoke at sentencing, denying it all, defiantly telling
At least I have my son. I know he's happy.
rescuing former law enforcement officer who never could have done any of this and was framed. But the judge slammed his denials, calling him delusional, and saying the evidence against him at trial was overwhelming. That his brutal crimes back in 2016 involved torture, planning, greed, and cover-ups, and scolding him for his...
Yeah, all kids are, man. All kids are. That person that doesn't care about their own fucking kid is a piece of garbage. A person that'll ditch their own kid for an internet boyfriend should just kill themselves right now. Honestly, that's fucked up. I pray to God every fucking morning. He's still not gonna help somebody like that. You gotta love your kids, dude. Thank you. It's natural. I don't try one little bit, honestly. Oh, except for all his coughing. Man. Well, you were here. You were around. You remember? He's changed a lot, eh? Aw, thank you. I'm reminded of that every time I talk to this kid. I don't mean to be like arrogant or whatever, but I'm a realist. I know I'm I love you, buddy. You know that? Yes. Aw? Are you listening to what I was saying? Yes. Don't worry about it. I'm not. Aw. That's not even what I was talking about, okay? Yes. Aw. Fist bump.
Mrs. Claus is only gone crazy. No, stop. We'll cry.
Aw. Poor little dude thought I was talking about his mom.
Hello, it's the Epic Guy with the Time to Arcade, and I've got a fascinating little cheat I want to show you on the Atari 26
Tell you what,
version
kid.
of Space
If
Invaders.
I can help,
Apparently people have known about this for decades, but I just learned about it a few days ago, so I bet a lot of you haven't heard of it either.
So normally when you play Space Invaders, you can only shoot once, and you have to wait for that missile to impact something or do the screen before you can fire again. Now, if you hold the reset button down when you power on the Atari, you'll find things have changed.
Now, since we're using a multi-card
Aw.
I can still accomplish the same thing
Thank
just by
you.
holding the reset button down, hitting the button, and take a look at it now. I wish I'd known this when I was a kid. So next time you get time rift, come over and give this a shot. If you need any help, let somebody know. Hello, it's the Epic Guy with the Time Rift Arcade, and
Yeah, I just put a little milk in it though. I accidentally boiled the water and now it's super hot.
for decades, but I just learned about it a few days ago, so I bet a lot of you haven't heard of it either. So normally when you play Space Invaders,
French vanilla Nestle or Nescafe instant. It smells like coconut. I guess it tastes tastes like alcohol, actually. Whew.
I can still accomplish the same thing just by holding the reset button down, hitting the button, and take a look at it now. I wish I'd known this when I was a kid. So next time you get time rift, come over and give this a shot. If you need help, let somebody know.
Okay, so I'm looking.
Yeah, so it's gonna be I don't know. We get well, Tiger and I get a pretty Adventure Time what? What do you mean you don't know? Yeah, you do. What did you say? Adventure Time and then what did you say after that? What did you say? Holy. What is that the menu from? A website? Is it a menu or is it just a list? List. Oh, okay. Tiger, I want you to know something. You're the smartest kid I ever met. You know that? And I met me as a kid. You must be pretty smart. Hey? Oh, they were on Xena Warrior Princess? Cool. I remember that show. Imagine saying he was never gonna talk.
Are you worried about the doomsday dice roller? So they made this about 75 years ago, and then 17
Holy crap!
put a curse on it. And they said the time that you roll all these dice and they all land on one snake eyes is what they said. They said there'll be 4 months left until the end of the world.
What?
And so they've been rolling it once a day, and every day, of course, like there's a bunch of different dice rolls. Well, yesterday they finally came out and they all landed on one. So a lot of people are freaking out, saying, "Does this mean the end of the world is nigh?" And
That's a lot of dice.
But it's just a coincidence. So here's what you think. Are you worried about the doomsday dice roller? So they made this about 75 years ago, and then 17 witches put a curse on it. And they said the time that you roll all these dice and they all land on one snake eyes is what they said.
There's no 4 in the bottom right. I have to look this up. Is this a real story? I really have to look this up.
Yesterday, they finally came out and they all landed on one. So a lot of people are freaking.
Doomsday dice roller. Woo! Okay, so that is the only person on Earth that has ever talked about that thing. That's all AI. How weird, eh? I wonder why the guy said 17 witches. So yeah, we were waiting for a government check to come in and it didn't. Literally won't be in for a month, so. It's just another failure on the part of the Canadian government, boy. Woohoo!
Getting more coffee in my cup.
Oh, cool. Do you like Family Guy? No, hey? I didn't think so. On the plus side here, if we're back in hotels, at least we have an air fryer. I told Tig kind of what was up. He doesn't want to move. Yo Gabba Gabba is an awesome show. You like that one? I like it. Yeah, it's worried. There's people that I'm worried more about than myself right now, other than my kid, I mean. It's not weird that my kid's number one, but it's weird to me that anybody else even occupies a space in my mind right now.
Yes.
I should be like, fuck everybody else. What is up with that? Why do I care about anybody else? What is going on here? Is the way I work or what? Crazy.
Well, it's because you have empathy. This makes you human.
Aha! Maybe I should get rid of that. I'm not a big fan of this.
Don't
human
overthink
thing.
that.
Okay. You should know me pretty well.
Lol hugging you.
Thank you. So, all this YouTube stuff is gonna matter not until, I don't know, until like 2 months from now when I find a home and get to reconfirm my address. I'm gonna have to put the old channel on pause or something for a while. was nice to Bubble Boots to pretend to be somebody's friend for a while. Really appreciate it, Boots.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Fringe. We got a problem when it comes to Alberta independence, Alberta separation. There was a post we showed a long time ago, at the beginning of January, when the word was out.
Nah, no, she's not coming back.
You had a fallout with her? Just let it ride.
Not
She'll
yet,
be
no.
back.
She's she supports fucking never mind, no. She's too fake. Too fake.
Lefties, the old bozos, saying, hey, we should all try and get, canvasser badges, and then say that we're collecting signatures.
You know the ladies love you had a goes here.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
And a lot of people were worried. What does this mean? Are we going to have compromised votes? Are we going to have issues when it comes to...
Not really, actually. You know, they say that.
You should always, always, always go to an actual signing event with Stay Free Alberta from their website that is listed on their website under How Do I Sign. Whether it's a permanent signing location or one of their pop-up events, there are always multiple people there with badges.
Love hanging around in my orbit a little bit.
Signing the petition alongside you.
Not me.
We got a big problem now because there are some leaks that slip through.
It makes me kind of resentful.
And it would appear, now I'm not going to say indefinitely, but it appears as though, to some degree, the petition itself has been compromised. But this doesn't mean bad things. It doesn't mean we're in trouble. I want to be very clear on that. I want everybody to just breathe with me. Because...
But you're right, I do know that they pretend to like me.
Once I show you the video footage of what we have, doesn't really matter what's going on here because there are multiple people again at these events. Unless somebody was physically coming to your door asking for a signature and you have no way of guaranteeing are they with Stay Free Alberta? Again, we've been told that if some people are scared to go out and sign the petition or do not want to be seen in public signing the petition, they're worried about doxing or anything like that, you can actually contact Stay Free Alberta on their website and they will send a canvasser to your home. I'm assuming they can tell you something of who the canvasser is going to be so that you are rest assured your signature will be counted. However, we're now getting people...
You know, I'm surprised you haven't asked for cereal and a waffle bowl
One
yet.
of the points I've always brought up, and we'll get to, is, when Tom McKasick and his El Bozos wanted to go around and ask the question, should we remain in Canada? I know there were a lot of people who claimed that they signed this petition just because they wanted a referendum. They weren't sure if Stay Free Alberta was going to get their referendum question answered. Or the ability to collect signatures, I should say. So, I can tell you from when I was hanging around Spruce Grove...
Drunk ladies. Sydney Cat.
The canvassers collecting signatures...
And then they sober up. And they're like, holy fuck.
None of them I saw at the time had certified badges on.
Cher was here earlier.
Credentials, and people were just walking up to the table and signing the petition. There was no checking people's ID. There was no anything going on. And I want to highlight that first. Because I have some questions now when it comes to how things were done.
There is a sweetie.
I want to show this tweet I put out.
Yeah. Really, though. And dedicated to what she does. Oh, my lord.
Forever Canada petition did not get 400,000 verified signatures. Zero chance. Now, keep in mind, this is their personal opinion.
Excuse me.
No badges for canvassers. People were signing that did not have their IDs with them. The state petition knows Elections Alberta will vet every single signature. the rules are not the same. What they're implying here is that
You want to come party for a month, Sid?
Elections Alberta gave Tommy a pass. The 50,000 votes that they said were invalid.
Buying a car at the end of it.
Right off the top, Fugazi, we're not going to count these because we couldn't verify the identification. And then they just stopped and said this is the number. That's why they're claiming that the petition did not get 400,000 verified signatures in their opinion. I would like to hope that Elections Alberta runs things a little bit differently. Call me naive if you want.
It would sure be nice to get.
As somebody putting this out on social media for you guys to ingest,
Sure. I drink coffee. You supply the coffee, I bring the snacks.
You got it.
Yeah.
Peter Guthrie tweet, today the Forever Canadian Unity Bus made a stop in Cochrane during the final week of their province-wide campaign.
We're gonna have those little coffee pack, the hotel coffee packs. Man, the day you taught me I could just ask for more of those, woo-wee.
Started this petition process.
Changed my hotel life.
Bill 14 before the rules had changed in Alberta. So here was my tweet that I put out where I said, I'm stuck with this one. I can verify that the people I saw collecting signatures in Spruce Grove did not have badges or credentials. Now again, this was during a 10-minute period, which I stopped in a Walmart parking lot.
Who? What actor is that?
Checking IDs while obtaining signatures again while I was there. That said, election claims the data was run and verified based on registration compared to names and addresses. Meaning they checked all the names according to them that were within Elections Alberta's databases. I said, so the question is, are we being lied to by Elections Alberta, or did Forever Canada just incorrectly run their signature campaign? Meaning, why didn't they have to have identification? Why didn't they have to have credentials? Why didn't they have to check people's IDs?
Oh, off the internet.
Good friend of the channel, and thank God she posted in Eva Chipia. I'm going to try and get her on a live stream to maybe answer some legal questions that people have. She says, FYI, Tom Lukasik challenged the requirements that canvassers swear affidavits in court and won. What this basically means, if I spell it out in crayon, is that Tom Lukasik went to the courts and he said, look, in order to get canvassers, in order to get badges, credentials, all these other things, it takes time, it takes money. We're asking the courts to let us bypass that in the national interest of just getting signatures collected. Hoping that, Elections Alberta verifies it. The judge granted that, to my knowledge, because I also said to Eva, here's my question, maybe I'm not understanding the ruling. Why was Forever Canada told they didn't have to jump through hoops that takes time and money to get their volunteers, that State Free Alberta must train and have badges, credentials for all their canvassers? If the rule applies to one, surely it should apply to all. Is there something I'm missing?
Because they didn't ask.
Now, some folks chimed in the comments. Forever Canada was a simple policy question, i.e. opinion poll, without any significant implications. Separation referendum question is legitimate referendum question with significant implications. That could very well be the purpose or the post. Again, unfortunately, Eva didn't get back to me by the time of filming this video. People saying probably semantics. Others saying it won't matter because we're going to get more signatures anyways. Forever Canada.
Wow, they disqualified a bunch of signatures? Ew.
But less rules to get them, like photo ID required. State Free Alberta petition, new rules requiring less signatures, but requires photo ID and valid Alberta residency was signed and more accurate. Again, there could be a number of rules here, folks. So please, just know that I'm
What's up with this window? It's frozen.
saying one way or the other how things work, how they are. But here's where we got the problem. If you guys know Igor Riltsev, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, Igor. I met Igor at the Alberta Independence rally at the Big Four. I understand that he does Facebook or Instagram streams.
Why is it so hot in here?
Saying, is this what democracy looks like in Alberta now? Yesterday, an individual wearing an official canvasser badge on duty disrupted a peaceful town hall meeting. Instead of collecting signatures or engaging in civil discourse, she chose to scream profanities at voters and disrupt the event. But it gets worse. As you will see in this video, this individual openly documented her intent to weaponize the system against me. She is conspiring to file fake, frivolous complaints against my real estate license, not because
Oh, wild.
I did anything wrong professionally, but simply because she disagrees with my political views on Alberta's future. So he goes on to talk about how he's being doxxed. Now, I can say full-heartedly
That's crazy.
on this channel that in the last few weeks, especially since the Big Four, I've had a number of videos reported on this channel. I've had videos downvoted. I've had threatening emails, which we've been
Bye for
compiling.
now, Hada goes here. I have a work call now. Thinking of
Okay.
you, guys.
See you.
Attacks towards this channel to try and silence it.
Love you, Sid.
I can tell you right now,
Blah.
my wife's LinkedIn
Try to be in touch somehow.
has gone up significantly in her alerts for views.
You might not talk to me for a while, is all.
I'm assuming. So there's a lot of folks within
Love you guys too.
the movement, we'll say, that are infiltrating it. We're going to get to the evidence and to what's going on here. Let's take a look at clips from Igor's video. And we're going to highlight where the problem is here.
TikTok, you can message me.
I remember.
Okay, so you can go and look. Scott Muller's
Okay, so right there you can see her with a badge, with her credentials right here. This little white pocket right underneath her coat that she's covering up. There's other folks with their credentials sitting right over here. The table's over here.
Scott Moore is the Premier of Saskatchewan. He's posted this information.
Oh, don't do that. You gotta not do that. Can you take that back?
Okay, so he goes on.
That's just gonna sit there forever.
But he goes on to
Thank you.
social media posts. I'm assuming it's
Oh, it's a little puppy too. That's cute.
where they're talking about essentially
I just did. Too bad.
events
Have a good one.
Oh.
try and flip it on its head. Here we go.
An activist, let me show you yesterday what has happened. Headed up to the separatist town.
I wish his mom would do that.
And we've decided to be shit disturbs and go suited up, ready to take signatures. Well, I'm
Exclamation mark high stall.
report it basically at 6:30.
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt.
Go, Botrix.
Type heist amount to join.
I don't want to be showing this information even though it's on a public forum. I'm assuming it's Instagram. You've got this individual who says the show starts at 6:30. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be a shit disturber, according to her. But it goes on further. I'll post later. I'll tell you about how it all went down. Here's where it gets worse. They go into this guy's history. I guess Igor works in real estate. And he goes on to show here how they're doxing him. They're saying they're going to report him to the real estate board. They're going to find
Ew.
any reason to have his license stripped away and hold him to credibility for speaking his mind, for having the
Yikes.
right to choose for independence.
Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Blackheart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Botrix, 1,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they
That's a
disembark
lawyer
for Blackheart
bill.
Island.
That pays for other Canadians' health care and their system.
Yuck.
It's already part of the provincial government. You don't understand the different levels of governance. He doesn't understand the basic levels of governance, and he's standing in here advocating to rip apart a country.
Wow, I'm going to play this with you so
So it gets worse. So she actually chases somebody out of the building, or somebody asks her to leave, and it gets crazy from there.
Like she said, she's gone to put her signatures there as an official working for Elections Canada.
Hey, especially you. What's going on? Do you want to talk to me too?
No, I want you to leave me alone. Leave me alone, sir.
Okay, so they have an argument outside. I'm not going to play because there's language in here, but they tell each other to F off, back and forth. She makes her points very clear that she isn't there to add anything to the conversation. The question came along in the comments section, and one thing I want to know is somebody said, is this a real badge, though, or is it just printed to look like one? Igor replies, it is a real one for a recall, or a Stay Free Alberta badge. He says it looks the same as ours. So I'm not going to say for sure that she is a canvasser, but she did have a badge. She was displaying a badge at this event.
Oh, wild.
So you're going to see, and I've told people before, the gloves are going to come off as time goes on. This is just small stuff, but this is where people have to be vigilant. When we've shown posts on other videos of people saying they're going to harm people at these events, that they're past allowing us to voice our concerns, and they just want us all to go away. The Alberta Teacher Tales. This list was put together by the amazing Chelsea Barnowich. Just when people ask why we want to get rid of the UCP government, this is the very reason. This is not about party line, left, right wing, anti-conservative. The fight to remove the UCP from government is...
How does somebody even feel good about themselves attacking a grassroots movement? Like, boy, we're gonna make sure you don't get what you want in life.
November 17th. Now, unfortunately, I can't look into too many things because I'm pretty much banned off of Facebook. But it goes into the healthcare, education policy, governance, Tyler Shandro, all of these.
Hey, Tracy.
Morning hate.
Heathen, what's up? How's life as a fucking ass kisser? You like being fake? Probably not, right? You don't seem like you like being a fake.
So this girl wants to go around being a shit disturber. She wants to go around telling people how they can vote, how they can feel, what they can think, spreading it to their hate groups online.
I mean, generally you're not a huge piece of shit,
Is it
right?
cold there, or did you get a dusting of snow too?
No.
Or your signatures, I should say, for the Forever Canada petition. What I think is safe to say at this point is that Stay Free Alberta can't exactly vet every single person. However, again, I stopped in at an event in St. Albert over the weekend. There was probably 15 to 17 individuals sitting inside this room, all with their badges, everything shown. One individual simply couldn't take people's signatures and do something to...
I'm choosing to ignore what you just said.
Well, why? You would, wouldn't you? That's not good for you, Trace. You can't ignore the truth. It doesn't go away.
Other than good morning, Trace.
I want to ask everybody who's going to these events, if somebody tries to push you to do something, please don't get physical with these people. Please do not threaten these people. They're all frothing at the mouth looking for just one person to make a mistake, to do something wrong, so that they can call the police, they can press charges, they can blame it on Stay Free Alberta. They are going to try every little dirty trick in the book. Rest assured, this is the way it's going to go moving forward. It's sad to see. It's really sad to see, because my argument has always been the same, folks.
That is a really shitty attitude to have there, Space Trace.
You think that it's just 20% of Albertans?
Choosing to ignore me, I mean.
Why don't you just let us get our signatures, have the referendum, and then it's over? We'll lose according to you, and we go. The problem here, folks, is that they know the reality. They know that the numbers are bigger than ever. They know that the support is bigger than ever. And if there's one thing they can't stand, it's losing their own arguments and being told the truth. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. Do you believe that Stay Free Alberta might be compromised far beyond those who are coming just to kick up a little bit of dust at town halls? Have you experienced this yourself? Have you seen anybody claiming
Well, can you explain why you chose to insult me as soon as I came in to say good
Well, I
morning?
don't think I'm insulting you. I would think I was being accurate. But, I would just ask why I said that. I didn't mean to insult you. I thought you were happy with that description, honestly. I mean, you kiss Melissa's ass so much, I would think that you enjoy being called an ass kisser. I could be wrong.
Ethan? Ass kisser?
Uh-huh. That's what I said.
Exclamation mark high stall.
I chose Apocalypse when I woke up this morning.
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type.
Oh, I'm not
heist
angry at
amount
Melissa.
to join. So are you angry at Melissa and you are taking it out on me?
I can see clearly now. The snow is gone. So, what it is that I have shaken the scales from my eyes and I'm having opinions. That's right.
No, he's having opinions. Good morning.
Hey, Boots. How you doing? Oh.
Lots of then.
Mm-hmm.
Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Blackheart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. Results: Botrix 1,999,999,899. Just chilling being a fake piece of shit, dude? You?
Hanging around. I don't think you're a fake, by the way. I think you're probably a genuinely nice person.
Oh, nice.
No, I even understand the situation that you're in, so believe me. You're one of the only people that makes sense.
This ass-kissing posse is trying to drink my coffee.
How is it? Good? The coffee? Not the ass kissing, I don't want to know about that part. I've done enough of that in my life. I mean, kind of do.
I don't fucking kiss ass.
Well, okay, so you go from being intolerant to very tolerant. Good. I'm glad to hear that.
And my coffee is good. It's a
coffee
mocha.
Keeps the world running. Off the backs of little $5 slaves. Actually, I think those guys slave for chocolate. What's up, dude? You want some more? No? You good?
Well, I never lied or faked. Liking you a person, human, dare I even say friend?
Yeah. Oh, I know. I told you know how I feel about you. I consider you a pretty good friend, buddy. I would never judge you by the people that you're willing to help. I would hope you wouldn't do the same, or you would do the same for me, honestly. We were both called to do some very nice things for some very terrible people.
Creamer. It's pretty good.
I don't know.
And have I lied?
Well,
and how am I fake?
How are you fake? Because you become tolerant of things that I know that burn you up inside.
I've never had bubble boots.
I don't know what you mean about that. Do you ever blocked or what? Oh, you've never had creme brulee creamer? I've never had bubble boots either. And boots, so you know, as parables go, let's say,